Chapter 1301. When Don Albert called out, the Carson family immediately realized that their applause was far from enthusiastic. To be honest, none of them were pleased with this wedding. This arrangement threatened to stain the Carson family's reputation. However, the ceremony had already begun, and there was no way to stop it now. Sky, dressed in a wedding gown and wearing a stiff, emotionless expression, walked side by side with David Carson, who was clad in a suit, as they headed toward the stage together. Soon after, the MC cheerfully announced, "Now, let us welcome our second couple, the groom, Steve, and the bride, Isabella." The Carson family had even less desire to applaud this pair. Not only did Leanne and David Carson look down on Isabella, but the entire Carson family regarded her with contempt. Still, having learned from the previous situation, everyone forced themselves to clap, even though they did so reluctantly. Steve tightly held Isabella's hand as they walked onto the stage together. It was clear that the two of them truly loved each other. Their fingers were interlocked, and neither showed any intention of letting go. Once both couples stood on the stage, the atmosphere instantly became awkward. The guests present had attended countless weddings, yet none of them had ever seen such an absurd scene, where a father and son were getting married on the same stage. Even the MC, who was considered a veteran host in Orus Hill's wedding industry, was completely dumbfounded. In all his years of hosting weddings, he had never encountered such a ridiculous situation. Normally, he would crack jokes about the parents of the bride and groom to liven up the mood, but today, that was clearly inappropriate. For a moment, he didn't know how to proceed. Abandoning any attempt to lighten the atmosphere, the MC delivered a brief opening speech and said solemnly, "Today, we gather here to witness the marriage of our two Mr. Carsons with Miss Ward and Miss Stark, as they embark on this sacred and solemn journey together. Friends, let us sincerely bless these couples, offer them our prayers, cheer for them, and celebrate their union. Please give them another round of applause and wish them a bright future ahead." Despite the strange looks exchanged among the guests, everyone applauded together. After the applause subsided, the MC warmly recited, "The Bible says that love is patient and kind. Love is not jealous or boastful, not arrogant or rude. It does not seek its own interests, is not easily angered, keeps no record of wrongs, does not delight in evil but rejoices in the truth. It bears all things, believes all things, hopes all things, endures all things. Love never fails." He then asked, "Now, in front of all our honored guests, I ask Mr. David Carson, one of today's grooms, are you willing to take Miss Sky as your wife? Will you love her in poverty and wealth, and cherish her for the rest of your life?" David Carson nodded without hesitation and said loudly, "I am willing." The MC turned to Sky and asked the same question. "And you, Miss Ward, are you willing?" Sky was overwhelmed with emotion. Tears streamed down her face as she stammered, I. At that moment, she desperately wanted to scream that she didn't want this and run away from everything. But when she thought of how her father had offended countless powerful figures, her heart sank. She knew very well that if she refused to marry David Carson today, her entire family would be destroyed. With no other choice, she forced herself to endure it and replied through sobs, I would. The moment those words left her mouth, her heart felt as though it had been torn apart. She quickly covered her face and cried bitterly. Chapter 1302. The MC smiled warmly and said, "I didn't expect Miss Ward to be so emotional. This marriage must have been something she had long anticipated. It truly feels like a match made in heaven, bound by love and destiny. Let us give the newlyweds our heartfelt blessings and a round of applause. Here's to a joyful beginning, a bright future, and a safe journey together." Hearing those words, Sky almost collapsed. She sank to the ground, hugging herself as tears poured uncontrollably from her eyes. Sensing the intensity of the moment, the MC turned to the audience and said, "It seems our bride is overwhelmed with emotion. Now, let's hear from our groom. Mr. David Carson, how do you feel about marrying such a young and beautiful wife?" David Carson laughed and replied, "I'm extremely excited." With a teasing smile, the MC asked, "Mr. Carson, would you like to recite a poem to express your feelings?" David Carson scratched his head in embarrassment and said, I didn't receive much formal education, so I think I'll pass on the poetry. The MC continued, today, we are also honored to have the bride's parents with us. Mr. David Carson, do you have anything you'd like to say to your future in-laws? David Carson scanned the crowd and quickly spotted Grant Ward and his wife. Their faces were streaked with tears, their expressions complicated. He waved at them shyly and said, please don't worry. I'll definitely take good care of your daughter. There was something else David wanted to ask, but he swallowed his words. He wanted to ask about the promised dowry of 50 million, but he was afraid that mentioning it would anger Grant Ward, so he held back. At that moment, the MC raised his voice and said, let's invite the bride's parents to come up on stage. By now, the Carson family felt like complete outsiders, reduced to mere onlookers. With heavy steps, Grant Ward and his wife reluctantly walked onto the stage. The MC smiled brightly and announced, now, let's have the father-in-law step forward and stand before the groom. Grant Ward and his wife stood in front of David Carson, their expressions stiff and unnatural. With a grin, the MC asked, groom, can you tell us who is standing in front of you? David Carson answered quickly, that's my father-in-law. The MC laughed and said, are you still going to call him father-in-law, or should you change the way you address him now? Feeling awkward, David Carson hurriedly replied, of course I should change it. He then called out stiffly, Dad. Mom. Grant Ward's face darkened instantly. How could this man, who was almost the same age as him, have the nerve to call him Dad? Even though Grant Ward had no son of his own, he absolutely did not want a son like this. Seeing Grant Ward remain silent, the MC quickly stepped in and said, it seems our father-in-law is too emotional to respond. After all, today is a very important day. Isn't the father-in-law going to say something? Grant Ward frowned and said coldly, I was in such a hurry when I left that I forgot to bring a red envelope. David Carson immediately waved his hand and said, it's fine, really. Red envelopes don't matter. The MC laughed and said, now that the groom has officially changed how he addresses his in-laws, it's time for him to bow and serve tea to his father-in-law and mother-in-law. Staff, please bring the tea. David Carson froze for a moment and asked in confusion, bow my head? Chapter 1303. It was obvious that David Carson felt extremely uneasy about kneeling in front of such a large crowd. At more than 50 years old, he found the situation humiliating. The master of ceremonies spoke solemnly, groom, today is your wedding day. This moment marks the union of two families into one. You have a young and beautiful wife beside you and parents who care deeply for you. In Chinese tradition, filial piety is paramount. Kneeling and bowing to one's parents is a long-standing custom. Why are you hesitating? Upon hearing this, Grant Ward's wife could no longer suppress her tears. Although it was true that the two families were now becoming one, she desperately wished her daughter were not beginning her married life with a man so much older. Unfortunately, there was no way to undo what had already happened. All she could do was watch helplessly. Under pressure from the MC, David Carson finally knelt down. He first bowed toward Grant Ward and called out, Dad, then turned to Grant Ward's wife and addressed her as, Mom. Grant Ward and his wife exchanged glances, both feeling utterly devastated. At that moment, staff hurriedly brought two chairs and placed them side by side for Grant Ward and his wife. The MC then announced, traditionally, the bride and groom serve tea to both sets of parents. However, since the groom's parents are not present today, we will proceed with the bride and groom serving tea only to the bride's parents. With eyes red and swollen from crying, the bride reluctantly knelt beside David Carson in front of her parents. Staff quickly brought over 2 cups of tea and handed them to David Carson. Holding the first cup, his face flushed as he said, Dad, please have some tea. Grant Ward felt a powerful urge to fling the cup away in anger. However, when he noticed Isaac Cameron in the audience watching him coldly, he forcibly suppressed his rage and reached out to accept the tea. David Carson then lifted the second cup and said, Mom, please have some tea. Grant Ward's wife was equally repulsed. Every instinct in her body resisted accepting tea from him. As she hesitated, David Carson continued holding the cup out, his arms beginning to ache from the strain and embarrassment. Seeing his wife hesitate, Grant Ward urgently signaled for her to comply. He was terrified that Isaac Cameron might interpret this as disrespect. Under her husband's fierce glare, Grant Ward's wife clenched her teeth, accepted the cup, and took a sip. The MC smiled and announced, "Accepting tea from the son-in-law signifies recognition and acceptance. Now, may I ask the bride's parents, are you satisfied with the groom?" Grant Ward let out a heavy sigh, his eyes bloodshot, and replied, "Yes, yes." In truth, he was not satisfied in the slightest, but he didn't dare say otherwise. Grant Ward's wife had no choice but to echo his answer, even though her heart was filled with resentment. In the audience, Charlie watched the scene with amusement. This was the price of arrogance, believing that wealth and status allowed one to trample others. In the end, such behavior only led to humiliation and misery. Once the ordeal between David Carson and the Ward family finally ended, the MC announced, "Next, let us welcome our second couple, the groom, Steve, and the bride, Isabella." Chapter 1304. Steve gently held Isabella's hand as they stepped onto the stage together. The master of ceremonies began with his usual words of praise before moving on to the wedding vows. Steve and Isabella truly loved each other, and now that they were finally married, the moment was deeply emotional for both of them. As they stood hand in hand on the stage, tears of joy streamed down their faces. Steve's emotions were especially complicated. He had recently endured his parents' divorce and had personally witnessed his father's second marriage. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. After the couple exchanged rings, the MC smiled and announced, "Next, let us invite the parents of the groom, Steve, to come up on stage." David Carson and Sky, who had just stepped down, were forced to return to the stage as the groom's parents. The grandchildren present looked extremely uncomfortable. Don Albert, however, urged his younger brothers to clap, and one of them suddenly shouted, "Hey, this bride looks almost the same age as the future mother-in-law." MC, tell us, does the bride look older, or does the future mother-in-law just look too old? The moment those words were spoken, Don Albert's brothers burst into laughter. Sky had only returned from overseas this year and had not yet started working, while Isabella and Claire had already been in the workforce for nearly 2 years. In reality, Isabella was indeed slightly older than Sky. This fact made the atmosphere even more unbearable. The MC was startled. He knew better than to ask such a question, doing so would practically be asking to lose his job. He immediately skipped ahead, instructing the staff to arrange the chairs and bring out the tea cups, signaling Steve and Isabella to serve tea to their parents. When Isabella handed the tea to Sky and softly called her mother, Sky completely broke down and burst into tears. What kind of nightmare was this? By suddenly marrying an old man, she had instantly gained a son and a daughter-in-law. Even worse, that son and daughter-in-law were older than she was. After Steve and Isabella formally addressed David Carson and Sky as their parents, the MC finally breathed a sigh of relief and announced that the wedding ceremony had officially concluded. Afterward, the newlyweds began making their rounds to toast the guests. Sky wanted to avoid the toasts altogether, but fearing Charlie's displeasure, she followed David Carson to the table where Charlie and Claire were seated, wine glass in hand. With his hands shaking, David Carson said respectfully, "Master Wade, thank you for attending my wedding with Sky. We'd like to propose a toast to you." Charlie replied calmly, "David Carson, now that you've married such a good wife, you must treat her well. You must also properly take care of the child she's carrying. Do you understand?" David Carson's face burned with shame as he nodded. "Don't worry. I will take care of Sky and the child." Charlie smiled faintly and said, "That's the right attitude. Also, don't harbor any prejudice about the child's skin color. No matter what, that child is yours." David Carson could only nod repeatedly and say, "Master Wade, you can rest assured. I will definitely." Chapter 1305. Observing David Carson's reaction, Charlie spoke with satisfaction, "From now on, I'll have Mr. Cameron keep an eye on your behavior after marriage. If you still don't change your habit of despising the poor while fawning over the rich, you'll be courting disaster." Now that you have a wife, a daughter-in-law, and soon a youngest son, I'll have Mr. Cameron deal with you in a much harsher way. Do you understand? David Carson nodded solemnly and replied, Master Wade, I understand. Charlie waved his hand casually and said, all right. Since I'm the one driving today, I won't drink the wine you offered. Let's go greet the other guests. There are many people here today, and we shouldn't neglect anyone. Are you coming? I'm coming. I'll toast every single one. David Carson replied eagerly. After David Carson left, Steve and Isabella walked over with wine glasses in hand. Isabella respectfully said to Charlie and Claire, Mr. Wade, Claire, thank you both so much for everything today. Steve and I would like to propose a toast to you. Charlie smiled faintly and said, in that case, we'll use tea instead of wine. I wish you both a happy and harmonious marriage. The couple nodded repeatedly, thanking him sincerely. Although Claire still felt somewhat overwhelmed by everything that had happened that day, seeing her good friend finally marry the man she loved made her genuinely happy. Charlie then turned to Isabella and reminded her calmly, Isabella, after marrying Steve, don't keep running back to your parents' home all the time. You've already seen their behavior today. Focus on your own family, keep some distance from your mother's side, and absolutely avoid any financial entanglements with them. He then looked at Steve and added seriously, Steve, you need to stay clear-headed about this as well. You two must stand together on this matter. Don't allow these issues to drive a wedge between you. Charlie's meaning was obvious, Isabella must never give her parents or her brother a single cent. He deeply despised families that treated their daughters like commodities, marrying them off for money and then shamelessly draining them financially afterward. Charlie was also worried that once Isabella and Steve were married, David Carson might no longer dare to suppress her. Once she gained status in the Carson family, she could easily drag along her greedy parents and useless younger brother. That was why he chose to warn her in advance, to ensure she would never be exploited by that family again. Steve and Isabella nodded firmly, taking his words seriously. In fact, Isabella herself had already grown completely disillusioned with her parents and brother. She wished she could cut ties entirely and had long resolved not to let them take advantage of her again. Charlie and Claire raised their teacups and clinked them with the newlyweds. Charlie then said, all right, you two should go greet the other guests. Don't worry about us. Steve responded respectfully, Mr. Wade, we'll head to the other tables now. As the banquet gradually came to an end, Charlie stood up and headed toward the restroom. Seeing this, Isaac Cameron quickly followed him. Once they were out of sight, Isaac spoke respectfully, Master, I wanted to report that Sam has already undergone surgery in Eastcliff. Oh? Charlie raised an eyebrow and smiled. So that bastard still hasn't managed to get that necklace removed? Chapter 1306. No, Isaac Cameron chuckled. There's a rumor going around that the necklace twisted his intestines and got stuck there, forcing him into emergency surgery. Apparently, before the operation, Sam was still lying in his hospital bed planning to fool around with a nurse. Unfortunately for him, he was caught red-handed by his grandparents and parents, scaring the nurse half to death. Charlie sneered and said, I really can't understand how a so-called top family in Eastcliff could raise such a trashy descendant. Isaac nodded with a sigh. Honestly, the younger generation of these major families is far inferior to the previous one. If only there were more people like you, there's no one else like you in the entire country. Charlie smiled lightly and replied, all right, stop kissing my ass. Isaac hurriedly said, Master, I mean every word. After a brief pause, he continued, Master, I'm worried that once Sam recovers, there's at least an 80% chance he'll seek revenge against you. The Thomas family is far stronger than the Webb family, and they also have many top-tier experts backing them. If they really decide to move against you, it could cause serious trouble. Should I inform the old master and have him warn the Thomas family? Charlie smiled faintly and waved his hand dismissively. If the old man intervenes, the Thomas family would naturally think twice before touching me again. But I haven't decided whether I'll return to the Wade family in the future. For now, I'd rather avoid relying too much on the Wade family's influence or my identity as their young master. Isaac advised earnestly, "Master, you shouldn't deliberately distance yourself from your family. Before Steward Thompson ever found you, the old master always spoke very highly of you. If you get the chance, you really should go back and visit, at the very least, see the old master." Charlie shook his head gently. "Visiting isn't impossible. It's just not the right time." Deep down, Charlie harbored both resentment and caution toward the Wade family. The Wade family was a colossal business empire. When his father was still alive, the internal power struggles were already intense. Now that a new generation had risen, the internal conflicts were surely even more complicated. Although Charlie now possessed considerable strength, it was still far from enough to contend with the Wade family as a whole. Therefore, he intended to return to the Wade family only after he had accumulated overwhelming strength and solid capital. At present, Charlie's net worth exceeded 20 billion. The Engrand Group and 10 billion in cash had largely come from the Wade family. He hadn't yet created much wealth entirely on his own. Most of his assets came from Kobayashi Pharmaceutical alone, which was worth 11 billion. To the Wade family, 11 billion was nothing more than pocket change. Currently, Charlie controlled 80% of Weaver Pharmaceutical, now renamed Oracle Pharmaceuticals. Liam was overseeing the production of Charlie's specially refined medicines there. Once these drugs were officially launched, they would dominate the gastric medicine market, potentially generating tens of billions in profit for Oracle Pharmaceuticals. Furthermore, once the other formulas recorded in the apocalyptic book were introduced, Oracle Pharmaceuticals' revenue would explode. Charlie also planned to cooperate with Ichiro Kobayashi to fully acquire Kobayashi Pharmaceutical and merge it into Oracle Pharmaceuticals. Once that happened, Oracle Pharmaceuticals would become the largest pharmaceutical company in Asia, possibly even the largest in the world. When that day came, Charlie would finally have the confidence and strength to stand face to face with the Wade family. Chapter 1307. In the early hours after Isabella's wedding, Charlie was tending to his vegetable garden when he received a call from Liam. During the call, Liam informed him that the stomach powder developed from the prescription Charlie had provided had successfully passed the Drug Regulatory Department's approval process and was now cleared for sale. This prescription, derived from the apocalyptic book, had proven extremely effective in treating common stomach ailments. For patients suffering from chronic stomach problems, long-term use of this powder could lead to significant improvement and overall recovery. Whether it was excessive stomach acid, bloating, pain, or discomfort caused by drinking alcohol, exposure to cold, or fatigue, this powder could provide rapid relief. The original formula was created by a renowned physician in ancient China. However, in recent decades, the development of traditional Chinese medicine had fallen behind, with similar stomach remedies now dominated by Japanese and Korean pharmaceutical companies. For example, Japan's Kobayashi stomach powder was extremely popular. Both types of stomach powder were packaged in sachets. Whenever stomach discomfort occurred, users only needed to dissolve one packet in warm water to experience quick relief. Kobayashi Pharmaceuticals' product had long been regarded as a household staple in Japan and many other countries. Its popularity directly reflected its massive sales volume and profit margins. However, the stomach powder derived from the apocalyptic book prescription was estimated to be 8 to 10 times more effective than Kobayashi's product. Its effects were astonishing, and it had almost no side effects. On top of that, it emitted a refreshing medicinal fragrance, greatly enhancing the user experience. Charlie named this product Novadas, making it the very first medicine launched after Oracle Pharmaceuticals' rebranding. Liam said excitedly over the phone, "Master Wade, the effects of this stomach powder are unbelievable. We conducted clinical trials with many volunteers who suffered from stomach problems, and their feedback was overwhelmingly positive. It completely outperforms stomach powders from Japan and South Korea. These people are begging for the product to be released as soon as possible." Charlie felt pleased and asked, "When can we officially start large-scale sales?" Liam replied, "We've already produced more than 50 tons. Now that approval has been granted, we can immediately begin packaging and selling it." Charlie asked curiously, "With more than 50 tons of raw material, how many boxes can we produce?" Liam explained, "We plan to follow Japan's standard packaging, 1.3 grams per sachet, with 48 sachets per box. Each box will contain a net weight of 62.4 grams, which allows us to produce approximately 800,000 boxes. Charlie continued, "What price do you plan to set compared to the Japanese product?" Liam answered, "Kobayashi's stomach powder retails for about $150 per box. Since our Oracle Novadas is several times more effective, I originally thought pricing it at $400 to $500 per box would be reasonable." Charlie asked again, "What's our production cost per box?" Liam replied, "Most of the ingredients are proprietary Chinese medicinal herbs, so the cost is extremely low. Even being generous, the cost is only about $20 per box. For comparison, Kobayashi's cost is roughly $10. Chapter 1308. Charlie immediately said, "Then sell it at $150 per box. At the same price, our medicine is several times more effective. That will crush similar products from Japan and South Korea." Liam responded without hesitation, "No problem, Master Wade. I'll supply distributors at $150 per box." "Excellent," Charlie said. "Run production at full capacity. Don't worry about sales. We're not just selling domestically anymore, we're expanding into Japan, South Korea, and Southeast Asia. If we want to fight them on their own turf, we must be fully prepared." "I understand, Master Wade." Liam was extremely excited and exclaimed, "For so many years, Japanese and Korean herbal medicine companies have suppressed us. Now we finally get to fight back." After that, Liam asked, "By the way, Master Wade, should we consider filming TV commercials for Oracle's stomach powder? A celebrity endorsement would be ideal. In today's market, publicity is crucial." Charlie smiled and said, "Absolutely. Find the most popular celebrity you can, but make sure they have a clean image. The entertainment industry is a filthy mess, and I don't want anyone with scandals or a shady past." Liam replied confidently, "Understood, Master Wade. I already have someone in mind." "What do you think?" "Oh?" Charlie said. "Tell me." Liam said excitedly, "There's a female celebrity named Stephanie Sunday. She's incredibly popular across film, television, and music. She recently starred in a Hollywood movie and is at the peak of her career. More importantly, she comes from a respectable background and has never had any scandals. She's a role model for countless fans." Charlie nodded. "I don't know much about the entertainment industry, so I'll leave this to you. If you think she's suitable, contact her agency and discuss cooperation. If the terms are acceptable, sign the contract and let her start promoting our product." "Yes, Master Wade." After hanging up with Liam, Charlie picked some fresh vegetables from the garden and headed back inside to prepare breakfast for his wife, Claire. Coincidentally, Claire had just woken up and was coming downstairs. Thinking about the call earlier, Charlie asked curiously, "Honey, have you heard of Stephanie's son?" Claire immediately replied excitedly, "Stephanie's son? How could you not know her? She's the hottest female star right now." Charlie shrugged helplessly. "I don't really follow celebrities, so I'm completely out of touch." Claire quickly added, "Let me tell you, Stephanie's son is my idol. Not just mine, but the nation's idol. She excels in movies and TV dramas, and her singing is incredible. I heard she's coming to Orus Hill for a concert soon. I've been waiting for the tickets to go on sale." Charlie laughed. "I never knew she was your idol." Claire replied calmly, "You never asked. Besides, I don't like shouting about my preferences everywhere. I prefer to keep my admiration quietly in my heart instead of showing it off like others." Charlie nodded thoughtfully. If Oracle Pharmaceutical really partnered with Stephanie's son, it would be the perfect surprise for Claire, and a chance to help her fulfill her long-held wish to meet her idol. Chapter 1309. Charlie donned an apron and headed to the kitchen to start preparing food. Just then, his cell phone rang again. To his surprise, the caller ID showed Aurora, the spirited little pepper from the Quinton family. Charlie raised an eyebrow and thought, "It's unusual for her to call me. Is she in some kind of trouble again?" With that thought, he quickly answered the call. "Aurora, what's up?" Aurora replied shyly, Master Wade, do you remember I mentioned participating in the International College Sonda competition? Charlie grinned and said, of course. I promised I'd come cheer you on. By the way, you still haven't told me when it is. Aurora beamed with happiness. I'm so glad you remember, Master Wade. Then, in a bashful tone, she continued, I have my final preliminary match this morning. I was wondering if you might have time to come watch. Charlie asked curiously, preliminaries? How is the competition structured? Aurora explained, since it's an international college event, there are many participants. My weight class has dozens of contestants, so we have to go through several preliminary rounds before reaching the quarterfinals. Charlie was startled. Is this really the final knockout round? How many matches have you already fought? I hadn't heard anything about this before. Aurora quickly replied, I've already fought 4 knockout matches. This morning is the last one. If I win, I'll make it into the top 8. I didn't mention it earlier because I was afraid you might not have time. I know you're busy, so I didn't want to bother you. Charlie chuckled. Why are you being so polite with me? Then he added warmly, all right, just tell me the time and place, and I'll go cheer for you this morning. Really? Aurora! Exclaimed, her voice full of excitement. That's amazing, Master Wade. My match is at 10 o'clock this morning at the Orus Hill gymnasium. There will be several competitions happening at the same time, so I'm worried you might not find me. If you arrive, just let me know, and I'll have my dad come pick you up. Charlie said reassuringly, no problem. It's settled. I'll be there on time. Suddenly, something occurred to him. By the way, which weight class are you competing in? Aurora answered eagerly, Master Wade, I'm in the 52 kilogram class. Charlie teased her, 52 kilograms? That means you weigh 104 pounds, right? Hey! Aurora protested playfully. Charlie continued joking, I've never heard of a great woman weighing over 100. You'd better work on losing some weight. Aurora immediately explained, no, Master Wade. Sonda weight classes aren't based on exact weight like that. For example, anyone under 48 kilograms is in the 48 kilogram class. Since I weigh 49.5 kilograms, I have to compete in the 52 kilogram class. It's still under 100 pounds. If you don't believe me, I'll show you my weight when we meet. Charlie laughed. I was just joking with you. Don't be so serious. Aurora said firmly, I'm not serious. I just don't want you thinking I'm chubby. I'm 1.7 meters tall and under 100 pounds, that's impressive. My classmates say I have a devilish figure. Charlie smiled. If little Pepper Aurora really has a devilish figure, I'll see it for myself later. Chapter 13:10. Aurora said shyly, I'm not a little Pepper. Charlie smiled. Then what are you? Aurora stammered, I am a beautiful woman, and also a little cute. Before Charlie could respond, she hurriedly hung up the phone in embarrassment. Listening to the busy tone, Charlie chuckled and shook his head. This little Pepper is truly adorable. After finishing breakfast, Claire went to her studio. Recently, the studio had expanded significantly. She had hired several new employees, and multiple renovation projects were underway. Everything was progressing smoothly. Jacob was also busy every day at the Calligraphy and Painting Association. That morning, after breakfast, he seemed especially eager to head out, which caught Charlie's attention. Charlie couldn't help asking, Dad, why are you leaving so early today? Jacob smiled and replied, the Calligraphy and Painting Association has activities scheduled today. The calligraphy and painting class from the University for the Elderly is coming to visit. As soon as the University for the Elderly was mentioned, Charlie understood. That was where Matilda worked and studied every day. A good friend had invited Matilda to serve as a visiting professor of French education there, while she also studied calligraphy and traditional Chinese painting at the university. It was obvious that Matilda would be meeting Jacob today, which explained why he was in such a good mood. However, since Elaine was present, Charlie chose not to comment. Knowing he needed to go to the Orus Hill gymnasium later, Charlie asked, "Dad, could you give me a ride? I want to go to the gym to watch a match." "Of course," Jacob replied cheerfully. "It's on the way anyway." Elaine immediately said unhappily, "So all three of you are just leaving me behind again, huh?" Jacob frowned. "What nonsense are you talking about? Who's ignoring you?" Elaine snapped angrily, "You all finish eating and then run out one by one. What am I supposed to do at home all by myself?" Jacob shrugged and replied mockingly, "Who's stopping you from going out? If you want to go out, go find your old friends to play mahjong or hang out with your old sisters." Elaine glared at him. "Jacob, are you making fun of me? My leg is broken. How am I supposed to go out? And I haven't even fixed my 2 front teeth yet. It'd be embarrassing to meet my old friends like this." Jacob raised both hands helplessly and said, "That's none of my business. Your legs are your own, you can go out whenever you want. But don't expect us to stay home we're not obligated to." With that, he waved at Charlie, jingled the BMW key in his hand, and said casually, "Come on, good son-in-law. Let's go." Chapter 13:11. After Charlie and his father-in-law, Jacob, left the house, Jacob drove with a broad smile and exclaimed, "I've been waiting for this moment for so long. I finally get to participate in the exchange activity with the Calligraphy and Painting Association at the University for the Elderly. It wasn't easy to arrange." Charlie grinned and asked, "Have you contacted Matilda yet?" "Not yet," Jacob replied, still smiling. "I want to surprise her. It's been quite a while since I last saw her." Charlie nodded thoughtfully. "But you need to be careful. Don't let Mom find out that Matilda has returned to China, especially that you've been in contact with her. Otherwise, our family situation will completely explode. It'll be like shaking the heavens." Charlie understood Elaine's temperament far too well. In her life, there were 2 absolute red lines: money and Matilda. Even though Jacob wanted a divorce, Elaine was angry but not stupid. However, if she found out that Jacob had met Matilda while she herself had been locked up in the detention center, and that the 2 of them were already at odds at the time, Elaine would definitely go berserk. Hearing Charlie's reminder, Jacob nodded solemnly. "You're absolutely right. I feel the same way, which is why I've been very cautious and haven't had much contact with Matilda." With a helpless sigh, Jacob added, "That woman just won't let go. She refuses to divorce me. It's really giving me a headache." Charlie smiled faintly to himself. In fact, it would be strange if Elaine actually wanted a divorce. She had absolutely nothing to gain from leaving the family, so there was no way she would agree to it willingly. Jacob's dream of escaping from her was nothing more than wishful thinking. When they arrived at the Orus Hill gymnasium, Charlie bid Jacob farewell and got out of the car by himself. The entrance of the Orus Hill gymnasium was plastered with promotional banners and posters for the International College Student Sonda competition. This competition is known as the most authoritative international collegiate Sonda event in the world. Although it has been held more than a dozen times, this was the first time it was being hosted in China. Orus Hill was fortunate enough to be selected as the host city. In previous competitions, although China had participated multiple times, the best result they achieved was 4th place, without winning a single medal. This time, the Chinese team was hoping to make a breakthrough and finally secure a medal. Aurora was considered one of the team's strongest contenders for a podium finish. After Charlie reached the gymnasium entrance, he saw a steady stream of spectators entering and exiting. He immediately called Mr. Quinton to let him know he had arrived. Mr. Quinton quickly came out to welcome him. When he saw Charlie, he said respectfully, "Master Wade, I really apologize for asking you to take time out of your busy schedule to come watch the children's competition." Charlie smiled calmly and replied, "There's no need for that. This competition is quite meaningful. Aurora is representing the country, which is admirable. I came specifically to cheer her on." Mr. Quinton felt overjoyed. He had always hoped that Charlie would think highly of his daughter. In his heart, Charlie was already the perfect candidate to become his son-in-law. Knowing that Charlie was extremely busy yet still came personally for Aurora's match made Mr. Quinton believe that Master Wade truly valued her. With excitement, he gestured for Charlie to follow him. Master Wade, Aurora is preparing in the lounge. Let's go to the spectator area first. Chapter 13:12. Charlie nodded and entered the gymnasium together with Mr. Quinton. The Orus Hill gymnasium covered an enormous area. In addition to a standard indoor swimming pool, it also had facilities for indoor track and field, badminton, table tennis, and basketball. At present, the entire venue, except for the swimming pool, had been cleared and converted into a Sonda competition site. The interior was divided into several square sections, each containing a separate competition ring. Mr. Quinton pointed toward the rings and explained, "Master Wade, there are 8 competition rings here, corresponding to 8 different groups. Each group holds its preliminary matches in a designated ring. Only one person from each group advances, making them the top 8 competitors in the entire tournament." He then pointed toward the 5th ring and said, "Master Wade, Aurora has been competing in Ring 5. Her match will begin in 10 minutes. Let's head over." Charlie acknowledged this and walked toward Ring 5 with Mr. Quinton. Around Ring 5, there were over 100 spectator seats. Mr. Quinton had already arranged several seats in the front row for them. As soon as Charlie arrived, he noticed a familiar face, Stephen Quinton. Stephen had previously been estranged from the Quinton family after offending Charlie and causing serious trouble while trying to show off his authority. Recently, however, he had been behaving much more honestly. Since today was Aurora's competition, and she was his cousin, he was allowed to attend and support her. When Stephen saw Charlie, all his former arrogance disappeared. He immediately stood up, bowed respectfully, and said, "Master Wade, you're here. Please take a seat." Charlie looked at him and smiled slightly. "Stephen Quinton, it's been a long time. What have you been doing lately?" Stephen looked embarrassed and replied honestly, "Master Wade, I've been reflecting on my past mistakes while staying at home. I feel deeply ashamed of how I treated you before. I was blind and arrogant to offend someone like you, who has done so much for the Quinton family. I truly don't know how to express my gratitude." Charlie smiled faintly and said, "Looks like you've grown a bit wiser." "Really?" Stephen scratched his head and grinned. "As long as you can feel my sincerity, Master Wade, that's enough for me." Mr. Quinton reached out and smacked him lightly on the head, scolding, "When you see Master Wade in Orus Hill, you'd better behave yourself. If I hear that you're causing trouble again, I won't let you off easily." Stephen nodded repeatedly. "Second uncle, don't worry. From now on, Master Wade will be my role model. I'll respect him just like my sister does." Charlie chuckled. "Alright, just don't get carried away. Make sure you don't cause trouble for your second uncle in the future." Stephen nodded eagerly. At that moment, the referee's voice rang out over the loudspeaker. The final round of regular preliminary matches for the 5 groups will now begin. Stephen immediately became excited. He pointed toward the entrance and shouted, "Master Wade, my sister is about to enter the ring." Chapter 13:13. As Stephen Quinton's voice trailed off, Charlie's attention was instantly drawn to Aurora, who had just walked in through the entrance. Today, Aurora was wearing a sports bra and a pair of athletic shorts that perfectly showcased her outstanding physique. To Charlie's surprise, her muscle definition was remarkably well developed, with a clearly defined V-line accentuating her waist. With such a figure, she stood out immediately among the other female competitors. Moreover, Aurora's skin was fair and flawless, as white as snow, without the slightest blemish. Combined with her stunning figure, she appeared nearly perfect. Her long hair was tied into a neat ponytail, and she wore a pair of striking red boxing gloves, radiating confidence and fighting spirit. Standing beside Aurora was a young woman with a warm brown complexion, noticeably darker than Aurora's. Stephen Quinton eagerly introduced her to Charlie. "Master Wade, my sister's opponent today is a Thai fighter. I heard she's highly skilled in Muay Thai and is one of the main competitors representing the Philippines team." Charlie chuckled and said calmly, "There's no need to fear Muay Thai. It's just one branch of fighting techniques from Thailand and can't compare to the depth of Chinese martial arts. Your sister will definitely defeat this opponent. Stephen Quinton grinned. Master Wade, you really know your stuff. I believe my sister will win for sure. From the side, Mr. Quinton shot Stephen an annoyed look and muttered, just watch the match properly. Stop talking so much and disturbing Master Wade. Stephen immediately shrank back, looking confused, unsure what he had said to offend his second uncle. In reality, Mr. Quinton was irritated because Stephen kept trying to curry favor with Master Wade, monopolizing his attention and talking non-stop. At this moment, Aurora, who had stepped onto the ring, spotted Charlie in the audience. The fierce look on her face instantly softened, replaced by a shy expression. She waved her gloved hand excitedly and called out, Master Wade, you're here. Charlie smiled and nodded at her. Give it everything you've got. I believe you'll make it into the top 8 and advance to the quarterfinals. Aurora smiled shyly, her heart overflowing with joy. Nothing compared to the happiness of performing while someone you cared deeply about was watching. At that moment, Aurora felt like the happiest woman in the world. Just then, the referee stepped forward. Because this was a preliminary round, with 7 other groups competing at the same time, the referee did not waste any time. He walked to the center of the ring and announced loudly, both fighters, prepare yourselves. The match will begin in 30 seconds. Aurora and the Thai athlete immediately began warming up, focusing and preparing themselves. After 30 seconds passed, the referee brought them to the center of the ring. After briefly explaining the rules, he gave the signal to start the match. Almost instantly, the Thai female fighter launched a swift and aggressive attack the moment the match began. Chapter 13-14. Charlie carefully observed the Thai female boxer. Her punches were fast, and her flexibility was impressive. She was nearly 10 centimeters shorter than Aurora, with a compact and sturdy build that gave her a very stable lower body. More importantly, the Thai fighter adopted a smart tactical approach. Knowing that her strength lay in close range, lower body techniques while Aurora excelled at long-range striking, she continuously targeted Aurora's lower body to exploit that advantage. As the match progressed, Aurora was forced onto the defensive. The Thai fighter's relentless attacks made the fight appear awkward, preventing Aurora from effectively countering. By the end of the first round, the Thai boxer had landed significantly more effective strikes, placing her clearly ahead of Aurora on the scorecards. During the brief break, Aurora's coach quickly leaned in to give her tactical guidance. As soon as the break ended, the second round began. At the start of the second round, Aurora adjusted her strategy and took the initiative to attack. However, her focus remained on breaking through her opponent's lower body defense, while the Thai fighter continued countering with sharp, targeted strikes. It soon became clear that Aurora was at a disadvantage in terms of stability. Her tall and slender frame made it difficult for her to maintain a solid stance during close engagements. As the second round went on, Aurora continued to fall behind on points, and the gap between them grew even wider. At this point, Stephen Quinton grew anxious and whispered, "The Thai fighter keeps targeting my sister's weak point. If she can't break through that advantage, there's a real chance she could lose." Charlie chuckled softly. "Stephen Quinton, you've got a sharp eye." Stephen scratched his head awkwardly. "I'm just saying what I see. Please forgive me, Master Wade." Charlie nodded slightly and shifted his gaze back to the Thai fighter. He noticed that while her lower body was extremely stable and her footwork fast, her aggressive fighting style exposed a fatal weakness. Every time she attacked, she lowered her stance to strike Aurora's calves and ankles. If Aurora kept getting hit like that, she could lose her balance entirely and end up defeated. However, this low stance also exposed a critical flaw: her leg bones and knees were left unprotected. Although Aurora lacked stability, her height and long legs gave her a clear advantage. If she could exploit this and strike her opponent's legs directly, she could cripple the Thai fighter's lower body offense in one decisive move. Realizing this, Charlie stood up and walked toward the edge of the ring where Aurora was resting. Aurora sat on a small stool while her coach encouraged her. "You're currently at a disadvantage, but if you can suppress her upper game, you can neutralize her strengths. Push hard, and we can catch up in the next 3 rounds. Charlie frowned slightly. He felt this assessment was far too superficial. It was like a police officer confronting a suspect, knowing the suspect's weakness was the abdomen, only to find the suspect wearing body armor. On the surface, the Thai fighter appeared weak in stand-up combat, but in reality, she was deliberately setting traps. Even if Aurora exploited that perceived weakness, a single strike to her calf or ankle could throw Aurora off balance and completely ruin her ability to fight in later rounds. Without hesitation, Charlie stepped closer and spoke firmly to Aurora. Aurora, don't focus on her upper game. Target her lower body instead. Avoid her attacks and use your height and long legs. Strike her right calf and knee directly. Her lower body techniques are fast and powerful, break them, and you'll win this match. Chapter 13-15. As Charlie spoke, Aurora's face lit up with joy, and she exclaimed, "Master Wade." Once the excitement subsided, she added with a hint of embarrassment, "I'm sorry, Master Wade, for letting you see my mistakes." Charlie gave her a reassuring smile and said, "It's perfectly fine. It's normal to struggle at the beginning. As long as you analyze your opponent's strengths and weaknesses and choose the right strategy, you can definitely turn the situation around and win." Aurora nodded vigorously, admiration shining in her eyes as she replied, "I understand now, Master Wade. Thank you for your guidance." At that moment, Aurora's coach, who had been watching from the sidelines, glared at Charlie with clear displeasure and snapped, "What are you doing giving her advice? Do you even understand Sonda? Aurora is at a critical moment right now. If she can't turn things around in the 3rd round, she'll lose. Your nonsense advice could completely ruin her." Charlie replied calmly, "I simply stated the truth, something you seem to have overlooked." The coach sneered. "If she follows your advice, she's guaranteed to lose. The Thai fighter may not be much stronger than Aurora in terms of speed or raw skill, but her tactics are far superior. That's why Aurora struggled in the first 2 rounds. Without a proper strategy, trying to force a breakthrough will only lead to defeat." The coach grew even angrier and shouted, "How dare you lecture me? I'm a national Sonda champion. And you think you're qualified to teach me how to coach?" Charlie smiled faintly and said, "You said you're a national champion, but Aurora is competing for a world championship. Do you really think your national level experience is enough to guide her at this stage? You." The coach was both humiliated and furious, yet he couldn't find a proper rebuttal. He turned sharply toward Aurora and said coldly, "If you listen to him and follow his tactics today, then our coaching relationship ends here. The choice is yours once you step onto the mat." Aurora froze, completely caught off guard. She hadn't expected her coach to clash so openly with Master Wade. She had trained under this coach for more than a year, and things had been fine. But deep down, she trusted Master Wade's judgment far more. If Master Wade hadn't spoken up, she would have naturally followed her coach's instructions. But now, she knew she had to follow the strategy Charlie had taught her. After making her decision, she looked at her coach apologetically and said, "Coach Blanks, I'm really sorry, but I've decided to follow the tactics Master Wade suggested." "You?" Coach Blank's anger exploded. "I thought you were smart, but it turns out you can't tell good advice from bad. If you choose to trust this amateur, then our teacher-student relationship is officially over." As he spoke, he stormed away from the ring. After walking a few meters, he turned back and said coldly, "Aurora, I originally thought you might make the top 8 and even compete for a medal. But now, you'll be eliminated in the group stage." He then looked at Charlie with contempt and added, "You've destroyed a promising athlete." Charlie smiled calmly and replied, "Is that so? I don't think so at all. In fact, I believe Aurora has a real chance to win the championship this time." "Are you serious?" Coach Blank scoffed. "Do you even know how strong the top competitors are? The Japanese fighter Ito Nanako is far stronger than Aurora. And the Brazilian top seed, Joanna, is even more terrifying. With my guidance, Aurora might have stood a chance against Joanna. Without me, she won't even win this match." Charlie remained completely unfazed. "Don't worry. Whether it's Joanna or Ito Nanako, they'll both end up losing to Aurora. Coach Blanks sneered. You're unbelievably arrogant. With your amateur understanding, how could Aurora possibly defeat Ito Nanako? Chapter 13-16. Charlie nodded calmly and said, if you don't believe it, then let's just wait and see. Fine. Coach Blanks sneered. Go ahead and wait. I'll sit right here and watch how Aurora loses this match. With that, he walked over to the audience area, found an empty seat, and sat down with his arms crossed, wearing a smug expression. In his mind, Aurora's defeat was already inevitable. Charlie ignored him completely and turned to Aurora, speaking softly, don't be nervous. Just fight the way I taught you. I believe you can defeat her. Aurora nodded firmly. Then, with a slightly sad expression, she said, Master Wade, now that Coach Blanks has left, I don't have a coach anymore. If I win this match, there will be more matches afterward. Will you be my coach? Charlie answered without hesitation, of course. From now on, I'll be your coach. Aurora's eyes lit up with excitement. That's amazing. I'll call you Coach Wade in all my future matches. Charlie smiled. Call me whatever you like. At that moment, the referee rang the bell, signaling the start of the third round. Aurora stood up, stretched her muscles, cracked her knuckles, and said with determination, Coach Wade, I'm ready. Charlie nodded encouragingly. Go! Meanwhile, the Thai fighter stepped forward from the opposite side of the ring. She wore a relaxed and slightly contemptuous expression. Having already secured a large lead in points over the first 2 rounds, she believed that as long as she played steadily, victory was guaranteed and advancement to the quarterfinals was assured. Aurora, on the other hand, kept Charlie's tactics firmly in mind as she stepped onto the ring, fully prepared for the next round. When the referee signaled the start, the third round officially began. Confident in the strategy that had worked so well earlier, the Thai fighter immediately launched a fierce attack toward Aurora's lower body. Aurora did not rush to attack. She abandoned her previous plan of striking upward and focused instead on defending against the opponent's assault while carefully observing for weaknesses. In Sanda, aggressive offense often comes at the cost of defensive stability, much like a runner moving too fast and becoming prone to falling. As Aurora maneuvered skillfully, she quickly spotted the flaw in the Thai fighter's aggressive leg attacks. The opportunity had finally appeared. Chapter 13-17. Coach Blanks observed from the sidelines, watching Aurora's passive defense as she struggled against her opponent. A sneer crossed his face. In his eyes, Aurora's strategies were among the weakest he had ever seen. Given that the opponent's next attack was fast and that her upper body was relatively weaker, Coach Blanks believed Aurora should mirror the opponent's movements and adapt to her hanging tactics. This approach could potentially reveal a breakthrough point, allowing Aurora to shift from a passive stance to an offensive one. This kind of thinking was typical of many coaches, yet it was also the key reason why most of them remained stuck in mediocrity. Even back when they were athletes themselves, they had failed to reach the top tier. Charlie, however, held a completely different view. He believed that whether in military confrontations or personal combat, the best strategy was always to target and dismantle the enemy's strongest asset. In warfare, defeating an opponent's elite unit could severely weaken their overall strength and throw their entire force into chaos. On the other hand, if one focused only on eliminating the enemy's weaker troops or cannon fodder, they risked being crushed by the main force, a fatal strategic mistake. In Sanda combat, if an opponent excelled at using their fists, then those fists had to be neutralized. If they relied on their legs, then those legs had to be taken out of the fight. Otherwise, the opponent's primary weapon would remain a constant and deadly threat. The Thai fighter Aurora faced was especially skilled with her right leg. Therefore, even if Aurora managed to land a clean hit on her upper body, it would not significantly reduce her offensive capabilities. But if Aurora were struck by that leg, the outcome could quickly turn disastrous. That was why Charlie urged Aurora to remain patient and carefully search for any weakness in the opponent's next move. When the opportunity finally presented itself, Aurora did not disappoint. As she launched a powerful kick toward her opponent, the Thai fighter swiftly dodged and counterattacked. However, Aurora precisely targeted the calf of the very leg used for the kick. A sharp cry of pain rang out from the Thai athlete. Moments later, an intense, searing pain surged through her right leg, as if the bone were about to fracture. The agony made it nearly impossible for her to maintain balance, let alone continue pressing her attack against Aurora. She staggered backward, her face filled with shock and disbelief. Despite being regarded as the stronger competitor, she had been completely unprepared for Aurora's retaliation. Day after day, she had forced Aurora into retreat, confident in her own superiority and patiently waiting for the perfect chance to deliver a decisive blow. What she never realized was that Aurora had been waiting for that very moment as well. The damage from that kick severely hindered her mobility. Every step sent waves of pain through her leg, drastically reducing her fighting capability. The majority of the audience, mostly Chinese, erupted into thunderous cheers as they watched Aurora score the point. Charlie observed Aurora with clear approval, recognizing her ability to seize the moment when her opponent exposed a weakness. The balance of the match shifted instantly. With the Thai fighter now injured, it was obvious that she stood little chance against Aurora. That single kick had laid a solid foundation for Aurora's upcoming victory. In the audience, Coach Blanks looked visibly unsettled. He had never expected Aurora to actually capitalize on the opponent's weakness. The power behind that kick was unmistakable. It was clear that the Thai fighter had suffered a serious injury. From his perspective, Aurora had effectively already secured her victory. The remaining time was nothing more than a formality. Chapter 13:18. At that moment, a deep sense of regret washed over Coach Blanks. Aurora was on the verge of advancing to the quarterfinals, yet she had turned her back on him. Even if she achieved outstanding results in this match, none of it would reflect positively on him. At this critical juncture, Aurora completely shifted her approach. She abandoned her defensive stance and launched a relentless series of aggressive attacks. With her right leg injured, the opponent was already struggling. Now, as Aurora pressed forward without mercy, every backward step sent sharp, stabbing pain through her leg. Her right leg lagged behind her movements, becoming a burden rather than an advantage. This left her unable to defend properly, evade attacks, or mount any meaningful counteroffensive. Most of Aurora's strikes landed cleanly. The Thai fighter, who had been dominating moments earlier, could only cover her head and retreat around the ring. Remembering Charlie's guidance, Aurora stayed focused on exploiting the opponent's weakness, waiting patiently for another decisive opening. It didn't take long. Seizing the moment, she unleashed a precise whip kick aimed directly at the injured right leg. The instant it connected, the opponent let out a piercing scream. Her face turned pale as beads of cold sweat streamed down her forehead and cheeks. Aurora had deliberately held back her strength. Had she used her full power, the opponent's calf could have been completely shattered. She chose restraint, granting her opponent a chance to continue. For a Sonda fighter, their limbs were everything. A broken leg could mean the end of a career. Even if it healed, their competitive edge would likely be permanently damaged. The Thai athlete immediately recognized Aurora's mercy and felt a surge of gratitude. After years of training in Muay Thai, her right leg was her greatest weapon and pride. If Aurora had truly crippled it, her future in competition would have been destroyed. Still in her early 20s, she was not prepared to watch her career end there. Understanding this, she stepped back, raised her fist in respect toward Aurora, and spoke to her coach in Thai. The coach responded by lifting a towel. Seeing the signal, the referee rushed into the ring, separated the fighters, and announced loudly, "The Thai player concedes. The Chinese player, Aurora, is the winner of this match." Aurora leaped into the air, overwhelmed with excitement. Her eyes instinctively searched the crowd until they found Charlie. She looked at him with deep admiration, her respect for him soaring to an entirely new level. Mr. Quinton and Stephen Quinton were equally thrilled, standing up and applauding enthusiastically. Coach Blanks, however, wore a grim expression as he watched Aurora celebrate her victory. His mind raced as he considered how he might repair the damaged relationship between Aurora and his mentor. After all, a strong showing in this competition could propel Aurora straight into the spotlight. Yet just moments earlier, he had foolishly handed that opportunity to someone else. How infuriating. Chapter 13-19. With Aurora's impressive victory, this spirited competitor officially advanced to the quarterfinals of the International College Student Sonda Championship. This marked Aurora's best performance in any International College Student Sonda event to date. Last year, she had traveled to Canada for the competition but unfortunately did not advance beyond the group stage, finishing in 30th place overall. Now, Aurora had achieved a remarkable breakthrough. As soon as the referee declared her the winner, she extended her hand to her Thai opponent, and the two girls embraced in a show of sportsmanship. Without hesitation, Aurora spun around and dashed over to Charlie, her excitement palpable. Upon reaching him, she joyfully leaped into his arms. "Master Wade, thank you so much." Aurora wrapped her arms around his neck, clinging to him like a delighted baby koala, her happiness radiating from her. Charlie was taken aback by her enthusiastic hug, yet he could easily sense the thrill and joy that Aurora was feeling. Not wanting to dampen her spirits, Charlie embraced her back, spinning them both around playfully as he said with a grin, "You've just made it to the quarterfinals, and I'm thrilled. Just imagine how excited you'll be if you win the championship." Aurora, still wrapped around Charlie, blushed as she replied, "I never thought I would actually win the championship. Just making it to the top 8 makes me incredibly happy already." Charlie chuckled, "I recall you were quite confident about securing a good ranking before." Aurora replied bashfully, "I was just trying to impress you, Master Wade. I didn't want you to think less of me, so I exaggerated a bit. Honestly, I never considered winning a medal." "Alright then," Charlie nodded with a smile, "just remember, don't cling to me too much, everyone is watching, including your father and brother." Realizing she was still holding on to Charlie, Aurora felt a rush of embarrassment. At that moment, Charlie found himself lost in thought, appreciating Aurora's striking figure. Her skin was smooth and radiant, and since she was only in a sports bra and shorts, the sensation of holding her was quite vivid. With a shy smile, Aurora quickly jumped down, her cheeks flushed. Nearby, Mr. Quinton observed his beloved daughter with a proud smile. He had anticipated that his daughter would make significant strides with Master Charlie, and seeing their connection grow today was even more satisfying than her victory. Charlie then reminded Aurora, "Don't forget to greet your father and brother, let's go say hi." Aurora suddenly remembered that her earlier excitement had made her forget about her family in the stands. This realization deepened her embarrassment as she thought, "How shameful. I lost focus and only had Master Wade on my mind. I can't believe I neglected my father and brother." So, she hurried over to Mr. Quinton and Stephen Quinton, blushing as she said, "Dad, Stephen, did you see what I just did?" Chapter 13-20. Stephen Quinton gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, "Sister, you just blew everyone away, it was fantastic. I thought you were going to lose since you didn't get the upper hand in the first 2 games." Mr. Quinton smiled as well and added, "Yes, Dad was a bundle of nerves for you." Aurora, feeling a bit shy, replied, "Thanks to Master Wade's guidance, otherwise, I might have really lost." As she spoke, Aurora affectionately wrapped her arm around Charlie's and added softly, "And from now on, Master Wade will be my coach." "Ah!" Mr. Quinton reacted with surprise upon hearing that Master Charlie Wade would be coaching his daughter. His excitement mingled with concern. "Are you joking? Master Wade has so many important responsibilities every day. How can he take the time to help you with this kind of competition? What if it distracts him from his serious work? Can you take that responsibility?" Aurora felt a little wronged by her father's words and bit her lip. She also worried internally whether having Charlie as her coach would truly hinder his important tasks. At that moment, Charlie smiled and reassured her, "I actually don't have much on my plate right now. Besides, this isn't just a simple game. I aim to help Aurora win glory for our country. I want her to take home a championship so we can showcase the talent of Chinese college students." Upon hearing this, Mr. Quinton finally relaxed and smiled. "Aurora, since Master Wade has so much faith in you, you must train hard and prepare vigorously for the upcoming competitions. You need to reward Master Wade with a great ranking. I believe in you. I will definitely give it my all." Aurora exclaimed, her fists clenched in determination. I'm committed to achieving the best result possible in the competitions ahead. Charlie smiled encouragingly and said, you need to aim high. From my perspective, bringing home a championship is the only way to justify everything you've said about this competition. Aurora quickly responded, Master Wade, the top 3 seeds in this competition are incredibly strong. Especially the number 1 seed, Ito Nanako from Japan. She's a national treasure and the personal disciple of the esteemed Yamamoto Kazuki, who has called her a genius. She's already won 2 international college Sonda competitions and is going for her 3rd consecutive title this time. Charlie chuckled, don't worry about anyone else, with me in your corner, she won't be your equal. Really? Aurora asked excitedly, knowing Charlie's abilities and trusting his confidence. Master Wade, do you truly believe I can beat Ito Nanako? Charlie nodded, smiling. Absolutely. If I say it, I mean it. That's amazing. Aurora cheered, bubbling with excitement. Just then, Coach Blanks approached with a smile and said, oh, Aurora, congratulations. You've made it to the top 8, which ties the best result for a Chinese college student in this event. If you win your next match and advance to the top 4, you'll set a new record for Chinese students in this competition. Aurora reflected on Coach Blank's previous criticism but felt compelled to acknowledge his congratulations. She replied politely, thank you, Coach Blanks. I'll work hard for the next match. Coach Blanks smiled but added seriously, you had quite a thrilling win just now, but it was largely due to luck. To win the next match, you need to rely on systematic training and professional guidance. Why not let me coach you through the rest of the competition? Charlie listened quietly, a slight smile on his face, not responding to Coach Blank's offer. Aurora, however, firmly declared, I'm sorry, Coach Blanks, but I've chosen a new coach now. That's him. Coach Blanks looked at Charlie with disdain and scoffed. This guy isn't professional at all. He just got lucky this time. If you're counting on him, you might stop at the top 8 and not go any further. Aurora, feeling indignant, retorted, Don't talk nonsense. In my eyes, Master Wade is the best coach in the world. No one compares, not even you. Chapter 1321. For Aurora, Charlie held a special place in her heart, ranking just below her father, Mr. Quinton. However, Coach Blanks was oblivious to this fact. He dismissed Charlie as merely a stroke of luck, believing that Aurora, who had previously been carefree, was misguided in her faith in him. With a derisive snort, he remarked, Aurora, don't let yourself be fooled by this inexperienced kid. People like him can only talk a big game on paper, they lack real talent. If you let him coach you, I assure you, you'll have no chance of winning any future matches. Annoyed, Aurora retorted, I won't allow you to speak about Master Wade that way. His abilities are beyond your comprehension. If Master Wade hadn't advised me today, and I had followed your tactical suggestions, I would have lost this match and wouldn't have advanced to the quarterfinals. I wouldn't even have a shot at the upcoming games. Coach Blanks was taken aback by Aurora's staunch defense of Charlie. His anger flared, especially since Aurora implied that Charlie's strategies were superior to his own. For someone like him, regardless of Aurora's recent success with Charlie's tactics against the Thai player, he could not accept that Charlie was better than he was. In fact, he believed that if Aurora had utilized his originally planned strategies, she would have won just as easily, if not more impressively. With a condescending tone, he said, Aurora, I'm giving you a chance, and you don't even seem to realize it. If you aspire to be a national professional athlete, you'll need my guidance. Otherwise, it's just a pipe dream. Mr. Quinton was taken aback by Coach Blank's harsh words. In a cold, angry tone, he replied, Coach Blanks, your arrogance is astonishing. Why do you believe my daughter's choice of you as her coach is lucky? Let me clarify, if my daughter receives guidance from Master Wade, that's divine fortune. You, on the other hand, are just a joke. Most people at school were unaware of Aurora's family background, as she typically kept a low profile and didn't flaunt her connection to Mr. Quinton. Mr. Quinton was known for his discretion, he didn't seek the spotlight like many wealthy individuals in Orus Hill. Although some were aware of him, few knew him well. Having trained Aurora for over a year, Coach Blanks had never met Mr. Quinton and was unaware of the extent of Aurora's family wealth. He assumed she came from a modest background and thought he could help her rise through the ranks in Sonda. To his surprise, he found himself dismissed and insulted. This was simply unacceptable to him. With a cold demeanor, he responded, "Rodney Blanks has significant connections in the Sonda community, both in Orus Hill and nationwide. If I wanted to blacklist someone, it would take just one word from me. So, before you speak to me, think carefully about your position." Chapter 13:22. With a chilly demeanor, Mr. Quinton stated, "It's just a Sonda coach. Why are you speaking so grandly? I am Graham Quinton from Orus Hill. While I may not be at the very top, I possess my own set of skills. Honestly, I find it hard to believe. Let me be clear, I can eliminate anyone who poses a threat to my daughter." Graham Quinton. Blanks gasped, anxiety creeping into his voice. "Are you the Mr. Quinton who heads the Quinton family?" Mr. Quinton replied coolly, "Yes, that's me. What's your point?" "I wouldn't dare." Blanks quickly interjected, forcing a smile. "Mr. Quinton, I'm truly sorry. I didn't realize you were Aurora's father. I've long respected your name. Our Sonda Hall at Orus Hill University of Finance and Economics was even funded by you." Mr. Quinton interrupted with disdain, "Enough. You are no longer Aurora's coach. I have nothing further to discuss with you, so please leave." Inside, Coach Blanks was seething. He hadn't anticipated being caught pretending to be someone important in front of the reputable Mr. Quinton. Even more frustrating was the fact that he had lost the chance to coach Aurora. This setback was monumental for him. If he had successfully guided Aurora to achieve great results, Mr. Quinton would certainly have rewarded him handsomely. There were whispers about Mr. Quinton's generosity. Take, for instance, the Sonda Training Hall at Orus Hill University of Finance and Economics that he sponsored. Though it could have been built for $10 million, Mr. Quinton generously donated $27 million, resulting in a world-class Sonda facility. Previously, Blanks believed Mr. Quinton must be quite wealthy, but now, understanding that his daughter is Aurora put everything into perspective. Clearly, Mr. Quinton was willing to invest heavily, $27 million, to ensure his daughter excelled in Sonda. If he could help her achieve great results, perhaps Mr. Quinton would even consider offering a few million in bonuses to the right coach. With renewed determination, he quickly sought to mend things, saying earnestly, "Mr. Quinton, I must tell you that Aurora is indeed a gifted Sonda athlete. However, what she needs most right now is a professional coach who can train her systematically and provide tactical guidance." After making his point, he shot a disdainful glance at Charlie, adding, "Mr. Quinton, someone like this young man, who only talks a big game, lacks real experience and skill. Handing Aurora over to him would only hinder her future. A talent like hers deserves to be nurtured by a professional coach like me to truly shine." Mr. Quinton, hearing the repeated disrespect towards Charlie, erupted, "Coach Blanks, you've been training Aurora for over a year. I don't want to get into a dispute with you, but if you continue to disrespect Master Wade, don't blame me for being rude." Fuming with anger, Coach Blanks couldn't comprehend why Mr. Quinton would have faith in a young commoner. If he continued to insist on this misguided trust, it would jeopardize his own chances entirely. Driven by the need to prove himself in front of Mr. Quinton, he declared, "Mr. Quinton, Sonda is a martial art that requires action, not just words. Some may talk a good game, but when it comes time to fight, they're nothing but paper tigers. Don't let anyone deceive you." Finishing his statement, he shot a cold look at Charlie and swiftly launched an attack, aiming a punch at Charlie's face. Coach Blank's mindset was straightforward. He needed to demonstrate his strength to Mr. Quinton, proving he was far superior to the lowly Wade. Only then could he regain the opportunity to coach Aurora and secure a position with the prestigious Quinton family. Chapter 13:23. When Blanks swung at Charlie, it was clear that he held nothing but contempt for him. He put all his strength into the punch, convinced that he could knock Charlie out in front of everyone watching. It's worth noting that Blanks did possess considerable strength. After all, He was a national Sonda champion, and most people simply could not compete with him. His punch was fast and powerful, so much so that even Aurora, who had trained in Sonda for many years, couldn't react in time, let alone Mr. Quinton and Stephen Quinton. However, what Blanks considered impressive speed appeared to Charlie like a slow-motion replay, totally lacking in threat. Moreover, Charlie felt that there was hardly any force behind this punch. Even if he stood his ground and allowed Blanks to hit him, he doubted it would cause any harm. Nevertheless, Charlie was determined not to let this jerk land a hit on him. As Blanks swung toward his face, Charlie swiftly raised his fist to collide with Blanks' punch, smashing it hard. Charlie's strike was as swift and powerful as a cannonball, leaving Blanks no time to react. Just as Blanks thought he could take Charlie down with a single hit, he suddenly felt excruciating pain as his right fist met Charlie's iron fist, followed by the sickening sound of bones cracking. Against the force of Charlie's blow, Blanks' fist crumpled completely. Holding his shattered hand, Blanks let out a cry of pain, staring at Charlie in disbelief. He couldn't fathom how this young man possessed such incredible, almost inhuman, strength. One punch had unleashed power that far exceeded Blanks' expectations. Charlie looked at him disdainfully and remarked, "With your level of skill, you're nowhere near coaching a world champion. Instead of trying to throw punches, you might want to focus on improving your business skills to save yourself from embarrassment." Despite the anger bubbling inside him, Blanks dared not defy Charlie any longer and hurriedly made his exit. At that moment, Aurora turned to Charlie with a smile and said, "Master Wade, you're my coach now. When are you going to start training me?" Charlie smiled back and asked, "When's your next match?" Aurora quickly replied, "The next match is the afternoon of the day after tomorrow." Charlie inquired further, "Who will you be facing in that match?" Aurora thought for a moment and nervously responded, "I'm a qualifying player in Group 5, so I'll have to compete against the qualifying players in Group 6. The number 3 seeded player in that group is my opponent, so I'll definitely be up against her." Charlie asked, "Who is the number 3 seed?" Aurora answered quickly, "The number 3 seed is Joanna from Brazil." "Oh my god, there's no way I can beat her." Chapter 13:24. Charlie smiled and remarked, "You haven't even begun to fight yet. How can you be so sure you can't beat her? I really believe you can take down Joanna." Aurora, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, "Master Wade, I know my own strength well. Joanna is incredibly strong, she's a leader among young Brazilian female Sonda players, and her strength far surpasses mine. I don't stand a chance." Charlie leaned in closer and whispered, "Remember the magic medicine I gave you last time? While your physical fitness is impressive, there's still a significant gap between it and that of a true master. However, if you take that magic medicine, your stamina and reaction speed will see a major boost. I truly believe you can defeat that Brazilian Joanna." Aurora recalled the magic medicine Charlie had previously given her. At that time, she had approached Master Wade on behalf of her father, initially hoping for just one dose. To her surprise, Master Wade provided her with 2, and her father received an additional dose as well. Since then, Aurora had kept the magical medicine securely stored away, never considering taking it. This was largely because she hadn't realized it could enhance her physical strength. She had thought it was merely a healing remedy for injuries, so she saved it for emergencies. Looking at Charlie with curiosity, Aurora asked, "Master Wade, can that magic medicine really improve my personal strength?" He continued, "By taking the magic medicine I provided, you can fundamentally enhance your physical capabilities, potentially allowing your body to surpass those benchmarks." Aurora quickly inquired, "Master Wade, if I take it, will the magic medicine pass a doping test?" Sports tests are very strict, and if I were found to have used a banned substance, I could be disqualified or even permanently banned. Charlie smiled reassuringly, "Don't worry. My magic medicine is based on a unique formula and pure herbal power. It has nothing to do with chemically processed stimulants. There won't be any issues." Aurora's excitement bubbled over as she exclaimed, "Then I'll take that magic medicine when I get home today." Charlie nodded, "I'll come back to see you compete tomorrow afternoon." "That's fantastic!" Aurora cheered, filled with enthusiasm. Mr. Quinton, standing nearby, respectfully interjected, "Master Wade, it's nearly noon. May I invite you to enjoy some noodles and a home-cooked meal with us? Charlie considered declining the offer, but then realized that if Aurora was set to take the medicine that afternoon, it would be beneficial for him to monitor her and assist in guiding her absorption of it. Furthermore, Claire had been working overtime at the company and typically didn't return home for lunch. The elderly gentleman was also occupied with Matilda's college activities and wouldn't be home either. Since Elaine, his mother-in-law, would be alone at home, there was no need for him to go back and cook. So, he nodded and replied, "If that's the case, I'd be happy to join you. I'll also help Aurora with the medicine this afternoon." Mr. Quinton and Aurora exchanged delighted glances upon hearing Charlie's agreement to join them for lunch. Charlie had never visited their home before, and they were eager to strengthen their bond with him. Little Pepper Aurora, in particular, had been infatuated with Charlie for quite some time and saw this as a perfect opportunity to connect with him. Chapter 1325. With Charlie expected to arrive as a guest at noon, Aurora felt a wave of excitement and decided to head to the lounge to change her clothes. Before she left, she turned to Charlie and said, "Master Wade, please wait a moment. I need to take a shower, but I won't be long." Charlie nodded with a smile, reassuring her, "Don't worry, take your time." Mr. Quinton, who was nearby, suggested, "Master Wade, it's quite chaotic here. How about we take a break in the car? I can arrange for an RV to be brought over today." Charlie smiled slightly in agreement. "All right, let's head to the car and wait there." Stephen Quinton eagerly added, "Master Wade, please lead the way." As Charlie exited the stadium with Mr. Quinton and Stephen, Rodney Blanks, still nursing a bruise from Charlie's earlier punch, made his way to an athlete's lounge, his expression dark. At the entrance of this lounge, a Japanese flag hung prominently, marked with the words, "Japanese player, Nakoido." Blanks paused briefly at the door before mustering the courage to knock. The door opened to reveal a young man who spoke fluent Chinese. He eyed Blanks with suspicion and asked, "Who are you?" Blanks quickly replied with a smile, "Hello. I'm looking for Miss Nanako Ido and her coach, Mr. Yamamoto Kazuki." The young man turned to the middle-aged man and young girl inside the lounge, saying, "Mr. Yamamoto, Miss Ido, this gentleman is here to see you." Yamamoto Kazuki raised an eyebrow, his demeanor cool as he inquired, "Who are you? Do we know each other?" Blanks smiled humbly and introduced himself, "Mr. Yamamoto, I'm Rodney Blanks. 10 years ago, I represented China in a Sonda competition and lost to you. You might not remember me, though." Yamamoto Kazuki retorted arrogantly, "I can't keep track of everyone who has lost to me. Why would I remember you?" Feeling awkward, Blanks nodded and added, "Well, Mr. Yamamoto, I also have another role. I was the coach for the Chinese contestant, Aurora, in this competition. Though I've resigned now." Yamamoto Kazuki frowned and asked, "Aurora? I don't recall hearing about her. She isn't one of the top 5 seeded players in this competition, is she?" Blanks quickly replied, "No, she hasn't been a seed player before, so it's understandable that you might not know her." Yamamoto Kazuki's tone turned cold as he pressed, "Then what brings you here?" Blanks hurriedly explained, "I have some information to share. Aurora has a very cunning and skilled coach. If Ms. Ito faces Aurora in the upcoming matches, she should be cautious of her coach." Yamamoto Kazuki scoffed, "I find it hard to believe that anyone could pose a serious threat. I am Yamamoto Kazuki, a national treasure-level fighter in Japan. My pupil is also a top-tier Sonda fighter. Nanako's abilities are such that she could compete against the best athletes globally, even in the Olympics. To be frank, her participation in this competition is merely for training. Her real goal is the next Olympic Games, where she aims for the gold medal." Blanks nodded, acknowledging Yamamoto's prowess. "I understand, Mr. Yamamoto, your skills are exceptional, and those you train are undoubtedly formidable. However, the young coach I mentioned has some real talent. Just look at my right hand." With that, Blanks extended his right hand to show Yamamoto the injury he had sustained. Yamamoto Kazuki's gaze fell upon the wound on Blanks's hand, curiosity piqued. Chapter 1326. He inquired, "Your injury is quite recent, and the blood hasn't formed a scab yet. shouldn't that happen within half an hour? Yes, Rodney Blanks replied. Listen, the kid I mentioned just used his fist to completely incapacitate my right hand. You can't allow this, Mr. Yamamoto, can you? Upon hearing this, Yamamoto Kazuki's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. While he too was a practitioner, he understood that human bodies have their limits, and those limits can be quite low. Our fists consist of flesh, bones, muscles, and skin, all of which are vulnerable. They can strike softer areas like the abdomen or face without causing injury. However, striking another fist is a direct confrontation. But who has a fist strong enough to shatter another's with a single blow? With that thought, he quickly asked, was that young man seriously injured when he smashed your fist? Rodney Blanks responded, clearly frustrated, he's fine. No injuries whatsoever. That's the strangest part. It's as if his body is made of steel. I'm worried he might possess some inner strength techniques. If he passes that on to Aurora, Ms. Nakoido, I fear it will be tough for her to win this competition. Yamamoto Kazuki took this concern to heart. He nodded solemnly and remarked, Aurora, right? I've noted that. Then he turned to Rodney Blanks, asking, why are you assisting us? Rodney Blanks replied quickly, Mr. Yamamoto, let me explain. That kid robbed me of my job and destroyed my right hand. I despise him. He even claimed he's confident that Aurora will win the championship, asserting that Ms. Nakoido doesn't stand a chance against her. So, I genuinely hope Ms. Nakoido can defeat Aurora and thwart that guy's plans. Yamamoto Kazuki acknowledged this, saying, understood. I'll make sure to keep an eye on it. You can head back now. Rodney Blanks nodded, bowing as he said, thank you, Mr. Yamamoto. I'll take my leave. At that moment, a girl dressed in long-sleeved pants and sportswear spoke gently, Master, please issue this gentleman a check for $100,000 as a token of gratitude for sharing such vital information. This girl was stunning, sporting a traditional Japanese hairstyle with bangs. At first glance, one might perceive her as the epitome of quiet elegance and beauty. However, she was also a formidable master in Sanda fighting and karate. The young man who had opened the door for Rodney Blanks nodded respectfully, saying, yes, Miss Ido. He then retrieved a checkbook from his pocket, wrote out a check for $100,000, and handed it to Rodney Blanks. This is a small token from our eldest lady, please accept it. Rodney Blanks had initially approached Yamamoto Kazuki and Nakoido with the intention of creating trouble for Aurora and Charlie, hoping to sabotage their chances of winning the championship. In essence, he aimed to disrupt their plans and bring harm to others while disadvantageously positioning himself. However, he was taken aback by Nakoido's generosity in offering him $100,000. The unexpected kindness left him flattered. He accepted the check, repeatedly bowing and expressing his gratitude, before leaving Nakoido's lounge with a sense of satisfaction. Chapter 1327. After Rodney Blanks departed, Nakoido approached Yamamoto Kazuki and inquired, Master, even though Rodney Blanks's abilities are considerably inferior to yours, he is still regarded as a mid-level player in the Sanda arena. The young man I mentioned was able to inflict such damage on him without sustaining any injuries himself. He seems to possess remarkable strength. Yamamoto Kazuki, intrigued, asked, Nanako, how did you come to the conclusion that Rodney Blanks is strong? With a smile, Nakoido replied, Master, I have meticulously analyzed all your game footage and studied each match in detail. As a result, I witnessed the entire encounter between you and Rodney Blanks. His strength appears to be about 70% of yours. Is that so? Yamamoto Kazuki sighed and expressed his approval, saying, Nanako, this is precisely why I chose you as my direct disciple. You are a quick learner and put in tremendous effort. Considering your family's background, you could easily rest on your laurels instead of striving for a higher ranking. The Ido family's influence could easily position you as a wealthy second-generation individual envied by many in Japan, yet you are committed to dedicating yourself to the pursuit of martial arts. This is truly remarkable. I am confident that, in due time, you will not only surpass your teacher but also emerge as a master that Japan can be proud of. With a humble demeanor, Nakoido responded, "Master, your kind words are too generous. I simply want to push myself to master martial arts to the fullest and honor your teachings, as well as the expectations of the Ido family." Yamamoto Kazuki nodded, adding, "Remember, you carry the hopes of over 100 million Japanese citizens who are eagerly waiting for you to bring glory to our nation." With a sigh, he continued, "I have always believed in your potential to be a source of pride for all of Japan, and I know you can achieve that." Nakoido replied earnestly, "Master, you can count on me. I will give my all to make the entire nation proud." Yamamoto Kazuki then said, "Next, I plan to meet with Aurora and her coach." At that moment, Aurora had changed into her everyday attire and was stepping out of the gym with her training bag slung over her shoulder. Meanwhile, Charlie was seated in the spacious and opulent RV belonging to the Quinton family, savoring the kung fu tea that Stephen Quinton had prepared for him. Mr. Quinton's luxury vehicle was indeed exceptional. From the outside, it appeared to be just a standard long-distance bus, showing no signs of its luxury. However, once inside, one would discover a completely different realm. The entire interior had been thoroughly remodeled, featuring a lavish living room, an extravagant lounge and bar, as well as 2 extremely comfortable bedrooms and a bathroom complete with a shower. According to Mr. Quinton, he purchased this vehicle specifically for his daughter's competitions. Aurora frequently travels across the country to compete, whether by car, train, or plane, and he wanted to minimize the stress associated with travel. Given the physical demands of sports, he didn't want the travel schedule to adversely affect his daughter's performance. Thus, he invested in this RV to ensure she could travel comfortably and safely. In Mr. Quinton's words, riding in this vehicle is like enjoying a mobile home, comfortable, stable, and secure. Even after a long journey of 10 or 20 hours, Aurora would feel no fatigue, allowing her to maintain an optimal competitive state. Chapter 1328. Stephen Quinton observed as Charlie savored his tea, quickly refilling his cup with utmost respect. He asked earnestly, "Master Wade, are you pleased with this tea?" Charlie nodded with a smile, replying, "Yes, Stephen. Did you specifically learn this posture? I never expected someone with your background to have the patience to study the tea ceremony." In the past, Stephen Quinton was known as a wealthy young man who lacked understanding. Not only was he oblivious, but he also had a tendency to indulge in pretentiousness, often purchasing worthless trinkets from the antique market and treating them as treasures. Even during his visit to Orus Hill for an auction, he clashed with Jack Yellman, showcasing his brashness. However, after some time, it was surprising to see how much he had matured and become more sensible. Embarrassed by Charlie's praise, Stephen quickly explained, "Master Wade, I used to be young and naive, and I regret any past offenses. My second uncle insisted I reflect on my actions and learn the tea ceremony to cultivate my character. I assure you, I'm not as impulsive as I once was." Charlie nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, one must be cautious of irritability and aimlessness. The ability to pause and reflect on oneself indicates that there is hope for improvement." Mr. Quinton chuckled, sharing, "I've always told this boy that if he didn't change his ways, his father and I would confine him to the Quinton house for a decade. Thankfully, he has shown some awareness and knows how to find his way back." Just then, Aurora bounded into the car, catching sight of her father and brother enjoying tea with Master Wade. She beamed, "Master Wade, Dad, and little brother, I hope you haven't been waiting long. Let's get going." Mr. Quinton gestured towards Aurora with a smile, saying to Charlie, "See, Master Wade, when this little girl is around, even I find myself taking a step back." Aurora, feeling a bit shy, protested, "Oh, Dad, that's not true. I have immense respect for Master Wade, who is our esteemed guest. I should greet him first." Mr. Quinton laughed, "I was merely stating the truth, there's no need to be flustered." Aurora replied softly, "I'm not flustered at all. Dad, you're just being silly." With a satisfied grin, Mr. Quinton said, "All right, I might be a bit silly. Come, sit beside Master Wade while the driver takes us home for dinner." Blushing, Aurora quickly took a seat next to Charlie. At that moment, the driver started the RV and they began to leave the stadium parking lot. The Quinton family's villa is located not in the bustling city center but in the serene outskirts of Serenity Villa, adjacent to the Orus Hill Reservoir. The Orus Hill Reservoir is a large body of water on the outskirts of the city, serving as a vital water source for the entire area. Serenity Villa is situated at the edge of the reservoir, effectively making it a vast artificial lake within the community, contributing to a pleasant environment that far surpasses that of city villa areas. The Quinton family has owned their villa for many years. Mr. Quinton had the foresight to purchase 2 villas before the city implemented restrictions on renovations and reconstructions. He then combined the 2 properties. Additionally, their villas are located close to the lake, providing a refreshing view of the artificial reservoir and a vibrant environment filled with nature. It truly is a delightful experience. The courtyard of the Quinton Villa is expansive, easily accommodating several vehicles, including the RV. Once the car parked in the yard, Aurora eagerly exclaimed to Charlie, "Master Wade, let me take you to the small dock by the lake. I have a speedboat ready, and I'd love to take you for a ride." Chapter 1329. Charlie was surprised to find that Aurora had a speedboat ready for them. With a grin, he said, "All right, let's check it out together. But tell me, how are your driving skills? You won't toss me into the lake, will you?" Aurora blushed and shyly replied, "Don't worry, Master Wade. My driving technique is very stable. Even if you do happen to fall into the lake, I'll be there to save you." At that moment, Stephen piped up, "Sister, take me along. I want to join." It's worth noting that Stephen isn't Aurora's brother, they're actually cousins through their grandmother. He doesn't live in the villa but visits occasionally. So, when he heard Aurora mention the boat ride, he felt a surge of excitement. Aurora shot him a glare and said, "What do you think you're doing? Why are you always around?" Stephen pouted, looking a bit hurt, and was about to respond when Mr. Quinton, standing nearby, intervened. "Stephen, come with me for a moment. I need to talk to you." Seeing his second uncle's serious expression, Stephen knew better than to protest. He nodded obediently, saying, "All right, second uncle." Meanwhile, Aurora affectionately linked her arm with Charlie's and suggested, "Master Wade, let's go have some fun for a bit. We'll need to eat soon anyway." Charlie agreed, and they made their way to the lake. As they walked, Mr. Quinton quietly spoke to Stephen, "You've been behaving well lately, but why don't you have any sense of what's happening around you?" Feeling a bit wronged, Stephen replied, "Second uncle, what's wrong with me? Haven't I been honest?" Mr. Quinton leaned in and whispered, "Are you really that clueless? Can't you see that I'm trying to set up a match between your sister and Master Wade? And here you are, trying to be a third wheel. Isn't this a good opportunity for your sister?" Stephen hesitated, then murmured, "But, second uncle, Master Wade is already married." Mr. Quinton scoffed, "So what if he's married? People can get divorced. If Master Wade were to divorce and marry your sister, he'd become part of the Quinton family." Stephen stared blankly for a moment, then, after some thought, nodded reluctantly, "Okay. Second uncle, you're right." He then added with a wistful smile, "If Master Wade becomes my future brother-in-law, that would be amazing. Who in Orus Hill would dare to mess with me then?" Mr. Quinton chuckled softly, "If Master Wade becomes your brother-in-law, I doubt anyone in the country would dare to cross you." Stephen's excitement bubbled over as he clapped his hands and exclaimed, That would be fantastic." Just then, Aurora led Charlie to a small dock by the lake. At the dock was a light steel structure featuring a sleek speedboat. This particular boat had only 6 seats but was equipped with 4 400-horsepower Yamaha marine engines. Charlie was astonished and exclaimed, "For a boat this size, 200 horsepower is usually more than enough. But this boat has 4 400-horsepower engines. Are we trying to make it fly?" Aurora playfully stuck out her tongue and replied, "This reservoir is usually closed off for management, so there aren't any other boats around. That means we can really have fun and drive fast." She then hopped onto the boat and cheerfully added, "When I was on vacation abroad, I noticed that people love super-powered speedboats. Ferrari even made a Riva Ferrari speedboat, which I got to drive. It was thrilling. But I wanted something even more powerful, so I customized this speedboat to have double the power of the Ferrari." Charlie chuckled and said, hearing all of this makes me a little nervous. Chapter 1330. Aurora beamed and exclaimed, Master Wade, you can count on my technology and skills. Charlie nodded in agreement, stepping onto the speedboat and taking a seat next to Aurora. With a confident touch, Aurora pressed the start button, and the roar of the 4 side-by-side V8 marine engines filled the air. The deep, idling growl was far more powerful than that of any supercar. As Aurora carefully maneuvered the speedboat away from the dock, she turned to Charlie with a playful grin and said, Master Wade, hold on tight. In a split second, she slammed the accelerator down to the floor. The speedboat surged forward with an incredible burst of power. Even though Charlie was prepared, he couldn't help but be taken aback by the sheer force of the speedboat. With the lake sprawling wide before them, there was no need to worry about road conditions like one would on land. On the lake's surface, they could drive freely. Aurora transformed the entire expanse into her personal playground of adrenaline. Aurora's personality blended both toughness and gentleness, making her naturally drawn to thrill-seeking sports. However, what surprised her was Charlie's unwavering calmness throughout the ride, which left her feeling a bit let down. She had invited Charlie on the boat hoping to see him a little nervous, as everyone else who had been on her speedboat had shown some signs of fear. Aurora had expected that even if Charlie wasn't scared, he would at least show some tension on his face, granting her a tiny victory in her playful scheme. But Charlie remained completely composed. Even as Aurora pushed the boat to its limits, skimming just above the water's surface, Charlie kept his indifferent demeanor. In truth, Charlie felt a hint of nervousness inside. Yet, he knew he couldn't show it in front of Aurora, otherwise, she would surely tease him relentlessly. Aurora continued to accelerate until she reached a speed that made her feel slightly uneasy. Finally, she relented and began to slow down, bringing the boat to a stop in the middle of the lake. Pouting, she looked at Charlie and asked, Master, don't you usually get nervous or scared? Charlie smiled and replied, I get nervous sometimes, but I never let fear take over. Aurora quickly inquired, So, Master Wade, when are you nervous? Can you share a few specific examples? I'm really curious about what makes you nervous. After a moment of thought, Charlie grinned and said, Well, there was that time Miss Moore gave me a check for $100 million. Do you remember that? Of course. Aurora replied, her eyes brightening. Wasn't that when Sister Jasmine gave you the check after you helped all of us at Don Albert's Heaven Springs? Charlie nodded in affirmation. Aurora pressed on, Master Wade, $100 million shouldn't be a big deal for you. Why would you be nervous about that check? Charlie chuckled, I treated that check just like any other $100 million check and passed it to my mother-in-law. Aurora, puzzled, asked, but why would that make you nervous? After all, $100 million is nothing to you. Charlie smiled nonchalantly and explained, I wouldn't mind losing that check, but if it ended up in my mother-in-law's hands, I'd be distressed and unable to sleep for a month. Chapter 1331. Currently, at the Orus Hill International Hotel. After leaving the gymnasium, Nakoido returned to her hotel room, accompanied by her assistant and several servants assigned to her during her stay. For this trip to Orus Hill, the Ido family had long ago reserved both presidential suites available at the Orus Hill International Hotel. Nakoido occupied one suite alone, while her coach, assistants, and subordinates stayed in the other presidential suite. Approximately 15 days ago, the Ido family dispatched someone to Orus Hill to convert one of the bedrooms in Nanako's suite into her personal practice room. It's reported that the renovation cost millions. When factoring in the expense of renting the 2 presidential suites for an extended period, the total cost for Nakoido's accommodations during her stay in Orus Hill is expected to be around $3 to $4 million. The reason behind such lavish arrangements is the immense wealth of the Ido family. The Ido family ranks among the top 5 prominent families in Japan, with interests spanning nearly every conceivable industry. Notably, the notorious Yamaguchi Yakuza group has shares in the Ido family business as well. While Nakoido is young, beautiful, and possesses a calm intellect, she is deeply passionate about martial arts. Her training regimen is rigorous, and she maintains strict discipline, training year-round, regardless of the weather. After finishing her match in the morning, she returned to the hotel, skipped lunch, and headed straight back into her practice room. As she was training vigorously, beads of sweat pouring down her body, her phone suddenly vibrated. It was a call from her assistant, Hiroshi Tanaka. She paused her training, answered the phone, and inquired, "Tanaka, what's going on?" Tanaka replied respectfully, Mr. Jiro Kobayashi, the chairman of Kobayashi Pharmaceutical Company, Limited, is here and wishes to see you. Do you have time to meet with him? Jiro Kobayashi? Nakoido replied, puzzled. I've never met him, nor do I have any connection with him. Why would he want to see me? Hiroshi Tanaka quickly explained, Miss, you may not know this, but Kobayashi Pharmaceuticals sponsored the finals of this competition and invested a significant amount to secure the title. This appears to be a strategic move for them to enter the Chinese market. Mr. Kobayashi came to Orus Hill specifically to meet you, knowing that you are staying here. Nakoido responded, please let him know that I'm training and won't have time to meet him. I hope he understands. Nanako is generally reserved and prefers to avoid social interactions, particularly at this critical juncture as she prepares for the semifinals. She wishes to remain focused and not be sidetracked by a stranger. Tanaka, concerned, pressed on, Mr. Kobayashi recently inherited the company, and their flagship product, Kobayashi Niron X, is actively expanding globally. At this point, Nakoido, usually patient, interjected with irritation, Tanaka, what are you trying to say? I have no relationship with Jiro Kobayashi, and I'm not interested in the happenings of Kobayashi Pharmaceuticals. This does not concern me. Tanaka, feeling awkward, continued, Miss, the president has been in close talks with Kobayashi Pharmaceuticals because he is optimistic about their future. He intends to discuss investment and shareholding with Jiro Kobayashi. Mr. Kobayashi is very eager to meet you, as he believes an investment from the Ido family could be beneficial. His sponsorship of this competition was intended to gain favor with you and your family. Oh, Nakoido realized that the president Tanaka referred to was her father, Yuhiko Ido, the current head of the Ido family. Despite this, Nanako remained somewhat distant and replied, I prefer not to get too involved in my father's business. If he and Jiro Kobayashi wish to collaborate, they can arrange to meet and discuss it. Chapter 1332. Koichi Tanaka spoke with a hint of embarrassment, Miss, the president truly values our collaboration with Kobayashi Pharmaceutical. Please don't be so impulsive. Nakoido replied calmly, I appreciate your concern, Tanaka, but I wish to continue my training. With that, she abruptly ended the call. At 22 years old, Nakoido is a senior at Japan's prestigious University of Tokyo. Her demeanor is simple and understated, marked by a quiet temperament that often comes off as indifferent. Regarded as the university's most beautiful flower during her 4 years, she is considered the ideal daughter-in-law for many of Japan's elite families. Yet, she remains a down-to-earth, unpretentious martial artist, focused solely on her craft. This focus leaves her oblivious to the complexities of romantic relationships and the societal norms surrounding them. Neither Jiro Kobayashi nor Obayashi Taro holds any significance in her life. Even if they are her father's close friends and partners, she feels no obligation to connect with them, as they lack any familial ties. Nanako's current ambitions are straightforward. First, she aims to triumph in this year's World College Sanda competition, then graduate from the University of Tokyo, and finally, prepare for the upcoming Olympic Games. At the last Olympics, she was too young and preoccupied with her studies to compete. However, the next Olympics represents her most cherished aspiration. She longs to secure an Olympic gold medal and dreams of achieving multiple championships. Winning this title and successfully defending it in the future has become her ultimate life goal. Meanwhile, Koichi Tanaka held the phone, feeling a mix of embarrassment and pressure in front of the eager Jiro Kobayashi. To his surprise, Nanako's refusal to meet Jiro Kobayashi seemed quite harsh, especially given the circumstances. Tanaka could only fabricate a response for Jiro Kobayashi, saying, Mr. Kobayashi, please hold on a moment. Our lady is currently training and will see you shortly. In his finely tailored suit and glasses, Jiro Kobayashi smiled graciously and responded, that's perfectly fine. If Miss Ido is busy, I'm happy to wait until she is available. Koichi Tanaka nodded, replying, Mr. Kobayashi, please have a seat. I'll prepare a cup of tea for you. Afterward, he headed to the kitchen, pulled out his mobile phone, and called Takehiko Ido, the head of the Ido family. Once connected, Takehiko Ido's deep and authoritative voice resonated through the phone. Tanaka, what is it that you need? Tanaka responded promptly, Mr. Chairman, Jiro Kobayashi, chairman of Kobayashi Pharmaceutical Company, Limited, is here and wishes to see Nanako. Takehiko Ido acknowledged, saying, I'm aware that Jiro Kobayashi has a strong interest in Nanako. He approached me recently to discuss a potential marriage proposal. Tanaka inquired, what are your thoughts on this, Lord Ido? Instead of answering immediately, Takehiko Ido spoke in a commanding tone, Tanaka, you are among my trusted associates. I will share some sensitive information with you, but you must keep it confidential. If not, you will face serious consequences. Chapter 1333. As soon as Tanaka heard the news, he quickly exclaimed, Mr. Ido, rest assured, Tanaka will never disclose your words. Yuhiko Ido responded with satisfaction, Kobayashi Pharmaceuticals currently has a stomach powder that boasts impressive efficacy and strong sales. The company is actively working to expand its presence in the global market. Modern life often leads to stomach issues, so the potential market is vast. Once this product is launched worldwide, it could generate annual profits in the tens of billions of dollars. Hiroshi Tanaka was surprised, asking, is there really such a large market for just a stomach medicine? Yuhiko Ido explained, that's only my initial estimate. I've had the pharmaceutical laboratory at the University of Tokyo analyze and compare Kobayashi Pharmaceuticals' stomach powder with those from several other companies, and their findings show that ours is the best. Thus, it's only a matter of time before Kobayashi Nyranex rises to the top of the global market. To seize this opportunity, one must act quickly. The ideal way is to forge a marriage alliance with the Kobayashi family and invest in Kobayashi Pharmaceuticals. If Nanako and Jiro Kobayashi get married, I would require at least 20%, or even 30%, of the shares in Kobayashi Pharmaceuticals, which would yield our family billions in annual profits. Suddenly, Hiroshi Tanaka understood. Mr. Ido, I see your intentions now. Yuhiko Ido nodded and said, therefore, while you are in China and near Nanako, you must find ways to persuade her. Be present and speak positively about Jiro Kobayashi. If she agrees to marry him right after graduating this summer, and you've done well, I will reward you with $5 million. Tanaka felt a surge of joy and replied eagerly, Chairman, I will do my utmost to meet your expectations. Yuhiko Ido smiled with satisfaction, saying, excellent. I will call Nanako first to ensure she meets Jiro Kobayashi today. You must be there in her presence. Hiroshi Tanaka responded promptly, understood, Chairman. Meanwhile, Nanako had just finished a phone call and returned to her rigorous training. However, her phone buzzed again. She picked it up and saw that it was a call from her father. She quickly connected and said respectfully, Father, may I ask why you are calling Nanako at this time? In large Japanese families, hierarchy is observed strictly. Children from typical families refer to their parents as Oda-san and Oka-san, similar to how Chinese children address theirs. However, in Japan's more hierarchical families, all children must address their parents as father and mother. Moreover, communication with parents must be formal, especially for daughters, who are taught from a young age to adhere to detailed aristocratic etiquette. Although Nanako Ido grew up with privilege, she has followed the rigid rules of her family diligently, never daring to deviate from them. On the other end of the line, Yuhiko Ido said, Nanako, I heard you won your game today. Congratulations. Nanako Ido quickly replied, Father, today's game was only the quarterfinals. My goal is to win the championship. Please, wait to congratulate me until I achieve that. Chapter 1334. Very good. Yuhiko Ito remarked with approval. As the daughter of the Ito family, she demonstrates neither arrogance nor rashness, and she remains true to her original intentions. Though Nanako Ito was holding the phone, she instinctively bowed slightly and replied respectfully, Thank you, Father, for your kind words. Nanako will continue to work hard. Yuhiko Ido responded with a thoughtful hum before asking, by the way, Nanako, did Jiro Kobayashi, the chairman of Kobayashi Pharmaceutical, reach out to you previously? Yes, father, she confirmed. Yuhiko Ido continued, you're not too young anymore. It's important not to distance yourself from the opposite sex. I've met this young man, Jiro Kobayashi, he's only 2 years older than you and is quite promising. It wouldn't hurt to get to know him better. Nanako Ido quickly interjected, Father, I'm not thinking about romantic relationships at this point in my life. My focus for the next few years will be on representing Japan in the upcoming Olympic Games. Pursuing a relationship now would only distract me from my training and competition, and I hope you can understand this. Yuhiko Ito replied, you are still quite young. Many things are not a matter of choosing between one thing or another, but rather a balance. Love and marriage need not interfere with your life plans. Nanako Ito responded earnestly, Father, I must disagree with you. Training in martial arts is like sailing against the current. If you don't keep moving forward, you will fall behind. To become a world-class master, I need to dedicate all my available time to training. If I allow myself to be sidetracked by love and marriage now, I fear I may never achieve my dreams in martial arts. Yuhiko Ito's tone shifted, taking on a reprimanding edge. Martial arts were meant to be a hobby for you, not your entire life. You are the eldest daughter of the Ito family, and it's not fitting for you to be constantly fighting in the ring. What's the point of that? Nanako Ito replied with determination, Father, martial arts are my lifelong passion. I am willing to sacrifice love and marriage for the sake of my martial arts journey. No! Yuhiko Ito exclaimed, suddenly furious. You are my daughter, with the Ito family blood running through your veins. How could you consider giving that up for martial arts? Are you honoring the legacy of our ancestors? Nanako Ito found herself at a loss for words. Feeling a twinge of guilt from her father's words, she quickly added, Father, I realize I may have been mistaken. I don't mean to dismiss the idea of marriage altogether, but I simply don't wish to rush into it at this stage. I ask for your understanding. Yuhiko Ito replied coldly, I cannot understand, and I find it impossible to accept your reasoning. I don't want to discuss life lessons over the phone. When you return from the competition, we can sit down together and talk. But right now, Jiro Kobayashi is here to see you. As the eldest daughter of the Ito family, you represent our family's image and reputation. It wouldn't be appropriate to avoid him. If word gets out, people will surely say the Ito family lacks proper etiquette. Upon hearing this, Nanako Ito had no choice but to concede. I see that I misjudged the situation, and I ask for your forgiveness, Father. I will change my clothes and go meet Jiro Kobayashi. Chapter 1335. Noticing the determination in Nanako Ito's voice, Ito Yuhiko felt his tone soften a bit. He asked, Nanako, have you had lunch yet? Nanako Ito replied honestly, Father, I was training after coming back from the gym and haven't had lunch yet. Yuhiko Ito nodded and responded, that's not good. It's nearly noon now. You should invite Jiro Kobayashi to join you for lunch, it will be a nice gesture towards your father. Invite him for lunch? Nanako Ito hesitated. She had a naturally reserved demeanor, and during her upbringing, her family had instilled in her a respectful distance from men. Having devoted herself to martial arts for many years, she had little interaction with them. Aside from her family, she had never shared a meal privately with a young man. Even her assistant, Koichi Tanaka, had never had the opportunity to dine with her. Understanding the firmness in her father's tone, she realized that resisting would be futile. Thus, she replied, all right, Father, Nanako understands. Yuhiko Ito expressed his approval, Nanako, our family is currently engaged in a significant partnership with Kobayashi Pharmaceutical, so it's crucial that you don't overlook the other party, do you understand? Nanako Ito quickly responded, I understand, Father. Once the call ended, Nanako Ito let out a sigh of resignation. She called Hiroshi Tanaka and said, Tanaka, please entertain Mr. Kobayashi for me. I just finished training and need to shower. Hiroshi Tanaka promptly agreed and turned to Jiro Kobayashi, saying, Mr. Kobayashi, please hold on a moment. Our young lady needs to freshen up and will join you shortly. Upon hearing that Nakoido wanted to see him, Jiro Kobayashi felt a surge of excitement, though he maintained a calm exterior. "Alright, Mr. Tanaka, I will wait for Miss Ido here," he replied. 10 minutes later, after showering, Nakoido emerged wearing simple, elegant Japanese home attire. At that moment, the signs of her years of martial arts training faded away, revealing a gentle, traditional Japanese woman. Tanaka guided Jiro Kobayashi to Nakoido's presidential suite. When Jiro laid eyes on her, he was taken aback. He marveled inwardly, "My goodness! Why is this woman so stunning? So pure." Her eyes sparkled with clarity, resembling a masterfully crafted piece of art. Her oval face was flawless and fair, her delicate nose akin to a world treasure, and her thin lips, reminiscent of cherry blossoms, were captivating. To Jiro Kobayashi, she resembled the pristine waters of Tianchi Lake atop a snowy mountain, poised, serene, gentle, and slightly aloof. In that instant, Jiro Kobayashi found himself utterly enchanted by her, making a silent vow, "I must marry her. Even if it means joining the Ido family, I would not hesitate. There is no other woman in the world as perfect as her." Despite Jiro Kobayashi's best efforts to suppress his intense feelings for Nakoido, she noticed a flicker of desire in his gaze that he couldn't quite hide. This made her feel a twinge of discomfort, as if his gaze was akin to a drop of greasy lard spoiling a cup of fine tea. However, lacking the ability to express her distaste openly, she maintained a polite demeanor and said, "Mr. Kobayashi, I apologize for keeping you waiting." Jiro Kobayashi quickly waved his hand, saying, No, Miss Ido, you don't need to be so formal. I took the liberty of coming here, so please don't mind me." Chapter 1336. With a deep sigh of annoyance, Jiro Kobayashi expressed his regret, saying, "I just arrived in Orus Hill this morning. After going through immigration, I came straight here. Unfortunately, I didn't have the chance to visit the gym to watch Miss Ido's match today. I heard she won against her opponent in just one round. It's a pity I couldn't see her perform." "You're too kind, Mr. Kobayashi," replied Nakoido gracefully. "From now on, I promise to attend every one of Miss Ido's games to cheer her on." Jiro added enthusiastically. "Actually, Kobayashi Pharmaceutical is sponsoring the finals of this tournament. I'll personally present the trophy to the champion. I'm eagerly looking forward to that day when I can hand the trophy to Miss Ido." With humility, Nakoido responded, "Mr. Kobayashi, until the final game is played, we can't know who will emerge as champion. While I'm confident in my abilities, I wouldn't dare assume victory." Jiro Kobayashi quickly reassured her, "I have faith that Miss Ido will do wonderfully." Nakoido smiled, recalling her father's instructions, and said, "Mr. Kobayashi, it's noon now. Why don't you join me for lunch?" Upon hearing this, Jiro Kobayashi felt a surge of excitement and exclaimed, "It would be a great honor to have lunch with Miss Ido." Nanako turned to Koichi Tanaka and instructed, "Tanaka, please accompany us to the restaurant in the presidential suite and arrange for lunch for Mr. Kobayashi and me." Though Nakoido is the eldest daughter of a prominent family in Japan, she has always been independent, rarely requiring the assistance of numerous attendants like many from wealthy backgrounds. Today, however, she preferred not to be alone with Jiro Kobayashi and decided to keep Tanaka nearby as a comfort. Hiroshi Tanaka nodded in agreement at the eldest lady's request. Jiro Kobayashi assumed that Nanako was simply accustomed to having service during meals, so he didn't think much of it. After all, even dining in a restaurant typically involves waitstaff. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Nakoido took a seat across from Jiro Kobayashi. The spacious and luxurious restaurant, located within the presidential suite, featured a rectangular Western dining table that could comfortably accommodate at least 12 people. Seated across from each other, the distance between them allowed Nakoido to feel a bit more at ease. After they were seated, Jiro Kobayashi initiated the conversation, asking, "Miss Ido, you've been here for quite some time, haven't you?" Nakoido nodded, responding, "I've been here for 20 days. Jiro inquired further, "May I ask if you're enjoying your time in Orus Hill? It's quite a beautiful city." Nanako Ito responded with mild curiosity, Mr. Kobayashi, have you visited Orus Hill before? Oh, this is my first time, Jiro Kobayashi sighed, adding, to be honest, Orus Hill holds a somber significance for me. If it weren't for your participation in this competition, I wouldn't have wanted to come here, regardless of the city's beauty. Surprised, Nanako Ito asked, what do you mean, Mr. Kobayashi? Feigning sadness, Jiro explained, I have an older brother who rebelled against our family, and he caused our father great pain. Our family issued a kill order to clean up the mess. Tragically, my brother was killed by a bounty hunter not long ago in Orus Hill. I still don't even know where his body has been buried. Chapter 1337. Nanako Ito was taken aback to learn that Jiro Kobayashi's older brother had passed away in Orus Hill. Feeling a bit awkward, she apologized, saying, I'm sorry, Mr. Kobayashi, for unintentionally bringing up your sorrow. Jiro Kobayashi quickly waved his hand, responding earnestly, it's all right. This situation is indeed tragic, but Miss Ito, you are not a stranger. Sharing my feelings with you helps me cope with my grief. Reflecting on his elder brother Ichiro Kobayashi, Jiro felt no sadness at all. Instead, he experienced a sense of joy. The cultural belief in Japan that the eldest son inherits the family business runs deep. In most families, the eldest son is destined to take over the family business, even if his younger siblings possess greater skills. He remains the head of the family while allowing his capable younger brothers to support him. After the death of their father, Jiro Kobayashi faced a future where he would assist his brother, Ichiro Kobayashi, in expanding Kobayashi Pharmaceutical and upholding the family legacy. No matter how much more capable he was compared to his brother, he was bound by the traditional norms of Japanese society. If Jiro were to attempt to claim the family inheritance from Ichiro, he would be seen as rebellious in the eyes of Japanese culture. Unexpectedly, his brother Ichiro's unfortunate situation actually positioned Jiro as the heir to the family. Moreover, the miraculous medicine he had sent back inadvertently resulted in the deaths of two fathers, which not only eliminated the obstacles at that moment but also placed the blame of paternal deaths upon him, ultimately providing him with a justification for his actions. In a way, this was an unexpected boon, granting him control over the entire family. However, the cost of eliminating his older brother was steep. The man named Wade had demanded a staggering 1 billion right from the start. And that sum wasn't even in Japanese yen. It set him back financially for quite some time. Fortunately, Jiro possessed exceptional skills. Recently, he had spearheaded the development of Kobayashi Nyronex, based on ancient Chinese prescriptions, which had now become the leading stomach medicine in Japan. The global launch of this medicine was imminent. Soon enough, sums like 1 billion, or even 10 billion or 100 billion, would seem trivial to him. Additionally, if he could marry Nanako Ito and become part of the Ito family, Kobayashi Pharmaceuticals would gain even greater support, accelerating its growth. It wouldn't be long before Kobayashi Pharmaceutical could surpass Johnson & Johnson and become the largest pharmaceutical company in the world. On that day, he envisioned himself standing at the pinnacle of success. With that thought in mind, he looked at Nanako Ito with anticipation and asked with a smile, Miss Ito, you're set to graduate this year, right? Yes, Nanako Ito replied with a nod. I'll graduate in the summer. Jiro Kobayashi smiled and said, Senior year is indeed a beautiful time. Many girls consider marriage after college. I wonder, does Miss Ito have any thoughts on this? Nanako Ito shook her head, responding, my focus is on martial arts, and I haven't thought about dating anytime soon. Unfazed, Jiro Kobayashi inquired, then what type of men does Miss Ito find appealing? Nanako Ito replied, I haven't really considered that, as I haven't liked any man yet. Chapter 1338. Jiro Kobayashi, undeterred, pressed on with his inquiry, so, what kind of man would meet your standards for a partner? After a moment of contemplation, Nanako Ito replied, first and foremost, he must be stronger than I am. Stronger? In what way? Are you referring to his career, education, or accomplishments? Jiro asked. Nanako Ito answered earnestly, I mean in martial arts. I don't want to end up with someone who can't defeat me in the future. Jiro Kobayashi coughed awkwardly, Pondering, Nakoido may appear calm, but she has a surprisingly competitive spirit. She has a passion for martial arts and is dedicated to it. Why would she seek a partner who is weaker than herself? In fact, a man without any martial prowess would seem to start off at a disadvantage. With this in mind, Jiro quickly responded, "Miss Ido, don't you think your criteria are a bit strict? There are plenty of good men out there, but not all of them practice martial arts, and many martial arts experts are quite older. For instance, your coach, Mr. Yamamoto Kazuki, would you really want to date someone like him?" Nanako shook her head, clarifying, "Definitely not. Being stronger than me is just the first requirement. I also have a second one: he must align with my aesthetics and values. Additionally, he can't be more than 3 years older than me, and he must be honest and kind." Curious, Jiro asked, "What about financial status? Do you have any expectations?" To his surprise, Nanako replied, "I have no requirements regarding assets." Jiro felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. His greatest asset was his wealth. As the young chairman of a family business, he was quite unique in Japan. Most entrepreneurs of his generation were still active, with their children not yet stepping into their roles. Yet, he discovered that Nanako didn't prioritize financial status at all. Did that mean she would consider even someone with no money, as long as he met her other criteria? Feeling a bit disheartened, Jiro remarked, "Miss Ido, surely your family must have some expectations for your future spouse? As the eldest daughter of the Ido family, you should take Chairman Ido's opinion into account." Nanako shook her head firmly, "While I can consider my father's views on other matters, choosing a spouse is a personal decision. It's about individual freedom and one's happiness in life. No one should interfere with that." Jiro furrowed his brow, realizing that this affluent and accomplished young woman was quite a challenge to win over. Just as he pondered how to approach Nanako, Charlie was gliding across the lake with Aurora, enjoying their time together. After a day filled with excitement, Aurora decided it was time to return, as the Quinton family's chef had prepared a lavish meal to celebrate. They headed back to the villa, where Mr. Quinton warmly invited Charlie to dine at the luxurious Chinese restaurant within their home. As Mr. Quinton arranged the seating, he made sure that Aurora sat next to Charlie. He then uncorked a bottle of premium mitai that had been carefully stored for years, handing it to Aurora with the instruction, "Make sure Master Wade's glass stays full." With a gentle smile, Aurora took the bottle and assured him, "You know me, Dad, don't worry." Mr. Quinton beamed again, adding, "Oh, and Aurora, since it's Master Wade's first dinner at our home, make sure to enjoy a drink with him." Chapter 1339. Aurora shyly smiled and replied, "I understand, Dad. I'll have a little drink with Master Wade." Charlie, with a slight smile, responded, "Aurora, after we finish eating, I'll assist you in absorbing the magic medicine's power, so drinking isn't a good idea right now. If you really want to drink with me, let's wait until you win the championship." Aurora lightly bit her lower lip and said uncertainly, "Master Wade, to be honest, I'm not even 20% sure I can defeat Nakoido. She's incredibly strong, and there's no one my age who can compete with her." Charlie raised an eyebrow and asked, "Is Nanako really that impressive?" Aurora explained, "Nakoido began her martial arts training at just 5 years old, learning from Japan's finest masters. She has trained in various disciplines since childhood, including Sanda, fighting, karate, and even Jeet Kune Do. She's truly a gifted athlete. I, on the other hand, only started practicing Sanda when I was 10, which means I have 5 fewer years of experience than Nanako. The gap is significant. Even if your magical medicine enhances my physical abilities, I might still struggle against her. Sanda competitions rely not just on strength, speed, and agility but also on experience and strategy. That's where I fall short compared to Nanako." As she spoke, Aurora's expression grew a bit somber. She continued, "It's similar to football, whether it's Messi or Ronaldo, their greatness comes from skill, awareness, and experience, not just physical attributes. Messi may be shorter than many players, yet there are hardly any with his level of experience and skill. That's the crucial factor." Charlie nodded, agreeing, "You're absolutely right. Experience and strategy do take years of combat to develop. But don't worry too much. I'll help you analyze your opponents thoroughly and devise effective tactics. Aurora's eyes lit up with excitement. Thank you, Master Wade. I'll depend on your guidance. After finishing their meal, Aurora led Charlie to her personal training room. The practice space was significantly larger than an average living room, filled with various training equipment and a standard-sized arena. Aurora invited Charlie to sit in the lounge area of the practice room and shyly said, "Master, please make yourself comfortable while I change into my training clothes." Charlie replied, "Sure." As Aurora turned to the adjacent room, Charlie couldn't help but notice her anticipation. A few minutes later, she re-emerged in her sporty attire. Although it was athletic wear, it was essentially sports underwear, revealing more skin than it covered. Her pink neck, slender arms, long legs, and flat stomach were on full display. Unlike their encounter on the field earlier, seeing Aurora now in this private setting felt somewhat awkward for Charlie. With only the two of them present, he felt a bit out of place. Aurora, on her part, felt slightly embarrassed, conscious that she was dressed in such a way for Charlie's eyes. Despite her shyness, she held a deep confidence in her appearance and secretly hoped he would appreciate her glow. Charlie made an effort to maintain eye contact with Aurora, focusing intently as he asked, "Aurora, where is the medicine I gave you earlier?" Aurora quickly opened her palm to reveal a pill encased in a clear plastic shell. "Here it is, Master Wade." Chapter 1340. Charlie nodded and said, "All right, take the medicine now, and I'll help you absorb it quickly. This particular medicine is excellent for treating physical injuries. Thanks to its unique aura, its healing properties have been significantly enhanced. Middle-aged and elderly individuals often face various bodily challenges, and their organs may show some regression. For these patients, the medicine works directly to repair their bodies, eliminating the need for additional guidance. In contrast, young people typically have robust bodies, with their organs functioning at peak levels. In such cases, taking medicine without proper guidance can lead to an overwhelming effect that the body struggles to absorb. If we think of the human body as a sponge, older individuals are like sponges that have lost considerable water and are nearly dry. Providing them with sufficient hydration can quickly restore their vitality. However, when it comes to a young person whose body is uninjured, they are like a sponge that is already saturated. If they are given too much medicine, their bodies won't be able to absorb it effectively. Moreover, this excess medicinal effect may even end up harming their bodies rather than helping them. When Charlie administered a dose to Aurora, his intention was to keep it as a backup, something she could rely on in case of injury or serious illness. Now, however, he aimed to utilize this medicine to enhance her abilities, which meant he needed to assist her in absorbing it properly. Upon hearing his instructions, Aurora quickly retrieved the medicine from the box, looked at Charlie with a playful expression, and asked, "Master Wade, can I just take the medicine?" Charlie nodded in response, "Sit down cross-legged, and then take the medicine directly." Obeying his command, Aurora sat cross-legged on the soft training mat and placed the pill in her mouth. The potency of this medicine is exceptionally pure. As soon as Aurora let it rest on her tongue, the pill transformed into a powerful warm current that flowed into her internal organs. Almost instantly, she felt an intense heat enveloping her entire body, with every pore working to sweat profusely. This sweating was unlike any she experienced after exercising. It felt as though a great force was squeezing the sweat out of her. Furthermore, the sweat that poured out was denser than usual, almost sticky, reminiscent of being soaked in a bucket of glue. Charlie quickly tapped into his own Reiki energy to assist Aurora in guiding and absorbing the medicinal power. As the potent healing energy merged into Aurora's body, it triggered remarkable transformations within her. Initially, Aurora experienced a degree of pain and discomfort, but as the process continued, she began to feel an indescribable sense of comfort, as if she were being completely reborn. Most astonishingly, she experienced an unprecedented feeling of warmth and comfort, akin to being enveloped in Charlie's embrace, which stirred ripples of emotion within her heart. Chapter 1341. As Charlie guided Aurora in harnessing her medicinal abilities, he skillfully infused her with Reiki, allowing it to envelop her body like a gentle, silent spring rain. The impact of this Reiki far surpassed the effects of any medicine she had previously taken. It not only enhanced Aurora's overall physical fitness but also significantly improved her muscles, tendons, bones, and internal organs. Despite her years of martial arts training, Aurora was still an ordinary person. For someone like her, Reiki was a potent force, more powerful than any miracle cure. Aurora's physical strength was about to undergo a remarkable transformation. When Charlie informed Aurora that he was finished, she exhaled deeply, quickly rose to her feet, and made her way to the sandbag to execute a series of striking drills. Unaware of how much Charlie had enhanced her physical capabilities, she put all her strength into her strikes. However, with her next punch, the sandbag burst with a loud bang. Aurora was using a premium boxing sandbag, crafted from whole buffalo leather. This type of sandbag is known for its durability and resilience, remaining intact even under severe impact. But at that moment, Aurora was no longer an ordinary fighter. Her physical prowess had leapt to an entirely new level. The force behind her punch had multiplied several times. As she stood there in shock, staring at the gaping hole she had created in the sandbag, with fine sand spilling onto the ground, Aurora was at a loss for words. Eventually, she regained her composure and turned to Charlie, exclaiming, "Master Wade, how is it possible that I have so much power in this punch?" Charlie smiled and replied, "It's all thanks to the magic medicine. It not only brings back the dead and heals wounds, but it also strengthens the body, fundamentally enhancing your physical strength." Aurora was astonished. "Wow! I feel like this medicine is more effective than 5 years of my hard training. It's incredible." Charlie nodded in agreement. "Your physical strength now exceeds that of your peers, so I'm confident that you'll have a clear path to the championship in your upcoming competitions." Filled with excitement, Aurora rushed to Charlie, wrapping her arms around his. With tears of joy in her eyes, she said, "Master Wade, I can't thank you enough. I never dreamed I'd possess such strength." In a moment of impulse, she stood on her toes and kissed Charlie on the cheek. Charlie, with his quick reflexes, could have easily avoided the kiss, yet he felt as if his legs were weighed down, preventing him from moving. Perhaps, deep within, he simply didn't want to pull away. Aurora's cheeks flushed a bright red. Avoiding Charlie's gaze, she murmured, "Master Wade, please don't misunderstand. I just wanted to thank you." Her voice trailed off into a whisper, barely audible. Charlie touched the spot on his cheek where Aurora had kissed him and said, "If you continue to train hard, I believe you could represent the country and even bring home glory at the next Olympics." "Really?" Aurora's eyes sparkled with joy as she asked, "Master Wade, do you think my strength is truly enough to compete in the Olympics?" Charlie smiled reassuringly, "Your current physical abilities are already among the best in your age group. As long as you enhance your skills, awareness, and tactics, competing in the Olympics is absolutely within reach." Aurora nodded earnestly, "If I can defeat Nakoido this time, I'll be one step closer to the Olympics." Charlie smiled encouragingly, "I have no doubt that you can." Chapter 1342. Aurora exclaimed excitedly, "Master Wade, you have to come to my game the day after tomorrow." "Don't worry, I'll be there," Charlie replied reassuringly. Meanwhile, at Maverick Entertainment Group, the largest entertainment company in the country, Stephanie's son, the leading female artist under Natalia Tang, was busy in the studio shooting a cover for a fashion magazine. This marked her 4th time gracing the cover of a fashion publication, making it feel almost routine for her. Dressed in a stunning black and white contrast dress, custom-made for her by Chanel, Stephanie exuded a sense of aloofness and strength, appearing glamorous yet somewhat distant, like a powerful woman who could be admired from afar but not easily approached. After the photographer captured a series of breathtaking shots, Stephanie finally completed her assignment. An assistant quickly approached with a cup of warm water and a packet of Kobayashi's Niranex. Stephanie frowned slightly, showing signs of discomfort. She took the stomach powder with the warm water, which provided her with some relief. Just then, Joss Hale, the boss of Maverick, approached with a smile, expressing his admiration, "Miss Sun, you look absolutely stunning today. This is truly an enchanting look. Once this magazine hits the shelves, it's sure to be snatched up by your fans, and I expect it to sell for at least 10 times its original price." Stephanie replied coolly, Mr. Hale, please don't have me on the cover again anytime soon. I'm not particularly fond of this feeling. Joss Hale quickly responded, oh, Miss Sun, the magazine has been eagerly requesting you as their cover star. This isn't solely my decision. Stephanie countered, can you decline the offer? Each time I'm featured, you collaborate with the magazine to inflate its price. A magazine that should cost $20 ends up being sold for $200 or more because of you. It's a huge burden for my fans, and I don't want them to feel exploited. With a smile, Joss Hale replied, but fans are willing to pay high prices because they admire you. Not long ago, a period drama featured two male leads who became incredibly popular. Their magazines sold for $20 each, but the prices skyrocketed to $300, and they sold over 300,000 copies nationwide, bringing in tens of millions for the company behind it. Stephanie, sounding frustrated, said, Mr. Hale, I've made it clear that I don't want to put my fans in such a difficult position. Therefore, after this, I won't be appearing on any magazine covers for the next year. Joss Hale's expression turned slightly gloomy, but he didn't dare to argue further. Despite being the owner of Maverick Entertainment, he could only bow to Stephanie Sun's wishes. Maverick Entertainment has total assets of $20 billion, with various shareholders involved. Joss Hale owns a mere 30% of the shares. In contrast, Stephanie Sun belongs to the prominent Eastcliff Sun family, which ranks just below the Banks family and the Wade family. With the financial power of the Sun family, they could easily acquire Maverick Entertainment if they chose to. Stephanie's decision to enter the entertainment industry wasn't driven by a desire for wealth but stemmed from her passion for performing. She enjoys acting and singing and, as the eldest daughter of the Sun family, she receives unwavering support from her relatives. However, upon entering the entertainment world, she realized she needed a management company to help navigate various tasks and promotions. This led Stephanie to join Natalia Tang's Maverick Entertainment. The reason for her choice was that Natalia Tang was a classmate and close associate of Stephanie's father during their time studying abroad. It was thanks to him that Natalia achieved her current success. As a result, Stephanie holds a unique position at Maverick Entertainment, being the only artist who can command such respect that Joss Hale bows to her wishes. Chapter 1343. After completing the filming, Stephanie Sun turned to Joss Hale and said, Mr. Hale, I'll head back now. I'm not feeling well today. Concerned, Joss Hale quickly asked, Miss Sun, has your stomach discomfort improved? Stephanie shook her head, explaining, I was filming in the United States recently, and I had some issues with the food and water. Plus, after shooting for an extended period, my spleen and stomach have taken a hit. Please don't schedule any jobs for me next month. Joss Hale, not wanting to contradict her, replied earnestly, Miss Sun, you don't have to worry about that. This month, you'll rest at home. I'll definitely come by to apologize to your father another day. While you were in the US, I should have arranged for 2-star chefs to ensure your diet and daily life were well taken care of. This is entirely my oversight. Stephanie waved her hand gently, saying, It's nothing to do with you, and there's no need to take it so seriously. I'll be leaving now. Joss Hale asked sincerely, Miss Sun, would you like me to arrange a car for you? Stephanie Sun replied, No, my assistant's car is waiting downstairs at the company. At that moment, Stephanie's agent, who shared a similar youthful elegance, entered the room. Seeing Stephanie preparing to leave, she inquired, Stephanie, is filming done? Stephanie nodded, Yes, it's all wrapped up. I won't be taking on any work next month. If anything comes up, please hold off until I'm feeling better. Upon hearing this, the agent responded, That's perfectly fine. I'll handle all the work for the next month. As she spoke, she waved a document in her hand and continued, There's a pharmaceutical company in Orus Hill looking for you to endorse their stomach medicine. I wanted to see if you would like to review their information. If you're interested, we can discuss it after a month. Stephanie acknowledged with a hum and was about to step outside when she paused, her curiosity piqued. You mentioned a stomach medicine endorsement? Yes, the agent replied with a smile. The medicine is called Novadas. The name sounds a bit mysterious and doesn't seem very reliable, so I initially declined the offer. Stephanie nodded but then instinctively said, "Actually, I'd like to see the information about that stomach medicine." Recently, Stephanie had been struggling with her own stomach issues. Her gastric problems weren't from a serious condition but rather a result of prolonged exposure to unsuitable food and water, leading to a disorder of her spleen and stomach. She had visited the hospital multiple times and tried various Western medications, but none had proven effective. The only medication that worked was Nyronex. However, it only treated the symptoms without addressing the underlying cause. When her stomach discomfort flared up, taking a packet of Nyronex provided immediate relief, but the effect was temporary. Sometimes it lasted 5 or 6 hours, but on bad days, it might only last 1 or 2. Stephanie had been relying on Nyronex for an entire week, gradually increasing her dosage. Yet, once the medication wore off, she was still left with significant discomfort, indicating that her spleen and stomach issues remained untreated. Consequently, she planned to seek out a top Chinese medicine practitioner in Eastcliff to help manage her condition with herbal remedies over the next month. However, the coincidence of a pharmaceutical company seeking her for a stomach medicine endorsement sparked her interest. She requested the information on Novadas from her agent and began reviewing the details about the product. According to the description, Novadas is based on an ancient recipe aimed at nourishing the stomach, derived from traditional Chinese medical texts and enhanced through modern pharmaceutical processes. It is designed to alleviate stomach discomfort and various gastric disorders, offering both relief and healing for spleen and stomach issues. Chapter 1344. Stephanie's son found herself filled with curiosity. She was aware that Nyronex, known for its impressive results, strong sales, and solid reputation, was actually based on ancient Chinese herbal formulas. In simpler terms, it was borrowing the medical findings of Chinese ancestors. Yet, she couldn't deny that Nyronex proved to be significantly more effective than similar proprietary Chinese medicines manufactured by numerous domestic pharmaceutical companies. Despite this, she was unaware that Oracle Novadas possessed the same caliber as Nyronex. Nonetheless, she was quite fond of the name Novadas. The term Novadas translates to 9 heavens above, originating from ancient myths and legends. In ancient China, the number 9 represented the highest value, symbolizing the attainment of peak excellence. Thus, these 9 heavens symbolize the ultimate existence. Curiously, Stephanie inquired of her agent, "Did they send samples?" "Yes," her agent quickly replied, pulling a small packet of Novadas from an envelope containing delivery documents. Stephanie's son was taken aback and exclaimed, "What on earth? Is this all I get, just this tiny bag?" "Yes," the agent responded awkwardly, adding, "There's also a small note included." "What does the note say?" she asked. The agent replied, "It states, for spleen and stomach discomfort, 1 pack is sufficient, whether it works or not, just give it a try." Stephanie was flabbergasted and remarked, "These people, they should have just told me that 1 packet is enough. I can't believe it. I've been taking more than a dozen packets of Nyronex daily. Is this really all it takes?" The agent sheepishly said, "Who knows what they're thinking? It could just be a placebo." Stephanie replied, irritated, "I still don't trust this. I need to see how effective this medicine really is." With that, she reached for the small package to tear it open. "Wait, Stephanie," her agent exclaimed, quickly stopping her. "We don't know anything about this yet. What if it's an untested product? If you take it, you might suffer some adverse effects or even heavy metal poisoning." Stephanie's son then asked, "Is there any official approval for this medicine?" "Let me check," the agent said, rifling through the mailed documents. After a moment, she nodded and said, "It appears there is an approval document, but it's just been issued." Stephanie responded, "I don't care how long it's been approved. As long as there is some form of approval, it must be a legitimate product. Even if it doesn't work, it shouldn't be poisonous. I'm going to try it." The agent cautioned, "But Stephanie, the Japanese Kobayashi Nyronex can't regulate your spleen and stomach. The effects from a small pharmaceutical company in Orus Hill will likely be inferior." Stephanie, with a serious expression, retorted, "I must criticize you for a moment. Why do you put so much faith in foreign products? Why assume that domestic pharmaceuticals are worse than Japan's Kobayashi Nyranex? Her agent, Sherry, mumbled, I'm not pro-foreign, I'm just worried about what might happen to your stomach after taking it. Stephanie smiled and said, alright, I'm going to try it now. If anything happens, you can call emergency services for me. Chapter 1345. Stephanie carefully opened the package of Oracle Weaver San, which contained just 1.3 grams of powder. As soon as she tore it open, a powerful medicinal aroma filled the air. Although Stephanie knew that medicines like Nyranex also carried a strong scent, she found those fragrances far less pleasant compared to the aroma of Nova Dias. Sherry, who was standing nearby, caught a whiff and nervously remarked, Stephanie, this medicine smells amazing. Are you sure you don't want to add any flavoring? Stephanie shot her a glance and said, stop talking nonsense. This is clearly an authentic herbal fragrance. That alone proves the ingredients used are top grade. With that, she tilted her head back and poured the powder directly into her mouth. In an instant, a refreshing sensation spread throughout her mouth. She quickly took a sip of warm water to wash the powder down. Almost immediately, a comforting warmth spread through her stomach, like the blissful feeling of soaking frozen feet in warm water after standing outside on a bitter winter day. It felt indescribably pleasant. She couldn't help but exclaim, this medicine is incredible. My stomach feels so much better. Really? Sherry asked in surprise. Is it really that effective? How does it compare to Nyranex? Stephanie answered with certainty, absolutely. This is far more effective than Kobayashi's stomach powder. Oh my god. The warmth in my stomach is still flowing gently, it feels amazing. I haven't felt this relaxed in my stomach for over a month. It's like I've returned to normal. I've taken countless packets of Nyranex. It eases the pain a bit, but it has never given me this level of comfort. The effects of this medicine are simply astonishing. As Stephanie's agent, Sherry was with her every day and knew better than anyone how badly Stephanie had been suffering from spleen and stomach problems. She also understood how much effort Stephanie had put into trying to cure her condition. What shocked her was that a new, obscure domestic medicine could bring such immediate and dramatic relief. Stephanie couldn't help but say, I need to carefully observe how long this effect lasts. Sherry asked, what's the plan now? Are you heading home? I'm going home, Stephanie replied. I've been taking photos for hours. I'm exhausted and need to rest. Sherry nodded. That's good. I'll have the driver take you down right away. Stephanie gathered her things, and the two of them headed downstairs and got into the car bound for her villa. During the entire journey, Stephanie kept worrying that her stomach discomfort would flare up again. To her surprise, her stomach felt completely normal, without the slightest hint of pain. After returning home, she rested for the entire afternoon, and her spleen and stomach discomfort never appeared again. This filled Stephanie with immense joy and relief. Even when she went to bed that night, her stomach remained perfectly calm. Chapter 1346. For a long time now, every night had been torture for Stephanie. Once night fell, her stomach discomfort would strike relentlessly, becoming more intense and frequent. Because of this, a full night's sleep was nearly impossible. Usually, she would wake up in pain after only 1 or 2 hours, force herself to take a packet of Nyranex, then fall asleep again, only to wake up an hour or 2 later in pain once more. After enduring nights like that, she often felt as if she had just crawled out of a battlefield, completely drained of strength and energy. But on this night, she experienced something she hadn't felt in a long time, the joy of waking up naturally after a full night's sleep. From 10 p.m. to 8:30 a.m., Stephanie slept soundly without a single bout of discomfort. When she finally got out of bed at 8:30, she felt only the faintest hint of discomfort in her stomach. She was stunned by the astonishing effectiveness of a single packet of Nova Dias. It had relieved her symptoms for nearly 20 hours. In contrast, a packet of Nyranex usually only provided about 2 hours of relief. And even then, the relief from Kobayashi's Nyranex was incomplete, merely dulling the pain. Meanwhile, Nova Dias had completely eliminated the discomfort for nearly an entire day. Compared side by side, Nyranex was utterly outclassed by Oracle's Novadas. Stephanie was both shocked and ecstatic. She knew she had to seize this opportunity while her stomach felt normal and secure more Novadas immediately. Then she remembered that Oracle Pharmaceutical had only sent a single sample packet to Sherry. Unable to suppress her irritation, Stephanie cursed under her breath. What kind of stingy bullshit company is Oracle Pharmaceutical? I wanted to be their spokesperson, and they only sent me one tiny packet? Are they fucking kidding me? At the very least, they should have sent me an entire box. This is seriously infuriating. After venting, she grabbed her phone and called Sherry. Sherry, can Novadas be bought yet? Where can I get it? Sherry replied, according to the information I received, they've obtained approval for mass production, but it hasn't officially gone on sale yet. They're waiting to finalize the endorsement first. Oh, for fuck's sake. Stephanie snapped. Tell them I'm willing to endorse the medicine, but only if they send me more immediately. Sherry gasped. Stephanie, are you serious about endorsing this? To be honest, it doesn't quite match your image. Stephanie frowned. Why not? Can't I endorse a stomach medicine? Sherry quickly explained, you can, but the name, Oracle Novadas, sounds a bit plain. As an international superstar, endorsing it might affect your brand value. Stephanie shot back, that's complete nonsense. The name is excellent. I've told you before, Novadas represents the nine heavens. It's rooted in ancient poetry about reaching for the moon and crossing the seas. It embodies the soul of Chinese culture. And more importantly, this medicine works like nothing else I've ever taken. It's the best stomach remedy I've ever used. Promoting something that genuinely helps people, what could be more meaningful than that? After a moment of silence, Sherry finally relented. All right. I'll contact Oracle Pharmaceutical and ask for more samples. I'll also start discussing the endorsement contract with them. Chapter 1347. When Sherry reached out to Liam, he was overseeing the production of Oracle Weaver San at Oracle Pharmaceutical. At present, Oracle Pharmaceutical had concentrated all its production efforts on a single key medication, Novadas. Because of the drug's remarkable effectiveness, Liam firmly believed that once it entered the market, it would quickly gain popularity nationwide and even internationally. As such, following Charlie's instructions, he pushed production to its maximum capacity in preparation for the official launch. After receiving Sherry's call, Liam smiled and asked, Ms. Sherry, what is Ms. Sun's position regarding the endorsement? Sherry replied, Well, Mr. Weaver, it's important to understand that Stephanie has never endorsed any medication before. The only reason we agreed to endorse your stomach powder is because she personally tried it and found the effects to be outstanding. Therefore, Ms. Sun has decided to endorse your product. I'm calling today to discuss the specific terms of our collaboration. Liam was overjoyed and immediately said, Please go ahead, Ms. Sherry. Sherry continued. Ms. Sun's endorsement fee is $80 million, and the contract will be valid for 3 years. During this period, she will shoot 2 advertisements for your company each year, 1 print advertisement and 1 television commercial, and she will also attend 1 official event on behalf of the company annually. Liam gasped. 80 million? Isn't that a bit too expensive? Sherry explained calmly. Too expensive? This is already aligned with market standards. Not long ago, a Japanese automobile company offered Stephanie $130 million for an endorsement, and she rejected it outright. Liam was stunned. However, he also understood that Stephanie's son was an internationally renowned superstar with an impeccable reputation and massive influence, especially within China. Although $80 million was a huge sum, it was still well within Oracle Pharmaceutical's financial capacity. After a brief pause, he said, $80 million isn't a problem. However, we hope Ms. Sun can come to Orus Hill to sign the contract as soon as possible. Additionally, we would prefer to shoot the commercials here in Orus Hill. Sherry replied. That won't be an issue. However, I do have a small request. Would it be possible for Mr. Weaver to arrange an earlier delivery of Novadas for us? Liam immediately responded. I'm afraid that won't be possible, Miss Sherry. Our stomach powder has not been officially launched yet, and according to company regulations, we cannot release it ahead of time. The small batch we sent earlier was already an exception. Sherry frowned and said unhappily. Mr. Weaver, we're about to enter a close partnership. Why are you being so rigid? Ms. Sun recently suffered from spleen and stomach problems while filming in the United States. She experienced a significant improvement after taking your medicine, which is why she asked me to negotiate for more supply to support her recovery. Liam replied with a trace of helplessness. I sincerely apologize, Ms. Sherry, but this rule was personally set by our boss. We've been extremely cautious ever since Japanese pharmaceutical companies tried to steal our prescriptions. I really can't violate the boss's orders, or I'll lose my position as general manager. After thinking for a moment, Sherry said. Since Ms. Sun has already agreed to endorse Oracle and genuinely needs this medicine, we can arrange for her to come to Orus Hill as soon as possible. That way, she can receive the medication she needs during our cooperation. Liam nodded and added. Please also tell Ms. Sun that our stomach powder is extremely effective. If she's only dealing with a stomach imbalance, I'm confident the issue will be completely resolved within 3 days of taking the medicine. After relaying the details of the collaboration to Stephanie Sun's agent, Liam remained completely unaware of Stephanie Sun's true background. Like most people, he regarded her as nothing more than a popular celebrity, unaware that she actually came from a highly prestigious family. Chapter 1348. The entertainment industry has a strange but common phenomenon. Those with powerful backgrounds often pretend to come from humble origins, while those without any real backing frequently try to present themselves as influential elites. This creates a bizarre environment where family background itself becomes a symbol of status. Within this landscape, Stephanie Sun is undoubtedly one of the most well-connected figures in the domestic entertainment industry. Because of this, she maintains exceptional self-discipline in her career. She has never been involved in scandals and is extremely careful to avoid any behavior that could damage her image or reputation. In contrast, many other celebrities are eager to take on every job or endorsement available, willing to sign anything as long as money is involved. Stephanie's refusal to accept most endorsements stems from 2 main reasons. First, she is already financially secure. Second, she is fully aware of the risks tied to celebrity endorsements, knowing that many endorsed products eventually lead to serious controversies. Throughout her career, Stephanie has endorsed only a handful of brands, all of which are reputable companies. For instance, she recently became a spokesperson for TikTok and a promotional ambassador for WeChat. However, she almost always refuses endorsements involving physical consumer goods, even when the offers are extremely lucrative. This decision comes from her sense of responsibility toward her fans. She does not want them to make irrational purchases simply because they admire her. If a product turned out to be problematic, she would feel personally accountable for misleading them. There have been many cautionary examples. A famous crosstalk performer once endorsed a weight loss product that was later exposed as fake, leading to widespread criticism. In another incident, a well-known martial arts actor promoted a shampoo claiming to prevent hair loss, only for it to be revealed by the media that it contained carcinogenic substances. Such scandals are rampant in the entertainment industry, which is why Stephanie Sun remains extremely cautious. With no financial pressure, she has no interest in endorsements that could compromise her principles. However, her recent experience with Oracle Pharmaceuticals' Novadas completely changed her perspective. First of all, Novadas is astonishingly effective. Its results far surpass any stomach medicine she has used before, making even well-known products like Kobayashi Nironex seem utterly insignificant in comparison. Secondly, Novadas is derived from an ancient Chinese medical prescription, something Stephanie Sun deeply respects. In recent years, traditional Chinese medicine has faced relentless attacks, with many people distorting it for personal profit. Yet, there are still individuals and companies that sincerely preserve and promote authentic Chinese medical practices. As a patriotic figure within the entertainment industry, Stephanie Sun is well aware that many Japanese and Korean pharmaceutical companies are aggressively seeking ancient Chinese prescriptions, a reality she finds deeply infuriating. She harbors intense resentment toward domestic pharmaceutical companies that abandon this cultural heritage. Now, Oracle Pharmaceutical, the company behind Novadas, has become a rare ray of hope in her eyes, representing the future of traditional Chinese medicine. All of these factors ultimately led her to decide to endorse Novadas. More importantly, she urgently needs Novadas right now. In her opinion, the only medicine capable of resolving her spleen and stomach disorders is Novadas. Therefore, after receiving positive news from Sherry, she immediately made up her mind to travel to Orus Hill early the next morning. Chapter 1349. As Stephanie's son was on her way to Orus Hill, Charlie was riding a battery-powered bike toward the gymnasium. Today was the quarterfinal match for Aurora. She was scheduled to face Brazil's Joanna, the third seed in the tournament. This match would determine who advanced into the top 4. If Aurora managed to break through this round, she would still need to play another match, a 4-2 battle, after today. To make it to the finals, she would need to secure 4 victories across 2 stages. With only 3 matches remaining before the championship, Charlie decided that he would attend every one of Aurora's matches from now on, determined to witness her climb to the top with his own eyes. While riding in a taxi on the way to the gymnasium, Charlie received a call from Liam. "Master Wade," Liam said, "I just received news. The famous actress Stephanie's son and her agent have already departed for Orus Hill. They should arrive in about 1 hour and 40 minutes. I've arranged a convoy to pick them up at the airport and plan to give them a tour of Oracle Pharmaceutical. Would you like to join us?" Charlie replied calmly, "I won't be going. I'm heading to watch Aurora's match. You can entertain them yourself." Liam continued, "I'm also planning to host dinner for them at Shangriila tonight and arrange accommodations there. Is that all right? If so, I'll notify Mr. Cameron." "That's fine," Charlie replied. "Let Isaac Cameron take care of the arrangements." Liam asked, "Will you be coming back tonight?" Charlie suddenly thought of his wife, Claire, and said, "My wife is a huge fan of Stephanie Sunday. I'll bring her along tonight, but don't reveal my identity to Stephanie. Just say I'm one of your medical consultants so my wife doesn't get suspicious." After hanging up, Charlie immediately called Claire. At the time, Claire was busy working. When she answered the call, she smiled and asked, "Husband, what's going on? Why are you calling me during work hours?" It was rare for Claire to call him husband. Ever since they had kissed, their relationship had grown noticeably closer, and she had become far more affectionate. Hearing that word made Charlie feel inexplicably happy. Smiling, he asked, "Do you have any plans tonight?" "No." "Why?" she replied. "It's nothing serious. A friend who runs a pharmaceutical factory invited me to dinner tonight and said I could bring you along." "A friend from a pharmaceutical factory?" Claire asked curiously. "Why is he inviting you to dinner?" Charlie laughed lightly. "He wants me to be a consultant. You remember, I know a bit about traditional Chinese medicine. My dad was injured before, and he needed careful treatment." Claire recalled this and smiled. "I almost forgot about that. But is it appropriate for you two to have dinner together?" "Of course it is," Charlie replied confidently. "Besides, there will be other distinguished guests as well. You'll get to meet them." "All right," Claire said. "I don't have any plans tonight anyway." "You can arrange it." "Great. I'll call you again this afternoon," Charlie said. "Okay, I'll hang up now." "I still have work to do," Claire replied. Charlie quickly added, "Good wife, give me a kiss before you hang up." "Oh no," Claire said shyly. "You're getting better at this." Chuckling, Charlie said, "Come on, dear. We've already kissed in person, what's wrong with a phone kiss? Let's do it." Chapter 1350. As he spoke, a playful kissing sound escaped Charlie's lips. Claire felt both embarrassed and flustered on the other end of the line and replied shyly, "You really know how to talk your way through things. Only you could act like such a rascal over the phone." Charlie laughed and said, "But you're my wife. How is that being a rascal?" With a mischievous grin, he added. Come on, my dear wife, just give me a kiss. I'm begging you. Within Orus Hill's upper circles, nearly everyone regarded Master Charlie as an exceptional man. Ordinary people treated him with extreme respect, and it was rare to see him ask anyone for anything. Only Claire could make him beg like this. Though she felt shy, her heart was filled with warmth. She said softly, all right, I'm afraid of you. Just one kiss, don't push your luck. One kiss, and I'll hang up, Charlie promised. Claire then shyly made a kissing sound. That simple sound sent a pleasant shiver through Charlie. Putting on a serious tone, he said, my dear wife, that was too quiet. I didn't hear it clearly. Let's do it again. Claire laughed, half annoyed and half amused. You scoundrel. You're hopeless. How dare you? With that, she hurriedly hung up. Charlie listened to the dial tone, smiled to himself, and casually slipped his phone back into his pocket as he continued riding his small e-bike toward the gymnasium. Upon arriving, he noticed that the original 8 competition arenas had now been reduced to 4. The venue felt much more spacious, and additional seating had been added for the growing audience. Now that the competition had entered the quarterfinal stage, the matches were bound to be far more intense, with only elite players remaining. This time, Charlie wasn't just an audience member, he was also acting as Aurora's coach. After entering the gymnasium, he headed straight to the backstage players' lounge. Aurora had just changed into her competition outfit and was wrapped in a blanket to keep warm. When she saw Charlie, her eyes lit up as she asked eagerly, Master Wade, what tactics have you prepared for me today? Charlie smiled and said reassuringly, no tactics today. Your physical condition has improved greatly, and you're more than capable of handling this match. Just play with confidence. Aurora blushed slightly and asked, Master Wade, do you really believe in me that much? Aren't you worried I might lose? Charlie replied sincerely, I believe that the energetic Aurora will never let me down. Her cheeks flushed with pride as she said firmly, don't worry, Master Wade. I'll give it everything I've got. On the other side of the wall was Nakoido's preparation room. At that moment, Yamamoto Kazuki was offering similar encouragement. Nanako, today's opponent isn't on your level. There's no need for tactics. I trust you'll win easily. Nanako nodded seriously and replied, Master, you can rest assured. I will win this match. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Hiroshi Tanaka, who had been waiting outside, immediately opened it. Standing there was Jiro Kobayashi, neatly dressed in a blue suit and holding a bouquet of fresh roses. The moment he entered, he smiled warmly at Nakoido and said, Miss Ido, I came specially to wish you victory. Chapter 1351. When Jiro Kobayashi walked in, Nakoido couldn't help but frown slightly. Ever since their last lunch together, Jiro Kobayashi had made 5 uninvited visits, leaving Nanako deeply troubled. During that dinner, she had tried to clearly express her views on choosing a partner, emphasizing that her ideal match must be stronger than herself, hoping this would discourage Jiro. Unfortunately, he had completely failed to grasp her meaning. Worse still, he had moved from Shangriila to the Orus Hill International Hotel and deliberately chosen a room directly opposite Nanako's, which only intensified her frustration. Her father, Ito Yuhiko, continued urging her to treat Jiro Kobayashi more kindly, plunging Nanako into even deeper despair. A wave of disgust surged within her. She couldn't openly lash out at him, nor could she drive him away. It was like an annoying fly buzzing endlessly around her ears. Although Koichi Tanaka was fully aware that the eldest young lady loathed Jiro Kobayashi, he had no choice but to follow the president's instructions. He accepted the bouquet with a respectful expression and said, Mr. Kobayashi, thank you for your thoughtfulness on behalf of our eldest young lady. Jiro Kobayashi nodded and walked up to Nakoido. Wearing what he believed to be a charming smile, he said, Miss Nanako, I'll be cheering for you from the audience later. Nanako replied coldly, Mr. Kobayashi, I need some quiet time before the match. Please leave. Jiro smiled again and said, I won't disturb you. I'll just sit quietly and watch, Miss Nanako. Caught off guard by his shameless persistence, Nanako said coolly, Mr. Kobayashi, please stop bothering me. I need to rest my eyes. Jiro nodded and casually took a seat diagonally across from her. As he watched Nanako Ido close her beautiful eyes, her expression calm and composed, admiration welled up inside him once again. This woman is tranquil yet vibrant, he thought. On the stage, she's fierce and unstoppable, but here she appears gentle and serene. This is true beauty, the embodiment of Yamato Nadeshiko, the ideal woman cherished by Japanese men. The term Yamato Nadeshiko is not a name but a cultural ideal in Japan. It refers to women who are reserved and composed, gentle and considerate, mature and steady, women of noble character and refined elegance. In Japan, women who fit this ideal are often regarded as goddesses, the ultimate partners worthy of relentless pursuit. To Jiro Kobayashi, Nanako Ido was the perfect woman, and he was determined to win her at any cost. A man who could possess such an extraordinary woman would truly have lived a complete and satisfying life. 10 minutes later, a staff member from the organizing committee knocked on the door and announced, Ms. Nanako Ido, please prepare to enter the arena. Your match will be held in Ring 2. Nanako Ido stood up, bowed slightly, and said, Thank you. At the same time, Yamamoto Kazuki, standing nearby, asked sternly, Which ring is the Chinese player Aurora competing in? The staff member replied, She is assigned to Ring 4. Chapter 1352. Yamamoto Kazuki turned to Nanako Ido and said, Nanako, I am confident you can knock out your opponent in the first round. I won't accompany you during the match. Nanako asked curiously, Master, are you going to watch Aurora's match? Yes, Yamamoto Kazuki replied. I want to evaluate the strength of her coach, the one who defeated Rodney Blanks with a single strike. If he truly has ability, he could become a serious threat in the future. I also want to see how much Aurora has improved under his guidance. At that moment, Jiro Kobayashi hurried over and said solemnly, Mr. Yamamoto, please go ahead. Ms. Nanako, I will stay by your side throughout the match. Yamamoto Kazuki shook his head slightly, clearly irritated. He held deep contempt for Jiro Kobayashi. In his eyes, a man so weak and useless was utterly unworthy of his outstanding disciple. Jiro's presence was no different from that of a buzzing fly, irritating and pointless. However, as a revered master in Japan, Yamamoto understood the importance of respecting the Ido family and Ido Yuhiko. Therefore, he chose not to openly display his disdain and simply treated Jiro Kobayashi as if he didn't exist. Jiro Kobayashi was stunned by the cold disregard and felt a surge of anger. Still, knowing Yamamoto's status as Nanako Ido's mentor and the respect she held for him, he forcibly suppressed his resentment. Not only did he swallow his anger, but he also took the opportunity to flatter Yamamoto, saying with a smile, Mr. Yamamoto, you are a legendary master of Japan. There's no need to worry about some second-rate Chinese coach. Whether as a coach or a fighter, they are nowhere near your level or Miss Nanako's. I firmly believe that under your guidance, Nanako will win consecutive Olympic championships. When that happens, the two of you will become the pride of Japan. Flattery, after all, never goes out of fashion. Yamamoto Kazuki felt a swell of satisfaction from the praise. In his youth, he had endured countless frustrations. Despite being Japan's strongest, he had always been suppressed by older Chinese athletes and had never won a world championship. When age robbed him of his Olympic opportunity, it became his greatest lifelong regret. Now, his sole ambition was to train a disciple capable of standing atop the Olympic podium. When that day came, he believed his regrets would finally be washed away. Soon after, Nanako Ido and Yamamoto Kazuki left the lounge, followed closely by Jiro Kobayashi and Koichi Tanaka. As they stepped outside, Charlie emerged from the neighboring room together with Aurora. Upon seeing them, Aurora gasped softly. Master Wade, that girl is Nanako Ido. And beside her is Japan's national treasure-level master, Kazuki Yamamoto. Charlie looked up and was momentarily stunned by Nakoido's appearance. He had seen countless beautiful women, but this was the first time he encountered someone whose presence was so striking and distinctive. Yamamoto Kazuki also noticed Aurora and immediately shifted his gaze to Charlie. Could this young man be her coach? He wondered. He doesn't look particularly impressive. At that instant, Jiro Kobayashi's face turned deathly pale when he saw Charlie, as if he had just seen a ghost. He recognized him instantly. After all, Charlie was the man who had indirectly poisoned his father, orchestrated the plan that led to his brother's death, and extorted his family for a staggering $11.1 billion. Back then, Jiro had even hired someone to investigate Charlie and had obtained his photograph. Now, this evil star had appeared right in front of him. Chapter 1353. When Charlie glanced at Nakoido, he noticed something unusual behind her. Someone was staring at him. A frown creased his brow as he followed that gaze. There stood a disheveled man he recognized, staring back at him in pure terror. Although the man's appearance was ordinary, Charlie's sharp golden pupils instantly saw through him. This person was anything but clean. He was clearly the type who concealed vicious intent beneath a false exterior, a despicable character steeped in treachery, no better than a common thief. Charlie looked again and saw Jiro Kobayashi trembling violently. The moment Jiro saw Charlie, his entire body began to shiver. Charlie had carved an unforgettable scar into his memory. Jiro had encountered ruthless people before. Years ago in Hong Kong, a notorious crime lord kidnapped the son of the richest man alive, barged into the billionaire's mansion wearing explosives, and demanded a ransom of 1 billion Hong Kong dollars. He had also heard of a shocking European robbery where criminals stole more than 100 million euros from an armored convoy. But never had he heard of someone as terrifying as Charlie, a man who poisoned others and extorted a family for more than $10 billion. Charlie was an unprecedented monster. According to Jiro's investigation, Charlie's methods were utterly brutal. He vividly remembered how his brother, Ichiro Kobayashi, had brought several elite bodyguards from Orus Hill, only for every single one of them to be slaughtered and fed to dogs at Charlie's command. The memory alone made his scalp go numb. That was why Jiro had come to Orus Hill determined to keep a low profile, spending most of his time hiding in his hotel room. He never imagined he would encounter this demonic figure at a university sanda competition. Fear surged uncontrollably through his body. Charlie noticed Jiro's abnormal reaction and grew curious. He was certain he had never met this man before, yet the sheer terror in Jiro's eyes was unmistakable. A moment later, realization struck Charlie. This man bore a striking resemblance to Ichiro Kobayashi, the unlucky bastard who had died miserably at the Don Albert Kennel farm. While Charlie was sizing up Jiro Kobayashi, Nakoido's coach, Kazuki Yamamoto, was also studying him. Both Yamamoto and Nanako had heard Rodney Blank speak of Charlie before and were trying to assess his true strength through observation. Charlie suddenly smiled and said casually, "Oh? If I'm not mistaken, you must be Jiro Kobayashi from the Kobayashi family, right?" Jiro forced a stiff smile, though a bone-chilling cold ran down his spine. He knew very well that this was Charlie's territory. Facing such a terrifying existence, he didn't dare show even the slightest disrespect. With a trembling voice, Jiro stammered, "Why, Your Excellency? You must be Mr. Charlie Wade, correct?" Charlie chuckled lightly. "Mr. Kobayashi, you're quite sharp. We've never met before, yet you recognized me instantly." Jiro's heart sank. "How could I not recognize you?" He roared inwardly. "You extorted $11 billion from my family, indirectly killed my father, and sent my brother to his death. 2 Kobayashis are gone because of you. Even the man I hired to deal with my brother ended up being you." Rage boiled violently inside him, but Jiro didn't dare let it surface. Instead, he hurriedly plastered on a flattering smile and said, "Mr. Wade, I never imagined you'd be so tall, handsome, and imposing." Chapter 1354. Charlie smiled faintly and said, "Mr. Kobayashi looks quite lively, just a little short, that's all." Jiro Kobayashi's expression stiffened. At just under 1.7 meters tall, he was considered average among Asian men, but he fell short of the height most people associated with wealth, power, and desirability. For years, Jiro had fantasized about reaching 1.8 meters. No matter how hard he tried, it never happened. His height had always been a sore spot buried deep in his heart. Now, standing in front of Nakoido, who herself was only about 1.5 meters tall, and being openly mocked by Charlie, he nearly lost his composure. Charlie continued casually. "By the way, Mr. Kobayashi, your Mandarin is surprisingly good, much better than your brother's." Jiro quickly replied. "My brother was lazy when he was alive and never took Chinese seriously." "Oh?" Charlie nodded with a grin. "I heard your company sponsored this Sonda competition. Is that why you're in Orus Hill?" Yes, Jiro wiped cold sweat from his forehead and said hurriedly. "Our company is the sponsor, and I'll personally present the championship trophy after the finals." Charlie nodded, then turned to Aurora and said, "Aurora, see this short guy here? He's the one who'll hand you the trophy when you win the championship." Short? Jiro Kobayashi felt as if his heart had been stabbed. In Japan, he was not considered short. So why was Charlie repeatedly calling him that? At nearly 1.7 meters tall, was he really that pathetic in Aurora's eyes? Humiliation surged through him, but he didn't dare show it. At that moment, Yamamoto Kazuki's expression darkened. He shot Charlie a cold look and said, "Sir, don't you think you're being a little too arrogant?" Charlie frowned, pointed at Jiro Kobayashi, and asked calmly, "Master Yamamoto, don't you think calling him short is accurate?" Jiro's pride took another heavy blow. He nearly choked as fury churned violently inside him. Suddenly, Nakoido laughed softly. She realized Charlie was deliberately humiliating Jiro Kobayashi, and to her surprise, she found it amusing. Yamamoto Kazuki said coldly, "I wasn't referring to this short man. I was talking about what you said to Aurora earlier." He continued sternly, "The champion of this competition will undoubtedly be Nakoido beside me. She is the youngest and most gifted Sonda master in Japan. No one of her generation can compare." Hearing this, Nakoido quickly lowered her head and said humbly, "Master, you flatter me too much. There is a saying in China, beyond the sky, there is another sky, beyond people, there are greater people. I wouldn't dare claim invincibility." Yamamoto Kazuki said coldly, "Nanako. A true warrior must always possess absolute confidence in victory." Chapter 1355. At that moment, Charlie observed Kazuki Yamamoto with keen interest. Truth be told, Charlie did not have much familiarity with the Sonda fighting community. If it were not for Aurora's participation in this competition, he would have paid little attention to this field at all. In his view, even when Sonda is practiced at an elite level, it still feels like an inferior form compared to traditional martial arts. It is common knowledge that strengthening muscles and mastering combat techniques are merely the basics. Those who can harness chi and use internal energy to drive their entire body are the true practitioners of internal martial arts. Across the globe, countless people practice martial arts. Even a 3-year-old learning Taekwondo can be called a martial artist. However, among such a vast number of practitioners, only a handful are truly dedicated. At first glance, Yamamoto Kazuki appeared to be a skilled foreign master. Although he was nearly the same age as Charlie's father, his physical condition was exceptional. His musculoskeletal strength and explosive power far surpassed that of an average person. However, in the presence of a true master of internal martial arts, Yamamoto Kazuki appeared almost insignificant. The main reason foreign masters are able to win medals in international competitions is that true masters in their own countries often consider such events beneath them. If these competitions were likened to a talent show like The Voice, then inner martial arts masters would be the creme de la creme, comparable to the legendary tenor Pavarotti. During Pavarotti's prime, not only would it have been unthinkable for him to compete on The Voice, but even serving as a mentor would have diminished his standing in the music world. Unfortunately, many foreign masters fail to understand this reality. They mistakenly believe that participating in competitions places them among the world's elite, unaware that true masters look down on such trivial contests. This was especially true for top-tier masters like Charlie. Thus, the seemingly formidable Yamamoto Kazuki looked no different from an ant in Charlie's eyes. With a faint smile, Charlie asked, "Mr. Yamamoto, what gives you such confidence that Nakoido will win the championship?" Yamamoto Kazuki replied seriously, "I have been in the Sonda fighting world for many years. My experience far exceeds that of ordinary people. From a professional standpoint, Nanako is a once-in-a-decade genius. With proper guidance, she will definitely win the championship." Charlie chuckled and said, "Mr. Yamamoto, that's quite a bold claim. What makes you think your Sonda experience is superior to others? And why do you assume you have the ability to teach her everything? Can you truly create a world champion? If your experience only makes you a second or third-rate martial artist, how can Nanako possibly learn from you and become world champion?" Yamamoto Kazuki replied coldly, "Young man, I admit you have some ability, but your arrogance is excessive." Charlie smiled calmly. "Arrogance? You'll understand soon enough." Chapter 1356. After finishing his words, Charlie turned to Nakoido, who looked completely stunned. Smiling gently, he said, "Miss Nanako, your foundation and meridians are exceptional. From the perspective of traditional Chinese martial arts, your Ren and Du meridians are already nearly half open. If you fully open these two channels, you may qualify to become a disciple of the inner family." "Ren Du Ermai?" Nakoido exclaimed in shock. "Is that the same Ren Du Ermai mentioned in Chinese martial arts novels? And what exactly is an inner disciple?" Charlie replied seriously, "Yes. Martial arts novels draw inspiration from real traditional practices, including the Ren and Du meridians. This concept was not fabricated by novelists, it originated thousands of years ago from ancient Chinese medicine." He continued, "As for what an inner disciple is, let me put it this way, if you continue training the way you are now, even after 40 or 50 years, by the time you reach Uncle Yamamoto's age, you still may not truly enter the realm of martial arts. Only by completely opening the Ren and Du meridians and receiving guidance in internal strength techniques from inner family masters can one become an inner disciple." Nakoido asked hesitantly, "Then, is an inner disciple very powerful?" Yamamoto Kazuki sneered and interrupted, "Nanako, don't be deceived by this brat. The so-called internal family and external family are nothing more than fraudulent concepts from ancient Chinese martial arts. Don't you remember those so-called masters I showed you?" Nakoido nodded. "I remember." Yamamoto continued mockingly, "Some old women wearing white Tai Chi uniforms claim they can knock down several strong men with a single move. Others line up dozens of people and, with one wave of their hand, send them all crashing to the ground. It looks impressive, but it's all staged bullshit." Charlie laughed lightly. "It's true that many frauds pretend to be inner disciples, but that doesn't mean the concept itself is fake. Just because some people are liars doesn't mean the truth doesn't exist. By the way, I recently encountered some people in Orus Hill who called themselves Japanese karate masters. They were bodyguards for powerful figures and bragged non-stop about their unmatched skills. In the end, they were all captured by my friends and fed to dogs. Should I conclude that Japanese karate is worthless just because those men were trash?" Yamamoto Kazuki was left speechless for a moment, unsure whether Charlie was telling the truth. At the same time, Jiro Kobayashi turned pale. He knew exactly who Charlie was talking about. His brother, Ichiro Kobayashi, had long employed a group of Japanese karate masters as bodyguards, and Jiro already knew how they had ended up. Unaware of this, Yamamoto Kazuki scoffed. "Kid, don't compare your Tai Chi and internal strength nonsense with my Japanese karate. Let me tell you this, karate is the strongest combat system in the world. It completely surpasses your showy Tai Chi garbage." Charlie smiled faintly and replied, "Mr. Yamamoto, I wouldn't dare call myself a master, but I do know a little Tai Chi and internal strength. If you don't believe me, why don't you stand right here and let me try to knock you down with a single palm?" Yamamoto Kazuki sneered arrogantly. Why not? But if I knock you down with one palm, you must kneel and loudly admit that Chinese Kung Fu is worthless, and that you are the sick man of East Asia. Chapter 1357. Sick man of East Asia. Upon hearing those 4 words, Charlie couldn't help but smile mockingly. It was clear that Yamamoto Kazuki was extremely full of himself. Unfortunately, he had completely misjudged his own abilities. With his mediocre external skills, even if he trained his body to perfection, he was still nowhere near being a match for Charlie. A bit of arrogance might have been tolerable, but what was truly infuriating was that this bastard had no sense of sportsmanship at all. Dragging out the words, sick man of East Asia, was utterly contemptible. Charlie smiled faintly and said, "Since Mr. Yamamoto insists on escalating things, let's raise the stakes even higher." Yamamoto Kazuki sneered coldly. "No matter how high you raise them, I'll go all the way with you." In Yamamoto's mind, no matter how strong Charlie might be, it was absolutely impossible for him to be defeated by a single strike. Making this bet was a no-brainer. He was certain he would win, regardless of the stakes. Charlie continued. "In that case, I've always prided myself on being fair and principled. Since you chose to bring up the words, sick man of East Asia, then as a Chinese person, I find them deeply offensive. So let's make a wager, whoever loses will have those 4 words engraved on their forehead." Yamamoto Kazuki burst out laughing. "Kid, I wasn't even looking for this kind of entertainment, but since you're choosing your own demise, I'll gladly oblige." Charlie grinned. "It doesn't matter whether you're ready to die or not. We're all here to play. I'm willing to back up my words. So tell me, are you in?" Yamamoto Kazuki was momentarily stunned by Charlie's ruthlessness, then sneered again. "What the hell would I be afraid of? With so many witnesses here, the real sick man of East Asia would be the one who backs down. Let's do it." At that moment, Nakoido hurriedly interjected. "Master, this is such a trivial matter. Why make it so ugly?" She then turned to Charlie and said sincerely, "Sir, I apologize for my master's bad temper. He should never have said those 4 words and offended you. I hope you can forgive him." Yamamoto Kazuki snapped angrily. "Nanako! Even if you are the eldest daughter of the Ido family, you have no right to interfere in my affairs." Stung by his words, Nanako bowed deeply. "Master, I'm sorry." Ignoring her completely, Yamamoto Kazuki turned back to Charlie and said calmly, "Before we begin, let's make the terms of our wager clear." Charlie nodded. "It's very simple. I'll strike you once. As long as you can get back on your feet afterward, I lose." Yamamoto Kazuki sneered inwardly. "There are far too many loopholes in this. Even if he cripples one leg, I can still stand on the other. Even if both legs are injured, I can prop myself up with my hands and get back up. No matter how this plays out, I'm guaranteed to win." With extreme arrogance, he said aloud, "If that's the case, then we'll do it your way." The corners of Charlie's mouth lifted slightly. Without any preparation at all, he casually raised his hand and delivered a light slap to Kazuki Yamamoto. To an untrained observer, it looked no different from a friendly high five. Chapter 1358. What no one realized was that Charlie possessed terrifying inner strength and could freely mobilize spiritual energy within his palm. Seeing Charlie's seemingly weak and useless hand, Yamamoto Kazuki burst into laughter. With a sneer, he mocked. "A palm like yours is weaker than that of a 3-year-old child. An old man like me could handle it with one hand." Before he could finish boasting, the unexpected happened. The instant Charlie's palm landed on him, Yamamoto Kazuki felt as if he had been smashed head-on by a speeding train. A violent shock followed, accompanied by searing, bone-crushing pain. With a sharp gasp, Yamamoto Kazuki was sent flying through the air. He flew more than 20 meters before crashing violently onto the ground. Before his body even hit the floor, Charlie's spiritual energy had already obliterated his nervous system, shattering it completely. In midair, Yamamoto Kazuki had already been reduced from a renowned Japanese martial arts master to a useless cripple with no strength whatsoever. When he slammed into the ground, blood immediately sprayed from his mouth. A mist of crimson hung in the air. Yamamoto Kazuki struggled desperately to get up, terror written all over his face, but he quickly realized that his arms and legs were completely powerless. Because he knew nothing about traditional Chinese martial arts, he didn't understand what had happened to him. Had he understood it, he would have immediately recognized how utterly hopeless his situation was. Simply put, his meridians had been completely destroyed. In traditional Chinese martial arts, once a person's meridians are shattered, they are considered completely ruined for life. This was far worse than high-level paraplegia. Paraplegia only destroys the main pathway, the spinal connection between the brain and the body, while leaving secondary pathways intact. But the destruction of meridians meant that both the main and secondary pathways were annihilated. At this moment, Yamamoto Kazuki was suffering exactly that fate. Seeing her master lying motionless on the ground, Nakoido rushed over in panic. "Master! How are you? Are you alright?" Yamamoto Kazuki's lips trembled as his eyes filled with horror. I can't feel my limbs, my body, anything. I'm finished." As he spoke, tears streamed down his aged face. He could not accept that after a lifetime in the martial arts world, he would end up like this. Nakoido froze in terror. She then turned to Charlie and pleaded desperately. "Mr. Wade, please save my master. I'm begging you." Charlie replied coldly. "His meridians are completely destroyed. From now on, all he can do is lie there and wait to rot." He then stepped closer, looking down at Yamamoto Kazuki with utter indifference. "Yamamoto Kazuki, there's a saying popular on the Chinese internet, 'I didn't want to deal with you, but since you came begging to be crushed, what choice did I have?' Also, this is only the beginning of our wager. You have 1 minute to stand up. If you can't, then I win. And since I've won, I'll personally carve the words 'Sick Man of East Asia' onto your forehead." Chapter 1359. At this moment, Yamamoto Kazuki was completely engulfed in fear. Never in his life had he experienced such deep, soul-shaking terror. He had encountered many masters before, but none came even remotely close to the overwhelming power standing before him now. What kind of monster could render him utterly helpless with nothing more than a casual palm strike? Even worse, after crippling him with a single move, this man still intended to carve words of extreme humiliation onto his forehead. Overcome with panic, Yamamoto Kazuki begged. "Sir, I admit that my skills are inferior. I sincerely beg you, please spare me any further humiliation. Please do not carve those 4 words onto my forehead." At the same time, Nakoido bowed deeply toward Charlie. Tears streamed down her face as she pleaded urgently. "Sir, my master is already advanced in age. I beg you, for the sake of his seniority, please show mercy and give him a chance." Charlie looked at Nakoido and asked calmly. "If the situation were reversed, and I were the one who lost, based on what you know about him, do you truly believe he would spare me?" Nakoido was instantly rendered speechless. She knew her master far too well. He was not a complete villain, but he was ruthless and utterly merciless when dealing with others. If Yamamoto Kazuki had defeated Charlie, there was no doubt he would have shown absolutely no mercy. Realizing this, Nanako felt utterly helpless. She wanted to continue pleading, but deep down, she knew it would be meaningless. Although she had only just met the Chinese man before her, she was painfully aware of the long and bitter history between China and Japan. She also understood all too well the significance of the phrase, "Sick Man of East Asia," words that every Chinese person despises to the core. For generations, the Chinese people had struggled and fought to rise from humiliation, transforming from a bullied nation into the world's second largest and most powerful country, representing over 1 billion people. Countless sacrifices had been made to erase the disgrace of being labeled the "Sick Man of East Asia" and to restore national dignity. Given this history, her master's deliberate use of those words made this insult unforgivable. Overwhelmed by emotion, Nakoido cried out. "Sir, my master is old. He only wishes to spend his remaining years in peace. He has already lost the ability to move, and the rest of his life will be nothing but suffering. He has paid a terrible price. Please, I beg you, don't humiliate him any further. Charlie shot her a cold, piercing glance and said sternly. When he insulted me with the words sick man of East Asia, did you ever consider that he was insulting not just me, but the entire Chinese nation? In his eyes, I was nothing more than a Chinese person he could trample on like in the old days. Nanako's heart sank to the bottom. She finally understood, her master had crossed a line that could never be undone. Charlie would never let this go. At the same time, Yamamoto Kazuki was drowning in terror. If he had to spend the rest of his life paralyzed, he could barely accept it. But having the words sick man of East Asia carved into his forehead, that was a fate worse than death. Chapter 1360. With tears pouring down his face, Yamamoto Kazuki wailed. Sir, I'm willing to pay you. I'll give you money, lots of it. I'll give you everything I have, just please let me go this once. Charlie smiled faintly and replied. No amount of money you have can compare to what I already possess. In a panic, Yamamoto Kazuki blurted out. I have nearly $100 million saved. If you spare me, I'll give you all of it, at least 5 or 6 billion in your currency. Not wanting to be left behind, Nakoido hurriedly added. Sir, if it's about money, I can pay as well. I'll give you $100 million too. What do you think? Charlie glanced at Yamamoto Kazuki, then at Nakoido, before pointing at the trembling Jiro Kobayashi nearby. Why don't you ask this little bastard how much money I actually have? Jiro Kobayashi's legs shook violently as he stammered. Wade. Mr. Wade. I honestly don't know how much money you have. You don't know? Charlie said with a grin. Then tell them how much your Kobayashi family has honored me. Jiro Kobayashi swallowed hard and said shakily. Mr. Yamamoto. Miss Ido, our Kobayashi family has honored Mr. Wade with 10 billion. How much? Charlie frowned. Why did it suddenly become 10 billion? Jiro Kobayashi panicked internally. In truth, the Kobayashi family had paid Charlie 11 billion, 10 billion contributed by his father, Masao Kobayashi, during his lifetime for drug patents, and another 1 billion secretly paid to hire Charlie to murder his own brother. That last part was something he absolutely did not dare to mention. Seeing Charlie's displeasure, Jiro hurriedly corrected himself. I am sorry. I was nervous and misspoke. In reality, our Kobayashi family has honored Master Wade with a total of 11 billion, nearly $2 billion. Yamamoto Kazuki was completely stunned. 11 billion? The Kobayashi family had given this young man such an astronomical sum? Wasn't he just a coach? If he had more than 10 billion, why would he even bother coaching Aurora? Nakoido was equally shocked. Despite the immense wealth of the Ido family, she was still a student and only had about $50 million saved. The 100 million she offered would have required her family's approval. She never imagined Charlie would be this terrifyingly rich. At that moment, despair completely crushed Yamamoto Kazuki. His eyes red and swollen, he looked at Charlie and choked. Mr. Wade. I truly understand my mistakes now. I beg you, please don't strip me of the last bit of dignity I have as a warrior. As a fellow warrior, you should understand. Charlie chuckled coldly. Don't act arrogant and only beg for mercy when you're cornered. It's disgusting and pointless. I despise people who insult our country and our people. If it weren't for your ancestors leaving you some legacy, I could send you to meet Amaterasu with a single strike. Finally, Charlie took out his phone and made a call. Don Albert, come to Orus Hill Stadium. It's time for you to put on a show, human calligraphy. Chapter 1361. When Yamamoto Kazuki received Charlie's call, anxiety instantly washed over him. He nervously asked. Could it be, are you here to engrave something on me? Charlie chuckled and replied mockingly. What nonsense are you thinking? You want me to engrave something on you? Do you really think you're worthy of that? With a playful sneer, Charlie continued. I'm actually looking for a friend this time. He may not be well educated, but he can definitely write the words sick man of East Asia. When the time comes, I'll have him carve it onto your forehead as big as possible, just to make you happy. Yamamoto Kazuki was struck with terror, his heart pounding as he struggled to find any words to respond. At that moment, a staff member from the organizing committee hurried over to Nakoido and Aurora and said urgently, "Contestants, the competition has already begun. Your opponents are waiting in the ring. Please hurry, if you don't arrive within 10 minutes, it will be considered an automatic withdrawal." Still shaken, Aurora turned to Charlie and asked nervously, "Master Wade, should I go by myself, or will you come with me?" Charlie smiled calmly and replied, "I'm here today specifically to support you in your match. Of course I'll go with you." Aurora glanced at Yamamoto Kazuki, who was still lying helplessly on the ground, and asked softly, "Master Wade, what should we do about him?" Charlie waved his hand dismissively and said with a faint smile, "Don't worry about him. Let him stay here. He won't escape my grasp anyway." With that, Charlie gently patted Aurora on the back and encouraged her. "You must perform well in the competition. I'm counting on you." Aurora nodded firmly and replied with determination, "Don't worry, Teacher Wade. I'll definitely do my best." As Charlie and Aurora left the rest area, Yamamoto Kazuki remained sprawled on the ground. Nakoido knelt beside him, tears streaming down her face as she said anxiously, "Master, I'll call an ambulance right now and have you taken to the hospital." Yamamoto Kazuki hurriedly waved his hand and insisted, "No. The match is about to start. You must go and compete, don't worry about me. Don't let my situation delay your opportunity." Jiro Kobayashi also spoke up. "That's right, Nanako-san. If you don't compete, you'll be marked absent and lose your chance at the championship." Nakoido said desperately, "But I can't just leave Master here alone. He can't even move." Yamamoto Kazuki clenched his teeth and urged her, "Nanako, focus on the match. This is extremely important for you. You must fight for the championship." "What about you, Master?" she asked, completely torn. Just as Nanako felt helpless, Jiro Kobayashi quickly said, "Miss Nanako, go compete tonight. I'll stay here with Mr. Yamamoto and make sure he gets to the hospital for proper treatment." Nakoido grabbed his arm and pleaded, "Mr. Kobayashi, please take Master back to Japan immediately. I can't allow him to be humiliated by Charlie Wade." "What?" Jiro Kobayashi's face turned pale. "Miss Nanako, are you asking me to secretly send Mr. Yamamoto back to Japan?" "Yes." Nanako replied firmly. "I won't let Master suffer such humiliation. Even if he has to bear that name on his back, I absolutely won't allow them to engrave anything on his forehead." After saying that, she looked at Jiro Kobayashi earnestly and begged, "Please, Mr. Kobayashi." Hearing her words, Yamamoto Kazuki felt a fierce determination surge within him. The thought of escaping such lifelong humiliation ignited hope in his heart. Taking advantage of Charlie's absence, he made up his mind to flee. He would rather never return to Orus Hill, never step foot in China again, and even abandon his dignity as a Japanese man, than live forever with the words "sick man of East Asia" carved into his forehead. Chapter 1362. With desperation and hope mixed in his eyes, Yamamoto Kazuki turned to Jiro Kobayashi and pleaded, "Mr. Kobayashi, I'm begging you to help this old man just this once." Jiro Kobayashi looked extremely conflicted. If Nanako had asked for help with anything else, he would have done everything possible to please her. But she was asking him to secretly send Yamamoto Kazuki back to Japan, right under Charlie Wade's watchful eyes. That was practically suicidal. Even though they might not fully understand how terrifying Charlie truly was or how ruthless his methods could be, they were painfully aware of who he was. Years ago, Jiro Kobayashi's older brother had fallen into Charlie's hands while in Orus Hill. At that time, the Kobayashi family's private jet was parked at Orus Hill Airport. If his brother had managed to board that plane, he could have safely returned to Tokyo. But what was the result? the plane returned to Tokyo. But his brother never did. Worse still, the Kobayashi family suffered a staggering loss of nearly $2 billion at Charlie's hands. For decades, the Kobayashi family had dominated Japan's business world. When had they ever encountered such a monstrous figure? Because of this, even if it cost him his life, Jiro Kobayashi would never dare to cross Charlie Wade. Seeing Jiro's troubled expression, Nakoido couldn't help but ask. "Mr. Kobayashi, is there something you're hiding from us?" After a long sigh, Jiro finally said honestly. "Miss Nanako. I'll be straightforward. Mr. Wade's real name is Charlie Wade, and What is it? Stop hesitating and just say it," Nanako urged. Jiro lowered his head, his face flushed with fear, and muttered. "I can't afford to offend him." "What?" Both Nakoido and Yamamoto Kazuki were completely stunned. They never imagined that someone as image-conscious as Jiro Kobayashi would openly admit, right in front of them, that he was afraid of Charlie Wade. From his expression alone, it was obvious that Charlie was terrifying beyond imagination. Suppressing his pride, Jiro continued. "You must understand, across all of China and even the entire world, the one person I absolutely cannot afford to provoke is Charlie Wade. I've investigated his past actions, and to be honest, he's a devil." As he spoke, Jiro quickly pulled out his phone and opened TikTok, finding a specific video featuring Mr. Lloyd and his son, Marcus. He said nervously, "Look at this. This isn't the first time he's branded someone." In this video, he ordered these words to be engraved onto their foreheads. Nakoido and Yamamoto Kazuki stared at the screen in horror. The video showed the father and son, their foreheads scarred with the words, "pathetic jerk," an utterly miserable sight. With lingering fear in his voice, Jiro explained. "According to my investigation, that father and son offended Charlie, which is why he punished them like this. His crimes are numerous and far-reaching. If I help Mr. Yamamoto escape China today, it's not just a matter of whether we can get away. Even if we somehow succeed." He paused, then said gravely, "He will definitely hunt us down." Chapter 1363. Witnessing the tense exchange between Mr. Lloyd and Marcus, the expressions on Nakoido and Yamamoto Kazuma's faces turned to ash. At that moment, Nakoido finally grasped the meaning behind Jiro Kobayashi's warning about provoking Charlie. This formidable figure instilled fear in most, as he was a force to be reckoned with, especially on their home turf. Overwhelmed with emotion, Nakoido exclaimed through her tears, "I could call my father and ask him to help." Jiro Kobayashi gently advised her, "Ms. Nanako, even if you reach out to Mr. Ido, he won't be able to change the situation. Even if he immediately flew from Tokyo to Orus Hill, it would take at least 2 to 3 hours. In that time, Charlie's people could easily arrive, leaving him with no options." Despite the Ido family's considerable power in Japan, their influence in Orus Hill was virtually non-existent. It wouldn't matter if Nakoido's father, Ido Yuhiko, came, he would be swiftly subdued by Don Albert's brother. This illustrates the principle that a strong dragon cannot crush a local snake. Even if he commanded tens of thousands of followers in Japan, how many could he realistically send to Orus Hill? Once a plane was grounded, it could carry 200 or 300 people. However, upon landing, Charlie wouldn't need to lift a finger, Don Albert's brother could easily dispatch them. As they spoke, a staff member approached with a reminder, "Miss Ido, there are only 3 minutes left. If you don't show up soon, the referee will declare you have forfeited." Yamamoto Kazuki sighed and said, "It's all right. This may be my destiny, Nanako. You don't need to worry about me. Just go compete." Nakoido, tearfully, responded, "Master, with you like this, how can I possibly participate in the competition?" Yamamoto Kazuki insisted, "Staying here won't help me. You can't make me stand up again, nor can you stop Charlie's people from marking me. If you remain here, you risk being eliminated early. I want you to fight without regrets." Jiro Kobayashi added his encouragement, "Miss Ido, you should head to the competition right away. If you win, Mr. Yamamoto can find some solace." "Exactly. Yamamoto Kazuki firmly stated. If you withdraw now, I will act as if I never took you on as my apprentice. Upon hearing this, Nakoido clenched her fists, determination filling her. Master, I promise I will win. With that declaration, she stood up, hurried out of the rest area, and made her way to the competition ring. Meanwhile, the match in Orus Hill had already begun. She was set to face Joanna from Brazil, the third seed in the tournament. Joanna, tall and muscular, was widely regarded as a strong contender, with many believing she could even surpass the second seed to claim the runner-up spot. Consequently, few believed that Aurora stood a chance against this formidable opponent. However, what unfolded next was nothing short of astonishing. As soon as the match started, Joanna launched a fierce onslaught against Aurora, underestimating her strength. She aimed to defeat Aurora swiftly to preserve her energy for subsequent matches. However, Joanna was blindsided by Aurora's remarkable agility. In a rapid sequence, Joanna threw a barrage of punches and kicks, but Aurora deftly evaded each attack with ease. Then, out of nowhere, Aurora executed a stunning whip kick. Her body had just absorbed the magical medicine provided by Charlie, who had also used Reiki to enhance her physicality. Chapter 1364. Thus, Aurora's whip leg was incredibly swift and powerful. Joanna completely underestimated Aurora's whip leg. Understanding Aurora's capabilities, she felt confident that Aurora wouldn't be much of a threat, so she instinctively raised her hands to block it. Simultaneously, Joanna had already formulated a tactical strategy in her mind. After successfully blocking Aurora's attack with her hands, she quickly launched a counterattack. Joanna aimed her right foot directly at Aurora's knee. She believed that if she landed this hit, she could follow up with a sweeping kick from her left leg to take Aurora down. However, to her astonishment, Aurora's whip leg carried an overwhelming force that Joanna had never encountered before. In an instant, Joanna felt a tremendous impact on her palms and arms, and with a loud crash, she was sent flying out of the ring. The audience was left speechless. No one anticipated that the relatively unknown Aurora could knock the number 3 seed out of the ring with just one strike. To make matters worse, Joanna was seriously injured, lying on the ground outside the ring. She tried multiple times to get up but couldn't manage it. Her coach rushed over, exchanged a few words with her, and then turned to the referee, stating, "We concede." Concede? The crowd gasped in disbelief. Is this really an admission of defeat? Everyone had never witnessed such a rapid fight before. Aurora executed just one move, and it was all over. Mr. Quinton stood in a daze. As a father, he was well aware of his daughter's capabilities. He had thought that even with Master Charlie's guidance, it would be a tough battle for her against Joanna. Yet, he never expected her to win so decisively. Charlie watched with a smile, his demeanor reflecting neither surprise nor shock. He had known for some time that Aurora had transformed. Her current strength was more than enough to overpower Joanna, and even the top seed, the championship favorite, Nakoido. Having witnessed Nakoido earlier, Charlie had a clear sense of her abilities. She lacked any true power, merely showcasing a physique honed to perfection. The former Aurora could hardly compete, but now, she was leagues ahead of her opponents. Meanwhile, in another arena, Nakoido was just beginning her intense match. Fortune smiled upon her as her opponent was not even a top 5 seed, making them considerably weaker. However, preoccupied with thoughts of her injured master, Yamamoto Kazuki, her focus wavered, significantly diminishing her combat effectiveness. Moreover, Charlie's image frequently flickered in her mind. Even though Charlie had injured her master and etched a mark on his forehead, stirring her anger, she couldn't shake the memory of Charlie's overpowering strike. What was that strength? How could someone possess such astonishing power? Chapter 1365. As Nakoido pondered her thoughts, she found herself forced to retreat by her opponent. At this moment, she had completely abandoned any pursuit of victory in this match. She realized that despite years of martial arts training, she was unable to land even a single blow against a true master. This realization struck a severe blow to her self-esteem. It's a harsh truth that anyone would struggle with in such a situation. Not only was her self-confidence shattered, but her long-held beliefs were also dismantled. For a long time, Nanako had believed she was merely 2 decades away from reaching the pinnacle of martial arts. She was convinced that in 20 years, she would evolve into one of the world's top martial artists, perhaps even achieving the same mastery as her mentor, Yamamoto Kazuki. However, Charlie made her realize that the martial arts mastery she envisioned was insignificant compared to the reality of a true master. It became clear to her that for years, she had been limiting her perspective, akin to a frog in a well. Now, she understood that the realm of martial arts extended far beyond her comprehension. Previously, she believed the world consisted of only what she could see, with the farthest distances being the ends of the earth. But today, she recognized that there was an entire solar system, a galaxy, and even a vast universe beyond her own world. At this moment, a new question arose in her mind: how many years would it take for her to become a true top master like Charlie? She reflected on the force of Charlie's palm strike. Although her mentor was rendered powerless, the impact of that strike resonated with her at a profound martial arts level, akin to the brilliance of a full moon. This line of thought further distracted her. Meanwhile, her opponent seized the opportunity to launch an attack. In the first match, Nakoido, feeling unsettled, suffered a loss, causing an uproar among the audience. No one expected Nanako, the top-seeded player of the competition, to be defeated in the very first round of the quarterfinals by an unknown contender. When the referee declared the end of the first game, her opponent erupted in cheers of excitement. She never anticipated that she would triumph in a match she thought would end in defeat. It seemed that Nanako was not in her best form today, but this presented a significant opportunity for her opponent. As Nanako retreated to the rest area near the ring, her mind remained in a fog. Winning or losing had become irrelevant, her foundational beliefs had crumbled. At that moment, her assistant Koichi Tanaka urged her, "Miss, you can't be this negative. You've reached the knockout stage. If you lose now, it's over." With a bitter smile, Nanako replied, "Tanaka, you witnessed Mr. Wade's incredible power firsthand. The gap between us is like that of a firefly and the bright moon. There's an old Chinese saying, how can a firefly's light compete with the glory of the moon?" As she spoke, a sigh escaped her lips. "His strength shines like a brilliant moon in the night sky, while I am merely a firefly lost in the grass." Koichi Tanaka's expression mirrored her emotions. Chapter 1366. He was at a loss for how to convince the eldest lady. He understood Missy's feelings at that moment. The power of the young man named Wade was truly astonishing. Kazuno Yamamoto, a national treasure master from Japan, found himself unable to even hold his ground against him. If he were in the position of the eldest lady, she would likely have lost all her fighting spirit by now. The small competition ahead seemed trivial, and even the Olympics appeared dim in comparison. What was once revered as martial arts had become a mockery. Having served Nakoido for many years, he felt a profound heartache for her. He couldn't help but suggest, "Miss, if you truly have lost faith in this match, perhaps we should return to Japan." Nakoido quickly inquired, "Tanaka, where is my master? How is he doing?" Hiroshi Tanaka hesitated before responding, "A group of wicked men just arrived. The one leading them, Mr. Yamamoto, was attacked with a knife, and they carved 'Sick Man of East Asia' into his forehead. Mr. Yamamoto attempted to commit suicide by biting his tongue but failed and was taken to the hospital by Mr. Kobayashi." "What?" Nakoido gasped, tears welling up in her eyes. "I need to go to the hospital to see Master. Take me there now." Tanaka nodded, saying, "I'll inform the referee team that we are withdrawing from the competition." "All right. Go!" Nakoido urged, her impatience growing. To her, Yamamoto Kazuki was not just a mentor. If anything were to happen to him, she would never forgive herself. After all, he had come to China with her for this competition. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have encountered Charlie or the troubles they faced now. Just as she was about to abandon the match and rush to the hospital, a calm voice interrupted her thoughts. "Once you've entered the competition, you must take it seriously. You can't just give up halfway." Nakoido turned to see Charlie, the young man with incredible power, standing stoically off the stage, looking at her without expression. Her heart raced. She hadn't expected Charlie to be watching her match, nor did she understand why he was interested. In truth, Aurora had already claimed victory with a single move and had gone to the locker room to change. With nothing else to do, Charlie decided to watch Nakoido's match but was surprised to see her lose the first round. He could tell that her defeat stemmed from her worry, which prevented her from focusing on the competition. Initially, he thought she would quickly regain her composure and bounce back in the second game. Instead, he found her ready to forfeit. Looking at him, thoughts of her mentor trying to take his own life ignited a surge of indignation within her. She shot a fierce glare at Charlie and shouted, "You villain! Why are you pushing my mentor to this point? Do you really want him to die?" Charlie replied coolly, "Miss, judging by your demeanor and grace, you seem to be a well-educated lady, not someone who acts without reason. You've seen the conflict between your master Yamamoto and me. I urge you to consider who is truly forcing him in this situation. If he hadn't been so proud and confident, if he hadn't insulted me by calling me the sick man of East Asia, I wouldn't have had to respond in kind. In China, we have an old saying, the right way in the world is full of vicissitudes. Do you believe, as a lady, that the bond between master and apprentice is more significant than the right way in the world?" Chapter 1367. When faced with Charlie's question, Nakoido found herself at a loss for words. Initially, she was taken aback by Charlie's silence, which made her blush with embarrassment. Emotionally and logically, Charlie's statement held truth. At its core, it was about his mentor seeking to be challenged, and Charlie was justified in his perspective. Feeling ashamed, Nakoido bowed respectfully to Charlie and said, "Mr. Wade, I was impulsive. Please forgive me, and I kindly ask that you refrain from being too discerning with me." Charlie nodded in acknowledgement. In many ways, he understood Nakoido's situation. People often find it easy to be objective and fair when the issue doesn't involve them personally. However, when it comes to their own interests, maintaining that objectivity can be quite challenging. It's akin to how one might wish for a lesson to be learned when someone else's child misbehaves, yet when it's their own child, they hope for forgiveness and another chance. Yamamoto Kazuki serves as Nakoido's mentor. The cultural traditions of Japan and China, though separated by water, share a common emphasis on respecting teachers. Thus, Nakoido's admiration and defense of Yamamoto Kazuki is both understandable and acceptable. However, understanding does not equate to agreement. While Charlie empathized with her feelings, it would not sway his opinions or decisions. He addressed her in a calm tone, "Miss Ido, since he is also a participant in this competition, we must honor the integrity of this event. It's important not to withdraw or forfeit midway, as that would be disrespectful to martial arts." Desperate, Nakoido replied, "Mr. Wade, your strength has truly opened my eyes to the essence of real martial arts. Compared to you, my skills are merely at the beginner level, and it feels utterly shameless to continue competing in your presence." Charlie shook his head and responded, "Martial arts isn't solely about competing with others. It embodies not just a sport, but a culture and a spirit. Does having lesser strength mean one is unworthy of pursuing martial arts? If your skills are far below mine, would you simply give up this competition without a second thought?" He paused for emphasis, then spoke seriously, "If that's your stance, then I must say you don't truly love martial arts. What you cherish is merely your ranking. When you feel superior, you embrace martial arts. When you perceive yourself as inferior, you abandon it. Ultimately, you're not a devoted martial artist." With urgency, Nakoido protested, "No, that's not true. I love martial arts. I am a dedicated warrior. I'm just. Charlie pressed, "Just what?" Startled by his intensity, Nakoido bowed her head, conceding her defense and murmuring, "Mr. Wade, you're right, I was wrong. I shouldn't consider dropping out of the competition. I shouldn't betray martial arts now." Charlie encouraged her, saying, "Compete well. I hope to see you face Aurora in the finals." Nakoido's eyes sparkled with determination as she nodded vigorously, replying, "I understand, Mr. Wade. Don't worry, I will definitely fight my way to the finals. I'll discuss this with my master." Charlie waved dismissively, "Aurora is not my student, she's my friend, or more accurately, she's the daughter of a friend. I'm just providing her with some guidance during these few days." Intrigued, Nakoido asked, "Mr. Wade, aren't you a professional coach?" Chuckling, Charlie replied, "Not at all. I'm just an unemployed drifter without a job." Unemployed? Shock and disbelief washed over Nakoido's face. Chapter 1368. Charlie, who possesses remarkable power, turned out to be just an unemployed drifter without a job. As she contemplated asking for more details, the referee approached the ring and announced, "There are 30 seconds left until the second game begins." Charlie turned to Nakoido and said, "Focus on the game, I'm heading out now." "Mr. Wade, you're leaving." Nakoido suddenly felt a pang of sadness. At that moment, Charlie added, "By the way, Yamamoto Kazuki's bet is over. Once he's discharged from the hospital, he'll be free to leave Orus Hill." Without lingering any longer, Charlie turned and walked away, not looking back. Nakoido watched him with a sense of loss, while Tanaka Hiroshi urged her, "Miss, it's time for us to compete. Are you ready to play?" "Of course I'm ready to compete." In an instant, Nakoido felt her fighting spirit rekindle. With determination in her eyes and a resolute voice, she declared, "I will definitely reach the finals and face Aurora directly. I will not allow Mr. Wade to underestimate me." Outside the gymnasium, Charlie found Mr. Quinton and Aurora waiting for him. As Charlie stepped out, Mr. Quinton quickly approached, saying respectfully, "Master Wade, I never anticipated Aurora would show such tremendous improvement under your guidance." "I'm truly grateful." Charlie replied casually, "Mr. Quinton, there's no need for such formality. Aurora is not only your daughter but also my friend. Helping her is just what friends do." Mr. Quinton glanced at Aurora and sighed, "Aurora. Look how much Master Wade cares for you. You must listen to him and dedicate yourself to serving Master Wade, do you understand?" Aurora responded enthusiastically, "Don't worry, Dad. I'm committed to following Master Wade throughout my life, obeying his guidance, and repaying his kindness wholeheartedly." With a smile, Charlie said, "No need for such politeness between us. The best reward for me will be your hard work and success in this competition." Aurora asserted earnestly, "Master Wade, I was uncertain about winning the championship, but now I'm fully confident. My strength has increased several times, all thanks to the miraculous medicine you provided and your guidance." Charlie chuckled, "If you keep being this formal, I might just keep my distance." "Oh no, Master Wade." Aurora's eyes widened with concern as she replied, "Isn't it fine if I'm less formal with you from now on? Please don't push me away." Charlie nodded and said, "Remember your words, be less formal with me from now on." "I will definitely remember." Aurora promptly agreed, while Mr. Quinton interjected, "Master Wade, why don't you come to our house for a light meal?" Charlie waved his hand dismissively, "Not today. I have matters to attend to at the pharmaceutical factory. I've asked Liam to invite a spokesperson for a meeting." Chapter 1369. To endorse Oracle Novadas, Stephanie's son traveled to Orus Hill by plane, accompanied by her assistant and bodyguard. Being part of the third largest family in Eastcliff, Stephanie enjoys considerable influence and resources, which is why she prefers to fly in her private jet whenever she travels. This choice not only offers convenience but also ensures her privacy. As a major celebrity, her presence can create a significant buzz in any city across the country. To maintain a low profile, it's essential for her to steer clear of the prying eyes of media, paparazzi, and fans. Hence, opting for a private jet has become her preferred mode of transportation. Upon arriving in Orus Hill, Liam personally welcomed Stephanie's son and her entourage, escorting them to Oracle Pharmaceutical. Initially, Liam intended to have them relax at the Shangriila hotel before discussing business the following day. However, Stephanie insisted on heading directly to the Oracle Pharmaceutical factory. This marked her first foray into endorsing a pharmaceutical product, and she approached it with great seriousness and caution. Her immediate priority was to visit the production workshop to assess the company's credibility. When Charlie arrived at Oracle Pharmaceutical, he found Stephanie already inspecting the production line under Liam's guidance. Oracle Pharmaceutical is the successor to Weaver's Pharmaceuticals, a well-established company valued in the billions. Their production line and processes meet top-tier domestic standards. Additionally, having personally experienced the benefits of Novadas, Stephanie felt reassured about her decision. She was inclined to commit to being the image spokesperson for Novadas. At that moment, however, she was increasingly troubled by her digestive issues. Observing the adjacent production line, where packs of Oracle Novadas were being rapidly packaged, she turned to Liam and asked, "Mr. Weaver, could I have some Oracle Novadas? My digestive health has been poor lately, and after taking a pack, I noticed a significant improvement. However, the effect has worn off, so..." Liam responded sincerely, "Miss Sun, I must inform you that our boss maintains strict protocols. Before Nyranex is officially launched, we need to monitor everything closely. Therefore, I can't accommodate that request right now. Perhaps we should wait for him to arrive and discuss it further." Sherry chimed in, clearly frustrated, "Is your boss really that picky? It's just a few packets of medicine. Does it really need to be so complicated?" In a hurry to clarify, Liam explained, "Miss Sherry, I think there's been a misunderstanding. Our boss isn't being difficult, he's merely cautious. Until our products are formally released, we must prevent any leaks of confidential information. Currently, pharmaceutical companies in Japan, South Korea, and across Asia have been imitating and copying ancient Chinese remedies, which has resulted in significant losses for traditional Chinese medicine." Chapter 1370. Sherry frowned and inquired, "Does your boss have persecution delusions? We're in the 21st century now. Patent laws are quite stringent. Once your medications are patented, you shouldn't have to worry about anyone stealing your formula." Liam shook his head and replied, "Ms. Sherry, you might not be fully aware of the situation. In the current pharmaceutical landscape, only chemically synthesized drugs receive true patent protection and can be effectively implemented." Sherry asked for clarification. "Chemically synthesized drugs? What exactly do you mean?" Liam explained, "Chemically synthesized drugs have well-defined chemical molecular equations, and their structures are very stable. Take Glennon, for instance, a specialized drug for leukemia that's chemically imitated. This product is among the top-selling tumor-specific medications produced by Swiss Novartis. As long as Novartis has patented this chemical equation, any other company attempting to produce products with the same composition would be infringing on that patent." After a brief pause, Liam continued, "However, traditional Chinese medicine doesn't fall under the category of chemical products. It consists of various proprietary Chinese medicinal ingredients blended in specific proportions to achieve therapeutic effects. This formula is highly effective, but securing a patent is challenging, and enforcing patent law for such remedies is even more difficult, making it hard to pursue legal action against infringements." Sherry responded, "Even if individuals can't sue for infringement, pharmaceutical companies should still have the ability to pursue legal action, right?" Liam shook his head again. "Ms. Sherry, your perspective is somewhat simplistic. First, it's incredibly difficult to patent things that occur naturally. For instance, rice is a staple food across Asia and is known to treat certain ailments. If a pharmaceutical company tried to patent rice for this purpose, the International Patent Organization would never approve it." Sherry rolled her eyes and said, "You've said a lot, but I just want to ask you one thing. Did your prescription come from ancient Chinese formulas? Does that mean you're also taking credit for the work of your ancestors?" Liam shook his head, stating, "I honestly don't know." Sherry, increasingly puzzled, pressed him, "You don't know? The medicine you produce, where does the formula originate? You must have some awareness of that." Liam responded earnestly, "Our boss created the prescription." Sherry raised an eyebrow in surprise and asked, "Is your boss a doctor?" With deep respect, Liam exclaimed, "Our boss is a true dragon in this world." Sherry scoffed, "Oh please. Stop with the exaggerations. Who even dares to use such grand titles these days?" Chapter 1371. Noticing Sherry's clear disdain for his boss, Liam asserted with conviction, "Miss Sherry, you might look down on me, but never on my boss. If you've had any real interactions with him, you'd understand that what I'm saying is far from a lie." As Sherry curled her lips, ready to reply, Stephanie's son, who was standing beside her, intervened. "Sherry, please mind your manners. I trust Mr. Weaver's words. If you choose to study his work, it's fair to call him the dragon of this generation, especially with his groundbreaking stomach medicine, Nova Dies. Sherry playfully stuck out her tongue. Alright, since you put it that way, I won't be so arrogant towards him. I just wanted to have a little fun. Liam was momentarily speechless. He hadn't anticipated that Sherry would hold back her teasing for his sake. Being a grown man, he felt somewhat unsettled that a woman was toying with him, yet understanding that Sherry was Stephanie's son's agent, he tucked his feelings of frustration away. Just then, the workshop director rushed over, announcing, "Manager Weaver, Mr. Wade has arrived." Before the words had fully left his mouth, Charlie entered the workshop, looking sharp in a freshly pressed suit. Upon seeing him, Stephanie's son was momentarily taken aback. She leaned closer to Liam and whispered, "This man is your boss?" Liam confirmed with a nod, "Yes." "What's his name?" Liam replied, "Master Charlie Wade." "Why do you ask?" Stephanie was stunned, while Sherry rolled her eyes and remarked, "Who has a name like that?" "Master Charlie Wade?" "I prefer my name, Sherry, a beautiful woman." "Much better." Suddenly, Stephanie snapped, "Quiet. Don't be rude." Sherry was taken aback. She had never seen Stephanie lose her temper with her before. But it was clear that Stephanie was genuinely upset this time. In truth, Sherry was not just Stephanie's agent, she was also her cousin. They were very close, as Sherry was the daughter of Stephanie's aunt. After Stephanie embarked on her entertainment career, Sherry eagerly volunteered to become her agent. This close bond allowed Sherry to joke around freely and treat Stephanie more like a sister than a boss. As Stephanie watched Charlie approach, her heart raced, and her breathing became erratic. Charlie stepped closer to the trio. As he looked at Stephanie and Sherry, he was taken aback by their striking beauty. In just 2 days, he had encountered 2 remarkable women, Nakoido and now Stephanie's son. While Nanako embodied the gentle grace of a Yamamoto Nadeshiko, Stephanie radiated a cold elegance, suggesting a noble lineage. She carried herself with an innate poise that set her apart. There are 2 types of noble demeanor, one is cultivated from childhood, while the other is acquired later in life. Most wealthy individuals possess an air of extravagance, yet this often reveals a lack of the refinement that comes from a privileged upbringing. Many affluent people emerge from humble beginnings and may lack the ingrained sophistication that comes from being raised in a well-to-do family. Even among the rich second generation, true refinement can be hard to find. Chapter 1372. True aristocratic qualities require at least 3, if not 4, generations of lineage to truly develop. In Orus Hill, there is only one woman who embodies such a refined temperament, Jasmine. However, Stephanie's son possesses an even more admirable demeanor than Jasmine. Charlie, suppressing his surprise, glanced at the 2 women with a faint smile and said apologetically, "I apologize, ladies. Something has delayed me today, and I appreciate your patience." Summoning her courage, Stephanie's son asked him, "You're Charlie Wade, right?" Charlie nodded and replied, "Yes, what can I do for you, Miss Sun?" Stephanie pointed to herself, her beautiful eyes fixed on him as she inquired, "Do you remember me?" Her question left Charlie and the others momentarily speechless. Liam and Sherry exchanged surprised glances. Could it be that Stephanie's son actually knew Charlie? Charlie felt equally astonished. He had heard that Stephanie's son was a prominent star, but how could she possibly know him? Yet, something felt off. He had left Eastcliff at the age of 8, and looking at Stephanie, who seemed to be a year or 2 younger than him, he realized that when he departed Eastcliff, she would have been just 6 or 7 years old. How could she recognize him? While he had no memory of her, it was clear from Stephanie's gaze that she had indeed recognized him. Additionally, since she was from Eastcliff and had not returned in many years, it was reasonable to deduce that her knowledge of him stemmed from their shared past in Eastcliff. This implied that Stephanie's son was aware of his status as the Wade family master. Charlie furrowed his brow, studying Stephanie intently before smiling and saying, "Miss Sun, I believe you have mistaken me for someone else." "How can that be?" Stephanie exclaimed. "It's impossible. You still have the same look and demeanor. I can see the resemblance to how you appeared as a child. Charlie was further taken aback, but he firmly insisted, that can't be true. I've been an orphan since I was young and grew up in an orphanage. How could you possibly know me? Stephanie hesitated, wanting to say more, but sensing a warning in Charlie's eyes, she sighed and said, perhaps I truly was mistaken. You just resemble a childhood friend of mine who has been missing for many years. Charlie nodded, smiling as he responded, the world is vast, it's entirely normal for two people to resemble each other. Stephanie agreed, saying, you're right, Mr. Wade. Liam and Sherry, meanwhile, didn't dwell on the conversation. Liam introduced Charlie, saying, Master Wade, allow me to introduce you. This is the celebrated star from Eastcliff, Miss Sun, and beside her is her agent, Sherry. Charlie nodded politely, addressing them, Miss Sun, Miss Sherry, it's a pleasure to have you both in Orus Hill. Your presence certainly adds to the brilliance of Oracle Pharmaceutical. Sherry interjected, Wade, is it? You're being rather disingenuous. Since you're so pleased to have us here, why not extend a little generosity? Stephanie has been having some stomach issues, and we were hoping for a few packs of medicine. Instead, you're just talking about patents. Isn't that a bit ridiculous? Chapter 1373. When Charlie heard Sherry's remarks, he couldn't help but smile with indifference. Since Oracle Novadas has not yet been officially listed, we will need to implement some security measures, more or less. This is quite standard practice in the pharmaceutical industry, he explained. Stephanie responded with an apologetic tone, I sincerely apologize, Mr. Wade. I shouldn't have made such an unreasonable request. The truth is, I recently went abroad to film a movie and ended up injuring my spleen and stomach. I took a lot of medication, but nothing worked until I tried your Novadas. It made a significant difference, but now that the effects have worn off, I find myself eager for more. Charlie nodded in understanding, then picked up a pack of Oracle Novadas that had just been packaged from the production line. Handing it to Stephanie with a smile, he said, since Miss Sun has a need for it, we will certainly accommodate you. Here, take this package. Thank you. Stephanie exclaimed as she eagerly accepted the stomach powder, unable to wait to take it right away. Almost immediately after consuming the medicine, she felt relief in her stomach. Charlie then asked, Miss Sun, what are your thoughts on our Oracle Pharmaceutical? Stephanie nodded and replied, I think it's quite impressive. It truly embodies the look and style expected of a large company. Charlie followed up with a question, is there any issue regarding the endorsement matter? Stephanie lightly nodded and confirmed, there are no issues with the endorsements. You can draft the contract at any time, and once it's signed, we can begin advertising. With a smile, Charlie said, that's wonderful. In that case, let's finalize the contract details today. Sounds good, Mr. Wade, Stephanie replied. Turning to her agent Sherry, she instructed, Sherry, you can leave the contract with Mr. Weaver. He can sign it on my behalf. Sherry nodded in agreement. Of course, Stephanie. I'll handle the contract, but you should take some time to rest. Your spleen and stomach are still recovering, and you've been on your feet all day. Thank you. Stephanie smiled at Charlie and suggested, Mr. Wade, while Sherry and Mr. Weaver sort out the contract, how about we find a quiet place to sit and enjoy a cup of tea? Charlie understood that Stephanie likely wanted to have a private conversation with him, and he was curious about whether they had met before. Liam, who was nearby, suggested, Master Wade, why not take Miss Sun to your chairman's office for a cup of tea and a chat? I can arrange for the office to be set up especially for you, complete with good tea and fine tea sets. Charlie nodded and gestured politely to Stephanie, Miss Sun, shall we move to the office for our conversation? Stephanie's previously cold demeanor brightened into a warm smile as she nodded and followed Charlie to his office. In fact, Charlie rarely visited Oracle Pharmaceutical, especially the newly renovated chairman's office, which he had never set foot in. Even though he was now a major shareholder, he preferred not to involve himself too much in the operations of Oracle Pharmaceutical. This was primarily because he believed that professional tasks should be handled by experts. Charlie had no experience running a pharmaceutical company, nor was he familiar with drug production and sales. Liam was one of those capable professionals, and Charlie felt it was best to leave these matters to him. His role was merely to provide effective prescriptions that would support production and sales. By doing so, they could achieve the best possible cooperation and mutual benefit. After Charlie led Stephanie into the office, she took the initiative to close the door behind them. Chapter 1374. As the door closed, the goddess who had captivated countless men, yet stood there with red eyes, choked back her emotions and asked Charlie, "Brother Charlie, don't you remember me?" Charlie shook his head gently, his expression serious. "I'm sorry, but I left Eastcliff when I was just 8 years old. It's been so many years that I don't recall many people or events from that time." Stephanie's son's eyes glistened with tears as she softly murmured, "Brother Charlie, I'm Daisy. Don't you remember me? Daisy's son. Daisy's son." Charlie's brow furrowed slightly as he tried to piece together the memories from his past. The name rang a bell, and he attempted to visualize a little girl from his childhood. However, he quickly concluded that this was the very girl he had in mind. Stephanie's son, the daughter of the Sun family from Eastcliff, was nicknamed Daisy because her mother, a lady from Highland Falls, noticed that she often returned home with a daisy or two in her hands. Her father, Orrin's son, was the third eldest in the Sun family lineage. In those days, Orrin and Charlie's father were the best of friends, sharing an unbreakable bond. At that time, the Sun family wasn't among the top 3 families in Eastcliff. In fact, they ranked outside the top 10. Charlie's father played a significant role in helping Orrin rise to prominence, supporting him in becoming the head of the Sun family and strengthening their position within Eastcliff. Orrin was immensely grateful to Charlie's father, and their camaraderie was akin to that of brothers. The fact that their children were a boy and a girl, with Stephanie, or Daisy, being just over a year younger than Charlie, led Orrin to suggest a childhood betrothal between them. While such arrangements are common in large families, they often lack the romance depicted in films and dramas. In truth, many of these childhood engagements are merely strategic alliances, with families like the Wades and the Suns rarely motivated by genuine emotion. Charlie's father didn't take the proposal too seriously. He simply found Daisy, the daughter of his good friend, to be an adorable little girl and agreed to the idea in passing. However, given their young age, the arrangement remained just a verbal agreement between the two families. Charlie distinctly remembered that when this proposal was made, he was only 4 or 5 years old and felt somewhat resistant to the idea. Whenever their families gathered, Daisy would follow him around like a shadow, which he found rather bothersome. In his memories, Daisy was prone to tears. Whenever he tried to distance himself from her, she would burst into loud sobs, much to the annoyance of the playful young Charlie. Moreover, whenever Daisy cried, Charlie's mother would admonish him, saying, "Charlie, Daisy will be your future wife. You mustn't bully her, understand?" Those words made Charlie squirm uncomfortably. At that time, he was engrossed in playing with toy guns and had no thoughts of marriage. The idea of being tied to a crying companion only added to his reluctance. Ultimately, this was merely a fleeting episode from his childhood. After leaving Eastcliff for Orus Hill, he focused on his survival and never once thought about the girl who had once annoyed him. Yet, he never imagined that the little girl who had once cried so easily would blossom into a stunning and glamorous star. If she hadn't mentioned her nickname, he would have never connected the two of them. Chapter 1375. Since Charlie arrived in Orus Hill, he had encountered only one familiar face from his past, Stephen Thompson, the steward of the Wade family. It was Stephen who unexpectedly approached him, presenting the Emgrand Group and a staggering $10 billion in cash on behalf of the Wade family. However, following that moment, no one from the Wade family ever returned to Eastcliff. This situation intrigued Charlie. Even though the Wade family had bestowed money and a company upon him, they seemed indifferent to the fact that he had no intention of returning. No one from the family made the effort to come to Orus Hill to seek him out. In many ways, this pleased Charlie. He harbored a strong aversion to the conflicts that often arise between the wealthy and powerful. He wanted to protect his life with his wife, Claire, from such entanglements. Living peacefully in Orus Hill, undisturbed, was far more appealing than facing the Wade family in a secretive battle over trillions of dollars. Now, he found himself reconnecting with another figure from his past, Daisy's son, the daughter of a close friend of his late father and his childhood sweetheart. At that moment, Charlie couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Memories from his childhood flooded back, reminding him of his deceased parents. Perhaps it was the weight of his past struggles that softened his feelings. When Charlie thought of his father and mother, he no longer felt overwhelming sadness. Instead, he sighed deeply, reflecting on how a different family background might have changed their fates. If he had not been born into a wealthy family, perhaps his parents would not have died young, and he would not have faced such turmoil at a mere 8 years old. If they could have led a normal life together, Charlie mused, his childhood would surely have been much happier. Noticing Charlie's silence, Stephanie quickly inquired, "Charlie, why are you so quiet? Do you really not remember me?" Snapping back to reality, Charlie offered a faint smile tinged with bittersweetness and replied, "I do remember you." "Really? You remember me? You're admitting it, you're Charlie?" Stephanie pressed, her eyes wide with hope. Charlie nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I am Charlie, Charlie from the Wade family in Eastcliff. I didn't acknowledge it before because I wanted to keep that identity hidden from others." Stephanie grasped Charlie's arm tightly, her eyes glistening with tears. "Charlie, my dad has been searching for you for years. Ever since Uncle Wade and Aunt Wade were laid to rest in Eastcliff, my father has visited their graves annually. He takes me there to pay his respects and to confess to your uncle and aunt that he failed to bring you back." Charlie sighed, "What else does Uncle's son seek?" With tears in her eyes, Stephanie explained, "Dad worries that you might be struggling out there, suffering hardships. He feels he can't face Uncle Wade and Aunt Wade knowing he couldn't protect you." She continued, "For years, my dad has searched the entire country but has found no sign of you. The Wade family kept your whereabouts a closely guarded secret. Even when Uncle Wade and Aunt Wade returned to Beijing for their burial, my father had no idea where they died or the circumstances surrounding it." Charlie furrowed his brow. "So, you're saying the Wade family concealed this information?" "Exactly," Stephanie affirmed, nodding. "After you left Eastcliff with Uncle Wade and Aunt Wade, the Wade family erased all traces of your existence. My father has investigated tirelessly, but to no avail. He was so frustrated that he often vented his anger at home, claiming the Wade family had systematically wiped out all evidence of your family's existence." As she spoke, Stephanie began to cry. "My dad has always wanted to find you since learning of Uncle and Aunt Wade's passing, but all the records related to you in the country are jumbled. Your identity information is completely missing from the system, and we have no idea where you've been all these years." Charlie replied calmly, "I've been in Orus Hill all this time." Stephanie gasped in surprise, "What? Charlie, you've been in Orus Hill?" "Yes," Charlie confirmed, observing her astonishment with a frown. "Is it surprising to you that I've been in Orus Hill?" Chapter 1376. Stephanie expressed with indignation, "Orus Hill has always been my father's prime suspect. He has visited this place multiple times and leveraged his connections to investigate all the boys around your age in Orus Hill. Each time, he has thoroughly checked. My father has scoured every rescue station, welfare home, and non-profit organization across China, yet he found no trace of you." Charlie interjected, "That's impossible. I was in the Orus Hill orphanage from the age of 8 to 18, and I've never changed my name since I arrived. My parents named me Charlie, and that's the name I used on all my forms at the orphanage. If Uncle's son has been here, he would surely have found me." With conviction, Stephanie replied, "No way. Over the past decade, my dad has traveled to Orus Hill in person at least 5 times. He has sent numerous people to search and utilized all kinds of connections, yet still uncovered no leads. I remember vividly the last time my dad came to Orus Hill. It was during the summer vacation of my 18th year, just before I was set to study in the UK. I insisted he bring me here. We spent 2 weeks in Orus Hill, and despite employing hundreds of subordinates, informants, and private detectives to track down various leads, we still found no information about you." As Charlie absorbed Stephanie's words and observed her serious and animated demeanor, a wave of anxiety washed over him. Ever since the tragic passing of his parents, Charlie had managed to keep his emotions in check, but now a deep-seated tension crept up his spine. He began to question whether his painful childhood harbored a sinister secret. Having spent 10 years in the welfare home, it seemed impossible that Oren's son had overlooked the Orus Hill orphanage during his search for him. What could have prevented him from being discovered while living at the Orus Hill Welfare Institute? Was there something amiss with the orphanage? Could it be that the orphanage was intentionally hiding his personal information? If so, who had instructed them to do this, and what could their motivation be? A thought struck him. The Wade family had extensive resources and connections, so how could he have remained undetected in Orus Hill for so long? Furthermore, they managed to retrieve his parents' remains and return them to Beijing for burial, indicating they were aware of his family's whereabouts. This meant that the Wade family must have known he was at the Orus Hill Welfare Institute. It was even quite possible that he had been under their surveillance all along. This realization also clarified why Stephen Thompson could effortlessly locate him in the hospital. The underlying reasons seemed to be growing increasingly complex. Noticing Charlie's silence, Stephanie asked with concern, "Charlie, are you trying to figure out what conspiracy lies behind this?" Charlie nodded. "I sense that something is off, but I haven't pieced it all together yet." Stephanie quickly suggested, "Should I call my dad and have him come over?" She reached for her phone, but Charlie quickly stopped her. "No, please don't. Don't mention anything about me to anyone, including your dad." Chapter 1377. Stephanie was in a state of confusion. For years, she had felt that her father had been tirelessly searching for Charlie. This search had taken a toll on him, causing sleepless nights and loss of appetite, and it weighed heavily on Stephanie's heart. Having now unexpectedly met Charlie, she felt an overwhelming urge to share this wonderful news with her father, a wish she had held for so long. In her excitement, she quickly asked, "Charlie, why can't I share with others that I've seen you?" Charlie let out a soft sigh and replied, "Well, no matter what happened over a decade ago, what's the point in dwelling on it? I'm quite happy living in Orus Hill right now, so I'd prefer to keep my distance from Eastcliff." Stephanie, filled with emotion, said, "Charlie, you are the heir of the Wade family. Why would you choose to stay in a place like Orus Hill? If you return to Eastcliff, at least 20 to 30% of the Wade family's trillions in assets would be yours." Charlie waved his hand dismissively. "I'm not in need of money, and the Wade family's assets don't interest me. What I truly desire is a peaceful life in Orus Hill with my wife." "Wife?" Stephanie exclaimed in surprise. "Charlie, are you married?" "Yes," Charlie replied nonchalantly. "I've been married for over 3 years." Stephanie was taken aback, blurting out, "Charlie, did you forget about our marriage contract?" "Marriage contract?" Charlie said, slightly embarrassed. He chuckled and added, "That was just a playful agreement between our parents when we were kids. We were just innocent children then. How can we count that? Are you really taking it seriously?" Indignant, Stephanie responded, "Why shouldn't it count? For all these years since you vanished, my dad has reminded me every single day that I'm already a married woman. He's told me repeatedly that I must never fall in love with another boy. I've believed it all this time." Charlie was left speechless. He had left Eastcliff at just 8 years old, while Stephanie was merely 6, almost 7. She had likely forgotten about their childhood agreement, but her family had kept it alive in their memories. This realization made Charlie feel a bit awkward. After all, he had long moved on from something that others placed such significance on, and it left him feeling somewhat guilty. Thus, he could only apologize, saying, "Honestly, Stephanie, my life has been quite difficult for many years. I spent the first decade in a welfare institution, and the following years working at various construction sites before I met my wife." Stephanie's eyes filled with tears as she asked, "Did you ever think about our marriage contract when you married her?" "I'm sorry," Charlie admitted sincerely. "I didn't really consider it. I was in a tough situation at the time, and many things were beyond my control." Stephanie pressed on, "So, what does your current wife do? Which prominent family does she come from?" "She's not from a prominent family," Charlie smiled. "She's just an ordinary girl." "Ordinary girl?" Stephanie was taken aback, and soon her expression shifted to anger. You are the renowned heir of the Wade family, my fiancé. My father and I have searched for you for so many years. How could you marry someone else? Chapter 1378. With that said, Stephanie found herself shedding tears once more. Charlie quickly offered her a tissue and gently urged, Daisy, please don't cry. Life isn't as straightforward as simply having a house when we were kids. I realize I've overlooked this matter too. I thought you were like me, that you'd laugh off such things in your childhood. I never imagined you and Uncle's son had been searching for me all these years. Stephanie retorted, her voice laced with anger, laughing. Playing house. My dad made a solemn promise to Uncle Wade and Aunt Wade back then. And you've lived in Eastcliff for 8 years. You should know how much the families here despise their children entering the entertainment industry. Even the offspring of influential families are forbidden from marrying actresses, because to them, no matter how popular those celebrities become, they are merely actors and deemed inferior. But do you understand why I chose to enter the entertainment world? Charlie shook his head, genuinely curious. Why? To find you. I wanted to become a star, someone whom the entire nation, indeed, Chinese people around the globe, would follow. I thought if I achieved that, you might see me, recognize me, and eventually find me. Charlie felt a bit awkward, admitting, you've changed quite a bit since childhood. Honestly, if you hadn't mentioned your nickname, I might not have recognized you at all. Stephanie shot back, haven't you seen any of my interviews? Each time I'm interviewed, I tell the media that my nickname is Daisy Sunday. I even made a point of saying that my lack of a boyfriend is because I'm searching for the true love of my youth. This has made the trending searches multiple times. Haven't you come across it even once? Charlie smiled sheepishly. I'm not really the type to keep up with entertainment news or celebrity gossip, so I've missed it. Stephanie, frustrated, pressed, then why did you seek me out to represent Nova Diaz? Charlie shrugged, that wasn't my decision, it was Liam's. He mentioned that you're currently one of the most prominent celebrities and recommended you to represent Oracle Novadas. Stephanie felt her self-esteem take a hit, tears of anger streaming down her face. So, all my hard work over the years has been for nothing? I've spoken so many times in front of the nation, and you never even noticed. As she spoke, she wiped her tears and choked up. Just on the flight here this year, I was thinking about waiting for you to be 35 or even 40. After all, people in the entertainment industry tend to marry later, and I wouldn't have to deal with pressure from those who don't understand the situation. But I never expected you to be so heartless. Not only did you not recognize me, but you also broke off the engagement and married someone else. For all these years, Stephanie had held on to her childhood promise of marriage with Charlie. This wasn't just because she had a natural fondness for him as a child, always wanting to be by his side. It was also due to her father's unwavering search for Charlie over the years, which kept Charlie ever present in her mind. Moreover, she had longed to find him for so many years. Her father's reminders echoed in her ears, urging her not to forget their betrothal. After she turned 20, her father emphasized that once she found Charlie, she must marry him, as it was a promise he made to friends, benefactors, and brothers long ago. Stephanie had unconsciously accepted this arrangement, believing for years that she would eventually locate him, only to discover he was already married. Chapter 1379. Charlie found himself facing criticism from Stephanie, which made him feel a bit uneasy both on the surface and within his heart. Clearing his throat, he spoke with an apologetic tone, Daisy, I acknowledge my responsibility in this matter. I want to sincerely apologize to you and Uncle. Stephanie, visibly upset, shot back, apologize? If you're going to say sorry, then you should also apologize to my dad. Even if you don't see him as your elder, he has been searching for you for years. Don't you understand what it means for me to tell him that he finally found you? Charlie took in her anger and responded earnestly, Daisy, think about it for a moment. I spent 10 years at the Orus Hill Welfare Institute, yet Uncle tried multiple times to find me without success. Why is that? Someone must have been preventing Uncle from locating me. Whoever that is, they are powerful, and I can't tell if they are a friend or an enemy. If you inform Uncle now, it could lead to more trouble for him. Noticing Stephanie's expression softening, Charlie pressed on. Additionally, the circumstances surrounding my parents' forced departure from Eastcliff and their untimely deaths in Orus Hill remain a mystery. The fact that someone hid my information back then suggests a significant secret is at play here. I need to uncover the truth about the past, identify who is watching me, and determine who poses a threat to me and those close to me before I can meet with Uncle. With tears in her eyes, Stephanie replied, "But my dad has truly missed you all these years. His two greatest wishes now are to find you and to see me get married." Charlie solemnly assured her, "Daisy, please don't worry. Once I uncover the truth, I will personally visit Uncle's son in Eastcliff." However, Stephanie's expression grew even more sorrowful as she broke down in tears. "My dad was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer 2 years ago. He has undergone treatment in China, the United States, and Japan, but nothing has worked. The world's top doctors have said that it's incurable, regardless of the money spent. Just like Steve Jobs, his condition could suddenly worsen at any time." Charlie was taken aback. "Pancreatic cancer? How is Uncle's son doing now?" Stephanie explained, "I just returned from the United States, where he is currently recuperating at home. I agreed to take the American film because my dad was going there for treatment. After filming, I came back to China for a while." With a heavy sigh, she added, "The results from the treatment in the US weren't good. I feel like his health is deteriorating, and I worry about what might happen next." Hearing this, Charlie couldn't help but feel a wave of sadness wash over him. Despite the many years that had passed, he had not formed any strong ties with Stephanie's father or her family. If it weren't for meeting Stephanie, he might have never thought about them again. After all, they were merely acquaintances from his childhood, and the memories were not particularly vivid. Yet, when he learned how deeply Stephanie and her father had sought him out, something stirred within him. Since becoming an orphan at the age of 8, Charlie had encountered very few genuinely good people over the years. Those who truly cared for him were even rarer. He remembered Mrs. Lewis from the orphanage, Lord Wilson, and his wife, Claire. With Elder Wilson's passing, only Mrs. Lewis and Claire remained in his life as the ones who cared for him. Now, he realized that there were 2 more people who genuinely cared for him, Stephanie's son and her father, Oren's son. Oren's relentless search for him over the years was something Charlie had never anticipated. Chapter 1380. Upon learning that Oren was battling pancreatic cancer and his health was rapidly declining, a sense of urgency washed over him. He resolved to take action to save Oren's life. Turning to Stephanie, he said, "Once we finish our discussion about cooperation, you should return to Eastcliff. In a few days, I'll make my way there to see Uncle Oren. I have a remedy that can treat his illness." Stephanie was taken aback and inquired, "What kind of medicine do you possess that can cure this terminal illness?" "Experts worldwide have told me that there's no cure for it." Charlie replied earnestly, "I can't reveal the details right now, but you can trust that I will keep my promise." Charlie had a special medicine at his disposal. The elixir he had initially refined was capable of healing severe paraplegia, a condition deemed nearly impossible to cure medically. If he administered it to Oren's son, there was a significant chance it could eradicate his pancreatic cancer. Even in the unlikely event that the elixir fell short, he still had rejuvenation pills available. Initially, he crafted a batch of rejuvenating pills. He had consumed a few and shared several more. Now, he still had plenty left. This remarkable medicine could almost breathe life back into withering trees and could certainly revive those on the brink of death. It would undoubtedly help Oren's son. And if the rejuvenating pill didn't work, he had another option, Reiki. Reiki represents the purest and most powerful energy in existence. There is virtually no ailment in this world that Reiki cannot heal. Charlie was resolute. He could not let Oren's son perish like this. Oren wasn't just his deceased father's brother, he was also an elder and a benefactor deserving of gratitude. However, Charlie intended to avoid giving the medicine directly to Stephanie. The last time he refined a batch of medicine, it had caused complications, particularly with Ichiro Kobayashi from Kobayashi Pharmaceutical. Dr. Simmons was a master in both Chinese studies and martial arts, so he posed no risk in handling the situation, but Stephanie was an ordinary girl. It was crucial that she didn't risk taking the medicine herself. It would be much safer to deliver it to Oren's son in a few days. Meanwhile, Stephanie was still skeptical of Charlie's claims. Since her father fell ill, she had immersed herself in countless documents and research, and she knew well that the prognosis for this disease was grim, with no known cure available. Nevertheless, Charlie's confidence sparked a flicker of hope within her. Moreover, she believed that even if Charlie couldn't heal her father, the mere fact that he was willing to visit would bring immense joy to him. For someone suffering from a grave illness with no viable treatment, finding happiness is the greatest comfort one can offer. Curiously, she asked, "Charlie, will you truly come to Eastcliff to see my father in a few days?" Charlie nodded with conviction, "Absolutely." Chapter 1381. Upon hearing Charlie's reassuring response, Stephanie's spirits lifted just a bit. She managed to stop her tears, gently dried the remnants from the corners of her eyes with her fingers, and chuckled at herself. "Look at that," Charlie smiled. "Honestly, I haven't cried in years, but my dad's illness has brought me back to my childhood, where tears flowed easily at the slightest conversation." Charlie offered a faint smile and comforted her, saying, "Don't be too hard on yourself. Everyone experiences a range of emotions. It's perfectly normal to laugh and cry, to feel joy and sorrow. There's nothing wrong with that." Stephanie softly nodded and inquired, "Charlie, do you still cry these days?" With a bittersweet smile, Charlie replied, "When I was 8, I shed so many tears, it felt like I had used up a lifetime supply." Stephanie, with her eyes glistening, grasped his arm and said, "Charlie, you've endured so much over the years." Charlie smiled nonchalantly. "They say that hardship can lead to blessings. I didn't believe it at first, but I've come to see the truth in it." In Charlie's view, the greatest blessing in his life wasn't just avoiding Stephen Thompson's grasp but rather the unexpected discovery of the apocalyptic book. Without the apocalyptic book, even being a member of the Wade family wouldn't guarantee the immense strength he possesses today. All the respect he has earned is not merely because of his title as the Wade family master, but stems from his own capabilities. This distinction is crucial. Across the nation, there are more powerful families and affluent second-generation heirs who hold lofty positions. Yet, among these wealthy individuals, only a select few manage to earn respect through their own efforts. Take, for example, the son of a real estate mogul who crafted an image as an internet celebrity and a national idol. During prosperous economic times, he made some savvy investments and was hailed as a genius in the financial world. However, when the economy took a downturn, his company quickly crumbled, leaving him with debts amounting to hundreds of millions or even billions, and he became a subject of ridicule. The truth is, his initial lack of real strength meant that once the spotlight faded, his many flaws were laid bare. In contrast, Charlie, even if he were to repay every cent of the $10 billion loan from the Emgrand Group and the Wade family, would still stand tall as a true dragon master, earning the admiration of all. Moreover, he has the ability to generate tens or even hundreds of billions in wealth with just a few rejuvenating pills, prompting countless top families to bow to him. All of these achievements are opportunities granted to him by the apocalyptic book. If he hadn't faced the struggles of his childhood, he wouldn't have found the apocalyptic book by chance in Jasmine's antique shop. Thus, Charlie firmly believes that God is just. As Mencius once stated, when the heavens wish to bestow good fortune upon the people, they must first endure trials that temper their minds, bodies, and spirits. At that moment, Liam sent a WeChat message to Charlie, saying, "Master Wade, Miss Sherry and I have completed the contract. When would you like us to join you for dinner at Shangriila?" Charlie responded, "Please hold on a moment, you and Miss Sherry." After putting his phone away, he turned to Stephanie and said, "Daisy, Liam and Miss Sherry are nearly ready. Let's head to Shangri-La for dinner, but I have one more favor to ask of you." Stephanie quickly replied, "Charlie, you don't need to be so formal with me." Charlie nodded earnestly, "My wife is a huge fan of yours and has always admired you. I'd like to invite her to join us for dinner tonight. Would that be all right?" Chapter 1382. Stephanie was feeling mixed emotions. She locked eyes with him and asked, her voice laced with anger, "Aren't you worried about me telling her that I'm your fiancé? Is she just a third party in all of this?" Charlie shifted uncomfortably, his embarrassment evident. Actually, I have another request. Stephanie scoffed, her irritation growing. You want me to keep our relationship a secret from your wife, don't you? Charlie replied, she believes I'm an orphan and knows nothing about my family background. I don't want her to find out. Stephanie, puzzled, asked, but she's your wife. Are you really planning to keep your true identity from her? Charlie explained, it's not that I want to hide it forever, it's just that the time isn't right yet. We can discuss it when the moment comes. Stephanie wrinkled her nose in frustration. How am I supposed to explain to my dad that you're already married when I introduce you to him? Charlie responded earnestly, when the time comes, I'll come to your father personally and ask for his forgiveness. Feeling a bit resentful, Stephanie fell silent, refusing to engage further. Charlie continued, by the way, Stephanie, when you meet my wife, please don't let on that I'm the boss of this company. I usually tell her that I'm just helping others with feng shui. At dinner, you could mention that your feng shui isn't great, and that you'd like me to take a look. That way, I can agree right in front of her. Stephanie shot back, do you have feelings for your wife? Yes, why do you ask? Charlie replied. If you truly care for her, why are you hiding so much? Isn't it true that without honesty, there can't be real feelings? Charlie shook his head. You don't understand. Because I care for her, I have to handle everything carefully, step by step. It's the best way to protect her. Imagine if, after 3 years of marriage, I suddenly revealed that I'm from the Wade family. How would she react? Why wouldn't she accept it? What woman wouldn't want her husband to have status and capability? Does she really want you to be a nobody? Charlie replied, you just don't know my wife. She's different from other women. Stephanie, feeling frustrated, said, is she your wife at all times? Did you even consider my feelings when you say these things? Since I was a child, I always believed I would marry you, even during the 10 years you were missing. Now that I've finally found you, hearing you refer to your wife like that, it hurts. Charlie, realizing his mistake, said, I'm sorry. This is all my fault. Seeing his genuine remorse, Stephanie's heart softened as she recalled the pain she had endured over the years. With a sigh, she spoke gently, I'm sorry, Charlie. I didn't mean to be unreasonable. I just lost control of my emotions for a moment. Please don't take it to heart. Charlie reassured her, it's okay. I won't mind. I'm glad to hear that, she replied. After a brief pause, Stephanie asked, Charlie, do you have any children? Charlie hesitated, then said awkwardly, not yet. Stephanie let out a sigh of relief. That's good. After all, I'm from the Sun family and somewhat of a public figure. Marrying a divorced man would be a bit embarrassing, and I wouldn't want to be a stepmother to someone else's child. I can just imagine the gossip from those in Beijing. Chapter 1383. Charlie was caught off guard by Stephanie's remarks. Are you referring to marrying a divorced man? Is this Sun girl really that naive? It's just a childhood verbal agreement between our parents. When did it become such a big deal? She's young, stunning, and has an air of cold arrogance about her. Surely, she must have a unique perspective. Why is her mindset so traditional? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he couldn't help but speak up, that little thing about us from our childhood? It really shouldn't be taken seriously. You shouldn't let it hinder your happiness. Stephanie responded earnestly, Charlie. You unscrupulous rogue, I've been waiting for over 10 years. Are you telling me now that it's not true? Believe me, I'll hold a press conference tomorrow to announce our marriage contract. As she said this, Stephanie playfully scrunched her nose at him in a mock threat. Just so you know, this lady has many fans. Don't blame me if I incite them to target you. You'd be known as the world's biggest loser, and everyone would be pointing fingers at you. Charlie felt defeated. He realized that Stephanie was serious, otherwise, she wouldn't have sought him out alongside her father for all those years. If he continued to dismiss her feelings, it would undermine the commitment and effort she had put in over the past decade. Out of respect for Stephanie, he said seriously, Daisy, we've just reunited after a long separation. There are many things we need to think through carefully. Please give your brother some consideration today. Let's focus on the matter of cooperating with my wife and enjoy a meal together. Stephanie's expression softened slightly, and she muttered, all right. I'll give you this one. But you're getting married, so you better explain everything to my dad when we go to Eastcliff. I can't guarantee he won't be tough on you. Afterward, she shot Charlie a playful glare and added, I need to go now. I have to arrange a meal because I'm feeling hungry. In truth, Stephanie wasn't really hungry. She was eager to meet Charlie's current wife. It was quite a stroke of luck that Charlie's wife was also one of her fans. Charlie quickly reminded her, what time is it? It's not even 5 o'clock yet, do you really need to eat now? Stephanie replied, can't I feel hungry? Charlie responded, I have some matters to take care of later, but I'll pick up your sister-in-law. If you're hungry, I can have Liam take you to Shangriila first. Your sister-in-law is looking for you too, but remember what I told you, don't let your guard down when you meet her. Oh, I know. Stephanie replied, her tone a bit impatient. She didn't want to admit that Charlie's wife was her sister-in-law, she viewed her as a rival in love. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Charlie invited the person in. Liam entered and said respectfully, Master Wade, I've completed the contract with Miss Sherry. Charlie nodded and instructed, Liam, please arrange a car for the two of them to go to Shangri-La, Mr. Cameron will handle the arrangements. You both should sit and wait for me, I need to wrap up a few things first. Liam replied respectfully, of course, Master Wade. After sending Liam to take Stephanie and Sherry to Shangri-La, Charlie hopped on an electric bike and rode to the Orus Hill Welfare Institute by himself. Inside, he was filled with questions that needed answers. He felt that his first stop should be Mrs. Lewis at the orphanage. Since someone there had deliberately concealed their identity, Mrs. Lewis might have some important information. Upon arriving at the orphanage, Charlie headed straight to Mrs. Lewis's office. Chapter 1384. As he approached the office door, he unexpectedly ran into his childhood friend, Lisa, who was just stepping out. Her face lit up when she spotted Charlie, and she exclaimed, Charlie. What brings you here? Charlie offered a slight smile and replied, I'm here to look for Mrs. Lewis. Is she in? Yes, she is, Lisa said with a warm smile. As Charlie drew closer, she affectionately hugged his arm and added, Charlie, it's been a while since I've seen you. I've missed you. Charlie chuckled and responded, why didn't you just give me a call? I didn't want to interrupt you if you were busy. Lisa replied gently. I didn't want to hold you up. That's all right. I'll take you out for dinner tomorrow. But for now, I need to go in and find Mrs. Lewis, Charlie said. Sounds good. You go ahead and see Mrs. Lewis. I'll check on the children's dinner in the kitchen. Don't leave without saying goodbye, I'll come find you when I'm done, Lisa said cheerfully. Sure thing, Charlie agreed. Once Lisa left, Charlie knocked on the door, and Mrs. Lewis's warm voice called from inside, Is that you, Charlie? Come in. Charlie opened the door and found Mrs. Lewis seated at a modest desk, sifting through a stack of papers. She looked up, adjusted her glasses, and smiled, What brings you here today? You didn't mention you were coming. Charlie smiled a bit awkwardly and replied, I came to ask you something, Mrs. Lewis. No need to be formal, dear. Just ask away, she said with a reassuring smile. Charlie moved to the chair opposite her desk, hesitated for a moment, then inquired, Mrs. Lewis, I wanted to ask you about some details from when I entered the orphanage. For a brief moment, Mrs. Lewis showed a flicker of surprise, but she quickly regained her composure and replied, It's been over 10 years, I might not recall all the details, but feel free to ask, and I'll do my best to help. Charlie was perceptive enough to notice the subtle change in Mrs. Lewis's demeanor. He sensed that something was amiss. If Mrs. Lewis had nothing to hide, her reaction wouldn't have seemed so unusual. Clearly, there was something weighing on her mind. So, he looked at her intently and asked, I need to know, during my time at the orphanage, did anyone come looking for me before I left? Mrs. Lewis answered promptly, "No, no one ever came." Charlie frowned and pressed further, "Are you absolutely sure?" "Absolutely," she asserted with confidence. "That doesn't seem right," Charlie said, looking at Mrs. Lewis with concern. He sighed and continued, "Mrs. Lewis, I remember you from my childhood, and I'll always be grateful for your kindness. So, I want to be honest with you." At this, Mrs. Lewis's expression shifted to one of nervousness. She realized that Charlie might have uncovered something important. However, she remained tight-lipped and visibly anxious. Charlie pressed on, "Mrs. Lewis, I've heard that my father's best friend came to Orus Hill multiple times looking for me and even visited the Orus Hill Welfare Institute more than once." Chapter 1385. Charlie's question caught Mrs. Lewis completely off guard, causing her expression to change drastically. Panic surged through her as she realized that she had never expected Charlie to ask such a question. Stammering, she replied, This is something I've never encountered before. If someone were truly searching for you, we would never hide that information. Could there be some misunderstanding?" Charlie shook his head firmly. "This isn't a misunderstanding. Deep down, I can't accept that explanation." With a sincere expression, he continued, "Mrs. Lewis, I'm not here to confront you. You saved my life and took care of me for 10 years. No matter what the circumstances are, I would never hate you without first understanding the truth." Hearing this, Mrs. Lewis's face flushed with shame. Charlie pressed on, "I just want to know why, when he came here looking for me, the orphanage said there was no one like me. As far as I remember, the orphanage always hoped that a child's relatives would come to take them home. My father's best friend came searching for me, so why couldn't he even obtain my information? Who was blocking him?" Mrs. Lewis bit her lip, her eyes darting nervously. She didn't dare meet Charlie's gaze, let alone answer his questions. Charlie immediately sensed that she knew something important. With a grave expression, he asked, "Mrs. Lewis, if my guess is correct, you must know that I am the young master of the Wade family, right?" The moment those words left his mouth, the pen in Mrs. Lewis's hand slipped and clattered loudly onto the floor. Charlie thought she would bend down to pick it up, but instead, she walked around the desk, suddenly knelt before him, and slammed her head against the floor with a dull thud. "Mrs. Lewis! What are you doing?" Charlie cried out in shock. Pressing her forehead to the ground, Mrs. Lewis sobbed, "Young master, I am deeply sorry." Her calling him young master struck Charlie like a bolt of lightning. It felt as though a massive force had slammed into his chest. He instinctively staggered back 2 steps, his voice trembling. "Mrs. Lewis, you..." Tears streamed down her face as she confessed, "Young master, I have always known who you are. I am actually a member of the Wade family. However, my status is low, and I never had the qualification to serve the main Wade family in Eastcliff. The branch I belong to is insignificant, which is why you never met me before you turned 8. Charlie struggled to steady himself as he asked, "Mrs. Lewis, did the Wade family send you to bring me here?" Looking up at him through tears, she replied, "Young master, it was Steward Thompson who arranged everything." Charlie's pupils shrank violently as he blurted out, "You mean Stephen Thompson?" Chapter 1386. "Yes!" Mrs. Lewis cried, tears pouring down her face. "Back then, I wasn't stationed in Orus Hill permanently, I was working in Highland Falls. One night, Steward Thompson urgently summoned me from Highland Falls to Orus Hill. Together with another Wade family member, I took over the orphanage. Within a few days, we replaced all the staff with people from the Wade family. After everything was arranged, I followed Steward Thompson's orders to find you and bring you into the orphanage." Charlie was completely stunned. This revelation was something he could never have imagined, no matter how hard he tried. He had entered the orphanage at 8 years old and lived there for 10 full years, yet he was now being told that the entire orphanage staff had been Wade family members. Did that mean he had spent his entire childhood and adolescence under the Wade family's surveillance without even knowing it? He found it hard to accept, but deep down, he knew Mrs. Lewis had never lied to him before. If that was the case, then what did all of this mean? Suppressing the raging emotions in his heart, he asked, "Auntie Lewis, Why did you go to such lengths? Why did you hide my information? What was the purpose? Mrs. Lewis said through tears, "Young master. Your parents didn't die in an accident, they were murdered by a group that wanted to wipe out your entire family." What? Charlie roared. My parents were murdered? Mrs. Lewis continued sorrowfully, "Do you remember what happened back then? Your parents secretly rented an old house in Orus Hill and even changed your name so you could attend Orus Hill #1 primary school." Charlie nodded slowly. "I remember my parents dying in a car accident while I was in school." "Are you saying that wasn't an accident at all?" "Yes," Mrs. Lewis said firmly. "The people who killed your parents deliberately staged that car accident. They planned to go to Orus Hill #1 primary school afterward to kill you as well. It was Stuart Thompson who arrived just in time and captured them near a small gate in Orus Hill. He originally intended to interrogate them, but all of them committed suicide with poison. Afterward, he investigated and found that they were connected to overseas criminal organizations, but the trail completely went cold." Charlie asked in a low voice, "Did he find out who was behind it?" Mrs. Lewis shook her head. "They were never able to identify the mastermind. Stuart Thompson feared that whoever was behind it would still try to kill you, so he decided to completely hide your identity in Orus Hill. He arranged for us to manage the Orus Hill Welfare Institute to protect you while erasing all traces of your information. The only thing we feared was that those bastards wouldn't let you live." "Was Stuart Thompson acting on the Wade family's orders?" Charlie asked coldly. "No," Mrs. Lewis shook her head again. "Stuart Thompson has always suspected that the Wade family itself might have been involved in your parents' deaths. That's why he kept everything hidden from everyone in the Wade family." Charlie frowned deeply. "Then why did he suddenly come looking for me recently?" Mrs. Lewis explained, "The old master has been searching for you for many years. When he couldn't find you, he thought you had disappeared. Last year, he planned to formally draft his will and distribute the Wade family's inheritance. Stuart Thompson didn't want you to miss out, so he finally revealed your whereabouts. The old master wants you to return to Eastcliff and compete with the other Wade family descendants, but he also knows you might refuse. That's why he sent you $10 billion instead." Charlie then asked slowly, "Mrs. Lewis, what about your kidney failure and need for a transplant? Was that real?" Mrs. Lewis shook her head repeatedly, her voice trembling with guilt. "Young master, my illness was fake. I knew that since you grew up under my care, you trusted me. I had to force you to accept the Wade family's help, so I pretended to be dying. I deceived you, and I beg for your forgiveness." Chapter 1387. What Mrs. Lewis shared was indeed true. Charlie had undergone a profound transformation since childhood. He had experienced the brightest joys life could offer as well as its darkest hardships. He had seen it all. Even if he had not married Claire back then, and even if he were still working as a laborer on a construction site, he felt no dissatisfaction with himself. For Charlie, after losing his parents, the greatest comfort came from working hard to earn a living. As for wealth and social status, those concepts had long faded from his mind. During his marriage to Claire, he endured endless humiliation, yet he never once considered seeking help from the Wade family. Even when the Wilson family trampled on his dignity, he accepted it with remarkable calm. 3 years of relentless humiliation passed. Despite being at the center of it all, he remained the calmest person amid the chaos. However, everything changed when Mrs. Lewis fell gravely ill. At that moment, Charlie was overwhelmed by the fear of losing her. To him, Mrs. Lewis was his savior and a second mother, especially since his biological parents had long since passed away. He could not bear the thought of her dying. He even went to the hospital to see whether he was a suitable match for her kidney transplant, prepared to donate one of his own if necessary. However, the hospital informed him that he was not compatible. With no other options left, he tried desperately to raise money for Mrs. Lewis's kidney transplant. This desperation pushed him to summon the courage to ask Mrs. Wilson for a loan during her birthday banquet. To his utter humiliation, Mrs. Wilson not only rejected him cruelly but also mobilized the entire Wilson family to mock and ridicule him. At his lowest moment, Stephen Thompson appeared before him without warning, instantly igniting a storm of anger in Charlie's heart. Although he did not know the full truth behind his parents' deaths, he instinctively believed that the Wade family bore some responsibility. As the steward of the Wade family, Stephen Thompson became the embodiment of Charlie's resentment toward them. Thus, when Stephen Thompson invited him to return home and inherit the family fortune, Charlie flatly refused. Even when Stephen Thompson offered him the Grand Group along with $10 billion in cash, he still rejected it. However, when he learned that saving Mrs. Lewis's life would require $2 million, he finally compromised. He knew that accepting the Wade family's money was the only way to save her. As a result, he accepted the Grand Group and the $10 billion from the Wade family. From that moment onward, Charlie's life took a dramatic turn. What he never realized was that the entire situation had been a carefully orchestrated scheme jointly devised by Stephen Thompson and Mrs. Lewis. He had been forced into a position where he could only accept the Wade family's so-called gift or compensation. At that moment, deep down, he felt deceived, and even betrayed. Chapter 1388. However, the anger in Charlie's heart was only temporary. He understood that both Stephen Thompson and Mrs. Lewis had acted with his best interests at heart. Without their protection, he might not have survived the past 10 years. To ensure his safety, Stephen Thompson had even replaced the entire staff of the Orus Hill Welfare Institute with his own trusted subordinates, a testament to his unwavering commitment. Thinking this through, Charlie quickly stepped forward to support Mrs. Lewis and said sincerely, "Mrs. Lewis, there's no need for you to apologize or seek punishment. You and Steward Thompson are my saviors. I owe you my life for risking yours to protect me." Mrs. Lewis hurriedly waved her hands. "Master, you're too kind. This is simply what we were meant to do." Charlie sighed softly, feeling disoriented. "Mrs. Lewis, I'm a bit confused right now. I need to call Butler Thompson and sort everything out. Once I understand things clearly, I'll come back to see you." Mrs. Lewis replied immediately. "Of course, young master." Feeling unsettled, Charlie said awkwardly, "I'll take my leave now, Mrs. Lewis." Mrs. Lewis quickly offered, "Master, let me walk you out." Charlie shook his head. "No, I'll manage on my own." With that, Charlie gave a traditional fist salute, bowed slightly, and left the office. As he pushed the electric cart out of the orphanage, a deep sense of heaviness washed over him. Meanwhile, in the dean's office on the 4th floor, a middle-aged man in his 50s peeked through a gap in the curtains and spoke to the gray-haired man seated behind the desk. "Steward Thompson, the young master has left." This gray-haired man was Stephen Thompson, the chief steward of the Wade family. Hearing this, Stephen Thompson nodded faintly and sighed. "I sensed something was wrong the moment the young master insisted on meeting son's girl. As soon as I got the news, I rushed here from Eastcliff, but I was still too late." The dean asked in confusion. "Steward Thompson, there's something I don't understand." "Go on," Stephen replied. The dean continued hesitantly. "Mrs. Lewis knew nothing about the truth. Why did you instruct her to recite those lines and mislead the young master?" He added, "I initially suggested assigning a trustworthy servant from the Wade family to care for him, but you insisted on finding someone from outside who knew nothing about him. I ended up recruiting Mrs. Lewis. Why make her lie? She doesn't know anything. No matter how much the young master presses her, he won't uncover any real clues." Stephen Thompson sighed deeply and explained, "The reason I refused to use Wade family servants was because I feared the young master would sense something was wrong. Think about it. Someone caring for him for 10 years would inevitably slip up. A careless word, a muttered sentence in their sleep, anything could expose the truth. He was only 8 years old. I could not allow him to realize that his entire world had been deliberately arranged. That's why I chose someone who knew nothing. He had to live the life of an ordinary orphan, even if it meant poor food, worn clothes, and hardship. I was heartbroken watching it happen, but I could not interfere. I had to let him be excluded, isolated, and bullied by other children." Stephen Thompson let out a heavy sigh. If I hadn't seen how desperately he wanted to save Mrs. Lewis, I would never have found a way to persuade him to accept the elder's gift. And now, the dean asked nervously. The young master has learned the truth. He will contact you to investigate who killed his parents. He may even return to Eastcliff. If someone in the Wade family intends to harm him, how can he protect himself? Stephen Thompson answered calmly. The young master is known in Orus Hill as the real dragon on earth. That title was not self-proclaimed, it was bestowed upon him by the most powerful figures in the city. This alone proves he is no ordinary man. Anyone who dares provoke him will pay a heavy price. After a pause, he added gravely. My health may be failing, but I can still hold on for a few more years. I didn't expect the young master to return to Eastcliff so soon, especially after encountering Sun's girl. The Sun family has searched for him for years. Once they make contact, they will tell him everything. He will realize the truth and understand that my suspicions were correct. Instead of hiding the truth any longer, it is better to let him face it. Besides, in this orphanage, the person closest to him has always been Mrs. Lewis. Her words carry far more weight than mine ever could. This will push him to return to Eastcliff and confront the Wade family. As Stephen Thompson spoke, tears welled up in his eyes. His body trembled as he said, In my old age, I feel ashamed for failing to repay the blood debt of the second young master. Now, I can only hope that the young master will personally avenge his father and mother. If that day comes, I can die without regret. Chapter 1389. As Stephen Thompson finished speaking, his mobile phone suddenly buzzed on the desk. The caller was Charlie. Stephen quickly wiped away his tears and forced himself to regain his composure. He answered respectfully. Master. At that moment, Charlie had already stepped out of the orphanage. Standing by the roadside at the entrance, he held his phone and said, Steward Thompson, thank you for everything you've done over the years. Stephen Thompson replied hurriedly. Master, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Charlie said calmly. I just left the Orus Hill Welfare Institute. With a faint smile, Stephen Thompson replied. Oh, so you went back to the orphanage, Master. After all, that's where you grew up. It must hold special meaning for you. Charlie maintained his composure and said, Let's stop pretending. Mrs. Lewis has already told me that you instructed her to rescue me and that you arranged the entire Orus Hill Welfare Institute to ensure my safety. I will never forget what you've done. Stephen Thompson let out a soft sigh. So, you know everything now, Master? Yes, Charlie replied. That's why I called, to thank you. At that moment, Charlie genuinely felt grateful to Stephen Thompson, unaware that deeper truths were still being concealed. Stephen Thompson hurriedly said, Master, there's really no need. Your father treated me with immense kindness. I failed to save your parents, and I will never forgive myself for that. I don't deserve your gratitude. Charlie interrupted him. I didn't call only to thank you. I want to ask about my parents' deaths. Have you found any clues? Stephen Thompson sighed heavily. I've been searching for many years, but I still haven't uncovered anything concrete. When those men murdered your parents, they each had soft capsules hidden in their mouths, potassium cyanide. Potassium cyanide is an extremely lethal poison that intelligence agents have used since World War I. Just 0.1 grams is enough to kill a person, and there is no antidote. I watched them die with my own eyes, yet I was powerless to stop it. I tried to check their fingerprints afterward, but all 10 of their fingers had been deliberately destroyed. There were no fingerprints left. I couldn't even determine who they were or what country they came from. Charlie asked coldly. Do you have any suspects? Stephen Thompson hesitated briefly before answering. I suspect there's about a 50% chance that someone from the Wade family was involved. Oh? Charlie responded icily. What makes you think that? Stephen Thompson explained. Your father was an extraordinary and heroic figure in Eastcliff. He was the Wade family's brightest rising star. Under his leadership, the family expanded rapidly and reached unprecedented heights. But that success bred jealousy and resentment. He offended powerful Western families and was framed as a result. After a fierce dispute, he left the Wade family in anger. At first, the master believed your father was merely acting impulsively and intended to let him cool down. He never imagined that your father and mother would end up dying tragically in Orus Hill. From that day on, the master was consumed by grief and guilt. He spent years searching for you, hoping to bring you back and personally train you. He even wanted to groom you as the next generation of the Wade family, all because of his remorse toward your father. Chapter 1390. I feared that in the future, someone within the Wade family might pose a threat to you. The old master is already advanced in age and may not be able to fully protect you once you return. That's why I decided to settle you in Orus Hill and completely conceal your identity. When Oren's son from the Sun family came looking for you, I made sure he never learned of your presence here. Charlie asked. Then why did you contact me recently? Stephen Thompson replied earnestly. Master, the old master's health has been declining over the past 2 years. He's deeply dissatisfied with the current state of the Wade family, the sons are unambitious, and he's unwilling to hand over control to them. When I told him you were still alive, he was overjoyed. I want to prepare you to become the heir. The Emgrand Group and the 10 billion are merely part of your training. When you're ready to return, the Wade family's immense wealth could be yours. I will fully support you. Charlie replied calmly. I understand, Steward Thompson. But I've held a grudge against you for many years. Stephen Thompson replied hastily. Master, I am truly ashamed. Your father treated me with great kindness, and I would never dare disappoint him, no matter the cost. Charlie said firmly. I'm not interested in the Wade family's assets. But I will uncover the truth behind my parents' deaths when the time is right. There will be a reckoning, and justice will be served. Stephen Thompson trembled with emotion and said, Master, with your determination, you will succeed. You are now the supreme leader of Orus Hill, a true dragon among men. I believe you have the strength to take revenge on the second son and the second wife. At this moment, Stephen Thompson could no longer control himself. Tears streamed down his face. Back then, Stephen Thompson had not yet become the Wade family's butler. He was merely an assistant to Charlie's father. Unfortunately, he was deceived by friends and ended up in Macau, where he lost everything at the gambling tables. That experience dragged him into darkness. He became addicted to gambling, borrowed from loan sharks in desperation, and sank deeper and deeper into debt. Eventually, he lost everything and was hunted down by loan sharks. In utter despair, he even resorted to reckless gambling in the casino, only to lose even more. According to Macau's rules, gamblers must accept their losses. Many people who lost everything ended up begging on the nearby streets, ruined by their addiction. Even then, those gamblers still clung to false hope, trying to scrape together enough money to return to the tables, even as their lives fell apart. Stephen Thompson was nearly reduced to that state himself. Fortunately, Charlie's father intervened. He paid tens of millions to redeem Stephen Thompson from the casino and forced him to swear never to gamble again. To ensure he stayed away from temptation, Charlie's father promoted him to personal butler and kept him close at all times. From that moment on, Stephen Thompson awakened from his stupor and devoted himself completely to assisting Charlie's father. He supported him wholeheartedly, gained invaluable experience in management and strategy, and quickly became one of the Wade family's most capable servants. Eventually, Charlie's grandfather noticed his talent and intended to promote him to steward of the entire Wade family. Stephen Thompson hesitated at first, but Charlie's father personally urged him to accept the position. In Charlie's father's eyes, Stephen Thompson had proven his worth and should not confine himself to the role of a personal butler. The position of Wade family housekeeper was the highest honor an outsider could achieve, and he wanted Stephen Thompson to seize that opportunity without regret. Although Stephen Thompson was no longer Charlie's father's personal butler, his loyalty only deepened. He regarded Charlie's father as someone he would respect and serve for the rest of his life. Sadly, Charlie's father died far too soon, leaving Stephen Thompson drowning in guilt. He often thought that if he had remained by Charlie's father's side as his personal butler, perhaps he could have protected Charlie's parents from their tragic fate. If only he had been there at the critical moment, maybe they would have survived. Chapter 1391. As Stephen Thompson reminisced about the past, tears streamed down his face. Charlie's heart ached as he listened to Stephen's sorrowful cries. Even though many years had passed, pain and resentment still surged within Charlie when he thought about the tragic fate of his parents. They had not died in an accident but were killed through cruel and deliberate means. The loss of one's parents is a burden no son can easily bear. Even without Stephen Thompson voicing it, Charlie was already determined to seek revenge. To do otherwise would be a betrayal of his own existence. With a steady and resolute voice, Charlie declared, "Steward Thompson, there's no need to worry. I swear to God that I will avenge my parents. Every single person involved in their murder will pay the price for what they've done." "That's good to hear," Stephen Thompson replied, a flicker of excitement flashing in his eyes. But he quickly cautioned. "However, Master, you must be extremely careful. There are still many details to uncover. You must think everything through thoroughly and avoid exposing yourself too early." "I understand. Don't worry about me," Charlie replied calmly. After a brief pause, Charlie added, "There's something else I need to ask, and I hope you'll answer me honestly." "Of course, Master. Ask whatever you wish," Stephen Thompson replied without hesitation. After a moment of thought, Charlie asked, "Did you have anything to do with arranging my marriage to Claire?" Stephen Thompson quickly answered, "I swear I had nothing to do with that. I do know your wife's grandfather, but I never expected him to approach you at the construction site and propose that you marry his granddaughter. At the time, I could tell she was not your equal, but I chose not to interfere. My priority was your safety and allowing you to live a normal life." Charlie let out a long breath of relief. He knew that his life in the orphanage had been orchestrated by Stephen Thompson, so he had feared that meeting Claire might also have been part of some larger plan. After a brief silence, Charlie said, "Let's set this matter aside for now. I have an appointment tonight. Please organize all the information you've gathered over the past few days. We'll talk in person once I have the time." "Understood, Master," Stephen Thompson replied immediately. After ending the call, Charlie realized that tears had unknowingly streamed down his face. Only today did he learn that his parents had been brutally murdered more than a decade ago. He also learned that the orphanage where he had lived for 10 years had been entirely arranged by Stephen Thompson to conceal his identity. The world around him suddenly felt unfamiliar, as if everything he once knew had been overturned. The last time he felt this way was when he discovered the apocalyptic book. Before that, it was when he was 8 years old and learned of his parents' deaths. Lost in thought, Charlie received a call from Liam. "Master Wade, when will you arrive? Should I come pick you up?" Liam asked. "No need," Charlie replied. "I'm going to pick up my wife first, then I'll head over. Wait for me." After hanging up, Charlie mounted his small electric bike and headed toward Claire's studio. Meanwhile, inside the dean's office at the Orus Hill Welfare Institute. Chapter 1392. After Stephen Thompson ended the call, the dean asked respectfully, "Steward Thompson, what should I do next?" Stephen Thompson sighed and replied, "Now that the young master knows the truth, there's no need for you to stay at the orphanage. You should return to your original position with the Wade family. I'll make all the necessary arrangements. Thank you for your hard work over the years." The dean immediately bowed deeply and said, "Steward Thompson, I have waited to serve young Master Charlie ever since the second son passed away. I am willing to devote my life to him, even unto death." Stephen Thompson nodded and said, "You are all outstanding people who have endured hardship for many years. Spending more than a decade in a small orphanage was difficult and, frankly, humiliating. It's time for you to rest." The dean nodded and replied, "The young master has suffered greatly since childhood, and those hardships forged his character. Such resilience is rarely seen among the children of wealthy families. Stephen Thompson smiled faintly and said, "Perhaps enduring hardship in the orphanage was not entirely a bad thing. After all, he is the only son of the second son and deserves this opportunity." Waving his hand lightly, Stephen Thompson continued, "All right, I'm returning to Eastcliff. Over the next few days, hold meetings with the staff and prepare to hand the orphanage over to the relevant authorities in Orus Hill. Tomorrow, I'll arrange a sum of money for you. Go back to your family and find a good resort to rest." The dean bowed again. "Thank you, Steward Thompson." He then asked, "What about Mrs. Lewis?" She knew nothing before, but now she knows everything. Stephen Thompson replied, "She took care of the young master for many years and deserves to retire peacefully. I have a manor in Canada that I'll give her for her retirement. She shouldn't see the young master again until he successfully inherits the Wade family." The dean added, "Mrs. Lewis has an adopted daughter who also works here. She grew up alongside the young master and knows nothing about this matter. I'm afraid Mrs. Lewis won't be willing to leave her behind." Stephen Thompson sighed and said, "Talk to the girl. Tell her only what's necessary, and let her accompany her adoptive mother to Canada. There are many Chinese people there, and language won't be a problem. They can start a new life together. I've investigated the girl's background. She's clean and deeply fond of the young master. She would never betray him." "Understood," the dean replied. That very night, the Orus Hill Welfare Institute quietly underwent a massive change. Staff members packed their belongings as city officials arrived to take over the orphanage's management. No one knew why the entire team, from the dean to the kitchen staff, was being replaced overnight. Was there some grave mistake they had made? What they didn't realize was that the staff had operated like a disciplined army, enduring a long and silent battle. Now, it was time for them to withdraw with dignity. Although Mrs. Lewis felt deep reluctance, she understood that, just like Charlie, she had once lived in ignorance. Now that she knew Charlie's true identity as a member of the Wade family, she also knew she could no longer remain at the orphanage. Once the truth was revealed, ignorance was no longer an option. Being involved meant obeying the Wade family's arrangements. Thus, she chose to follow the dean's instructions and temporarily relocate to Canada. As for Lisa, Mrs. Lewis did not tell her the full truth. Instead, she explained that the generous benefactor, who had once paid for her medical treatment, was also sponsoring her trip abroad for recuperation and hoped Lisa would go with her. Lisa, who regarded Mrs. Lewis as her own mother, readily agreed and began preparing for the journey. Mrs. Lewis planned to tell Lisa the entire truth once they arrived in Canada. Chapter 1393. Charlie rode his electric bike to his wife Claire's studio. Upon entering, Claire looked at him in surprise and asked, "My husband, why are your eyes red?" "Are they?" Charlie replied, rubbing his eyes with his hands and smiling. "The wind and sand on the road must have gotten to me." Claire frowned with concern. "You shouldn't always be out riding that electric bike. We bought 2 cars for the family, yet you still choose to ride the bike every day." "I worry about you." "It's fine," Charlie said with a grin. "I enjoy riding my electric bike. It's convenient, fast, simple, and good for the environment." Claire smiled helplessly. "You always sound so indifferent about it." She then shut down her computer, stood up, and said, "I just finished handling a case for the Emgrand Group today. Mr. Doris Young is very satisfied, and Mr. White has agreed to let the finance department settle everything. Maybe I'll buy you a car after all, so you'll have a reliable way to get around." "There's no need," Charlie replied. "If I really wanted to drive, I could have taken one of the 2 supercars from Mr. White and Quentin long ago." Seeing that he was serious, Claire sighed. "All right then. Just let me know when you finally get tired of that electric bike." "My dear wife, we should hurry," Charlie said. "I have a dinner appointment tonight." Claire raised her eyebrows in surprise. "Who are you having dinner with? You're being so mysterious." Charlie smiled faintly. "A special guest. You'll know when we get there." "A guest?" Claire asked curiously. Is it one of your feng shui clients again? Charlie chuckled. I can't say too much right now. You'll see when you come along. Alright, Claire nodded. Then I'll join you for dinner tonight. The couple left the studio and walked to the parking lot. Charlie carefully folded his electric bike and placed it into the trunk of Claire's BMW. Then they headed straight for Shangriila. Meanwhile, Liam was already seated in a luxurious private room, chatting with Stephanie's son and Sherry. Isaac Cameron had heard that Master Wade was hosting a banquet there and had made all the necessary arrangements in advance. When he learned that the guests had arrived, he decided to personally check on the situation. As soon as he entered the private room, Isaac was stunned. The person sitting inside was none other than Miss Sun from Eastcliff, China's most popular female celebrity, Stephanie Sun. As the Wade family's representative in Orus Hill, Isaac was well acquainted with the major families of Eastcliff and knew Stephanie Sun's extraordinary background. Seeing her there made his heart skip a beat. Could she be the guest the young master was entertaining tonight? Everyone in Eastcliff knew that Stephanie's son was extremely close to the young master, and it was widely known that her family had been searching for him. Judging from the situation, she had indeed found him. However, the young master was already married, which made the situation extremely complicated. Chapter 1394. Feeling a surge of anger, Stephanie shot Isaac a sharp glare and snapped, Isaac Cameron. Did you know that my Charlie is in Orus Hill? What? Isaac Cameron stammered, momentarily at a loss, unable to explain why he suddenly felt so flustered. Stephanie clenched her small white teeth in frustration and retorted, You're completely unreliable. I asked you countless times about Charlie's whereabouts, and you never told me a single truth. Isaac Cameron looked embarrassed and hurriedly explained, Miss Sun, you've misunderstood me. I only found out recently that the young master was in Orus Hill. I've been stationed here on behalf of the Wade family for a long time, and before this, I truly didn't know. Sherry, shocked, blurted out, Wait, what? Stephanie, are you saying that Charlie, Master Wade, is the same Charlie you've been searching for all this time? Stephanie nodded firmly. Exactly. This bastard has made it unbelievably difficult for me to find him. Sherry's eyes sparkled with excitement. That's incredible. You finally found him. Does this mean you're getting married soon? I remember you saying that once you found your Charlie, you'd quit the entertainment industry, marry him, and start a family. Stephanie's face flushed with embarrassment. I thought so too, but that asshole is already married. What? Sherry exploded angrily. What the hell is wrong with this Wade guy? Doesn't he know he has a marriage contract? Doesn't he know there's a beautiful fiancée who's been searching for him all these years? How dare he marry someone else? When he shows up, I swear I'll tear into him. What a complete disgrace. Liam and Isaac Cameron exchanged awkward glances, unsure how to react to the explosive outburst. At that moment, Liam finally understood the true relationship between Stephanie and Master Wade, and the realization left him utterly stunned. Chapter 1395. At that moment, Stephanie was speaking to him. A lot is happening right now. Charlie's wife will be joining us later. I promised Charlie that I wouldn't reveal our relationship at the dinner table, so you must stay calm and not say anything inappropriate. How can you say that? Sherry shot back, indignation written all over her face. When that wretched woman shows up, you should seize the opportunity and expose everything right in front of her. Let her see the truth. I refuse to believe that any woman would dare steal a husband from you, Stephanie's son. Oh no, Stephanie's son replied sternly. I made a promise to Charlie about this. If you force me to break it, I will never forgive you. Sherry could no longer hold back. Stephanie, are you stupid? This dinner is the perfect chance to confront his wife and put her in her place. If you don't take advantage of it now, you'll regret it later. Don't talk nonsense, Stephanie said firmly. I am someone who keeps her word. You are not allowed to stir up trouble for me. Fine, Sherry said reluctantly. You've made your decision. Just don't come crying to me afterward. Just then, Charlie and Claire arrived outside the private dining room. Before entering, Claire asked curiously, "Who exactly are we meeting? You've been so secretive about it." Charlie smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry. It's definitely someone you'll be interested in seeing." "Someone I'll be interested in?" Claire frowned slightly. "I can't think of anyone like that." Charlie grinned. "You'll know the moment you walk in." With that, he gently knocked on the door and pushed it open. As Claire stepped inside, her gaze immediately landed on Stephanie's son, who was seated directly opposite the entrance. She froze in shock. "Charlie, is that really Stephanie's son? Is it actually her?" Chapter 1396. At this moment, Claire was not thinking about competing with Stephanie's son, who looked as ethereal as a fairy. In Claire's mind, Stephanie's son represented the perfect modern woman, exceptionally talented, radiant, and seemingly untouched by the hardships and struggles of ordinary life. Because of this, Claire had never imagined that someone as outstanding as Stephanie could ever become a rival in matters of love. Meanwhile, Charlie felt a quiet sense of relief. He had already planned to travel to Eastcliff secretly after Aurora finished her final exams, intending to meet Stephanie's father, Oren. Although meeting Oren was part of the plan, Charlie's true goal was to seek treatment for Oren's advanced pancreatic cancer. Oren had been a close friend of Charlie's father. For years, he had paid his respects every New Year's Day and had never stopped searching for Charlie. This unwavering loyalty made Charlie feel deeply indebted to him. This trip would also allow Charlie to meet Stephen Thompson in Eastcliff to gather more clues and information. As a result, Charlie estimated that he would be gone for at least 3 to 5 days. To avoid arousing suspicion from his wife during his absence, he decided that the most reasonable excuse would be an invitation from Stephanie's son to Eastcliff for a feng shui consultation at her residence. By having Stephanie extend the invitation in front of Claire, Charlie hoped to completely dispel any doubts she might have. Chapter 1397. Seeing Claire agree so readily, Stephanie smiled brightly and said, "I must admit, I didn't expect Mrs. Wade to be so open-minded. I was worried you might object." Claire quickly replied, "Miss Sun, I truly admire my husband's abilities. I'm honored that he has this opportunity. How could I possibly object? If my husband doesn't perform well, I hope you and your family will be patient with us." "Not at all," Stephanie said with a smile. "I have complete confidence in Mr. Wade's capabilities, and I believe my father and family feel the same. I should be the one thanking you, Mrs. Wade, for agreeing to this." Feeling slightly flattered, Claire replied politely, "Miss Sun, you're too kind." As Charlie watched Stephanie subtly send ambiguous signals, a deep sense of helplessness washed over him. He could clearly sense that while her words were directed at him, they were also meant for Claire, almost like a deliberate performance. Yet, he was completely powerless to stop it. This situation stemmed from the fact that he owed Stephanie a great debt and had also gone against the marriage arrangement made by their parents. He simply had no standing to confront her. What troubled Charlie even more was that Stephanie was not someone he could brush aside as easily as Lorene. Lorene had feelings for him, but he felt no burden rejecting her, as he had saved her life more than once. Turning her down did not weigh heavily on his conscience. Stephanie, however, was different. She was a close relative who had been searching for him, waiting for him, and holding on to hope for so many years. He couldn't deny his responsibility in the complicated emotions between them. At that moment, Claire, completely unaware of the deeper undercurrents, gathered her courage and asked, "Miss Sun, may I take a photo with you?" Stephanie smiled and agreed without hesitation. "Of course. Shall we take it now?" Claire nodded eagerly. "If it's convenient for you, let's do it now." Stephanie moved her chair closer to Claire and said with a warm smile, "Mrs. Wade, you're very beautiful. I feel a little nervous taking a photo next to you." "Not at all," Claire replied shyly. "I'm the one feeling pressured. You're not only beautiful but also a famous star. Standing next to you makes me feel embarrassed." Chapter 1398. Stephanie smiled gently and said, "Come on, I'll lean forward a little so your face looks smaller and better on camera." The two of them took a selfie together, looking just like a pair of sisters. After taking the photo, Claire excitedly held her phone and asked, "Miss Sun, would it be alright if I post this on my moments?" Claire was a woman who valued simplicity and had very little vanity. When Charlie bought her a BMW, she didn't post it on moments. Even when Charlie arranged their wedding at the luxurious hanging garden of Shangriila, she didn't share it. After experiencing supercars worth millions, she still didn't post anything. Even after moving into the luxurious Thompson First Villa, she kept it private. The only thing she had ever shown off in her social circle was the vegetable garden her husband Charlie had built overnight. But this time, she truly couldn't restrain herself. After all, Stephanie's son was her absolute favorite celebrity and lifelong idol. Being able to dine with her and take a photo together was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Stephanie nodded with a warm smile. "Of course, Mrs. Wade. Go ahead." With Stephanie's approval, Claire smiled brightly and thanked her before quickly opening WeChat and posting the photo to her moments. Her caption read, "I never imagined I'd get the chance to meet my idol and take a photo with her." The post instantly received countless likes and comments. Claire's social circle mainly consisted of people from Orus Hill, a second-tier city where encounters with top-tier celebrities were extremely rare. Meeting someone like Stephanie's son, a first-line superstar, was almost unheard of. As a result, Claire's post triggered waves of amazement and envy among her friends. Many people even privately messaged her, asking for details, where she met Stephanie's son, whether Stephanie was really in Orus Hill, and whether Claire could help them get an autograph. Stephanie smiled and reminded her, "Mrs. Wade, I came to Orus Hill quietly. Please don't mention my presence here if anyone asks." Claire nodded immediately. "I understand, Miss Sunday, don't worry, I won't say anything." Stephanie then added, "By the way, Mrs. Wade, let's add each other on WeChat. If you ever need anything in the future, you can contact me directly." "Add friends?" Claire exclaimed in disbelief. "You want to add me on WeChat?" She could hardly believe her idol was willing to connect with her personally. She hurriedly sent the friend request, something she had never even dared to imagine. Being able to see Stephanie's moments would already feel like a dream. Given the gap between their statuses, Claire had felt grateful just sharing a meal with her. The thought of becoming WeChat friends had never even crossed her mind. Yet now, Stephanie had taken the initiative herself. The idea of becoming WeChat friends with her idol was something Claire had never dared to dream of. Chapter 1399. After adding each other on WeChat, Stephanie and Claire both turned to Charlie and grinned. "By the way, Master Wade, let's add you as well," Stephanie said cheerfully. She then handed her WeChat QR code to Charlie. Charlie took out his phone, scanned the code, and added her as a friend. With a triumphant wink, Stephanie asked earnestly, "Master Wade, when are you planning to leave for Eastcliff?" "I need to prepare," Charlie replied, "sometime next week, but I can't say exactly when yet." Stephanie nodded, her smile widening. "Perfect. My father and I will be waiting for you in Eastcliff." Charlie suddenly recalled Stephanie's earlier remarks about her father, Oren's son, especially her warning about not getting beaten up when they finally met. That thought alone made him feel increasingly uneasy about facing Oren in person. Meanwhile, in the intensive care unit of Orus Hill First People's Hospital, Nakoido stood beside her mentor, Kazuki Yamamoto. Her assistant, Koichi Tanaka, and Jiro Kobayashi of the Kobayashi family were also present. Yamamoto Kazuki lay on the hospital bed, looking utterly haggard. The doctor had just completed a third full-body examination and once again confirmed that Yamamoto's nervous system had suffered catastrophic damage, leaving almost no possibility of recovery. On his forehead were 4 conspicuous characters, boldly carved and impossible to ignore, a brutal reminder of his defeat. Nakoido wished the doctor would cover Yamamoto's forehead with gauze to spare him further humiliation. However, Yamamoto flatly refused. The 4 disgraceful characters left behind by Don Albert were a lifelong shame, but they were also the most profound lesson he had ever received. Before being defeated by Charlie with a single palm strike, Yamamoto had believed himself to be a top-tier martial arts master. Only after that crushing defeat did he finally understand how insignificant he truly was in the world of martial arts. Those who dedicate their lives to martial arts often possess a strong sense of honor. Even in defeat, many can accept their loss calmly and retain their dignity. Although Yamamoto's mindset wasn't particularly broad-minded, he could not deny the overwhelming strength Charlie had displayed. At that moment, Nanako looked at him with sorrow-filled eyes and said, "Master, I've spoken to my father. He will contact the best hospitals and doctors in Tokyo to assist with your treatment. A special plane will arrive tomorrow to take you back to Japan." Chapter 1400. "No, I won't go." Yamamoto Kazuki shook his head slightly, unable to move his body. Speaking in a hoarse voice, he continued, "My injuries are beyond the help of any doctor. Going back to Japan won't give me better treatment than what I'm receiving here. As your master, I cannot abandon you at such a critical moment. I want to see you compete first. After that, I'll return to Japan with you." Nakoido said anxiously, "Master, I may not be able to win this championship. I watched the video of Aurora's most recent match. Her strength has improved tremendously. Against someone like Joanna, it would normally take a long and bitter fight to win, but Aurora defeated her with a single move. Her power is far beyond mine." Yamamoto Kazuki sighed deeply. "I watched Aurora's match as well, both from the hospital and on Chinese streaming platforms. Her current strength is terrifying, many times greater than before. I can hardly believe someone could make such progress in such a short time. It has completely overturned everything I once believed." Nakoido said thoughtfully, "I think this has a lot to do with her coach, Charlie. He only started coaching her during the last competition." Yamamoto Kazuki nodded slowly. "That Charlie, he is truly a global martial arts master. He must be one of those legendary Chinese inner disciples capable of cultivating internal power. I used to think such things were nothing but myths. Now I finally understand how ignorant I was." Jiro Kobayashi added, "I've researched ancient Chinese medical texts. The earliest classic, Huangdi Nei Jing, clearly records the existence of internal qi and even includes chapters on how to cultivate it within the human body. This proves that the Chinese have been practicing internal power for thousands of years." Yamamoto Kazuki said with awe, "I never imagined such power truly existed. If I had realized this 10 or 20 years ago, I would have traveled to China, sought out the legendary masters of Sichuan Daishin, and devoted my entire life to cultivating internal power." He let out a long sigh. "Unfortunately, I realized it far too late." 2 lines of tears slowly streamed down his deeply wrinkled face. Nakoido's heart ached at the sight. Suddenly, Yamamoto Kazuki fixed his gaze on her, urgency burning in his eyes. "Nanako. At this point, I no longer have the right to be your master. If you want to go further in martial arts and truly stand at the peak, you must acknowledge Charlie as your teacher." "What?" Nakoido exclaimed in shock. "Worship him as my master? I can't. I only have one master in my life, and that is you. I will never acknowledge anyone else." "You're being stupid!" Yamamoto Kazuki shouted angrily. "What can I teach you anymore? I'm a cripple now. Even if I weren't, everything I know has already been passed on to you. All that's left is so-called experience. But look at me now, this so-called experience is meaningless in front of absolute strength. An ant, no matter how desperately it struggles, can never resist a human finger. Charlie made me realize the truth. In the martial arts world, I was nothing more than an ant. And as my disciple, you haven't escaped that fate either. You're still just another martial arts ant crawling forward." Staring straight at Nakoido, Yamamoto Kazuki demanded, "You've devoted nearly 20 years of your life to martial arts. Are you willing to remain an ant forever?" Nakoido clenched her teeth and replied slowly, "Master. I do not want to be an ant." "Then go and worship Charlie as your master." Yamamoto Kazuki roared. "Let him guide you into true martial arts. Only then will you have a chance to become a real powerhouse. Otherwise, I advise you to abandon this so-called martial arts altogether, Because what we've been practicing is nothing compared to Charlie's path. It's complete rubbish.